If the Thug Academy could maintain the so-called balance, it would only end up as food for the big clans and would eventually be divided up. What Han Fei needed to do was to muddy the waters. There was a saying, take advantage of troubled waters. Ancient existences like big clans all enjoyed vested interests. Perhaps the ancestors of some families had made contributions, but most of their descendants were on the opposite side of the commoners. For those who prioritized their own interests, who would want others to become kings? Ren Tianfei added, do you remember the scene when I just snatched the sea quelling painting? I said that the heavenly palace is not as good as you said, and there is no chance of becoming a king there. Otherwise, I would have become a king long ago, and the first people I would kill would be you. All the venerables frowned. They chose not to believe Ren Tianfei's words. However, Han Fei's words seemed to be true. He even knew there were 36 heavenly palaces. It seemed that he knew some inside information. The Chu sect venerable's voice shook. Everyone, don't be swayed by this sharp-tongued brat. Let's not talk about what will happen to us later. This brat is definitely not a good person, just like Ren Tianfei and Han Guanqiu. Han Fei immediately shouted, the Thug Academy is one of the 8 academies in the 1,000-star city. We have our rules. Becoming a king? That's bull's asterisk. If there is a king in the Thug Academy, we might attack some big clans. But we have no reason to attack everyone, just like not everyone attacked the Thug Academy back then. Han Fei paused and continued, if you still can rest assured, when a venerable is born in the Thug Academy, all the secrets of the star beads will be given to you for free. At that time, you can use your own means. But you can't just snatch the star beads from us. What Han Fei needed to do was to buy time. As long as he could hold out long enough, who would fulfill this promise? That was just a trick. Buzz. Suddenly, a venerable shouted, Ren Tianfei, are you provoking us? Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei with a stunned look, only to see this guy saying casually, what? I just destroyed a small family in Chu sect and casually killed 2 explorers. Why are you so excited? Han Fei's eyes moved. Old Ren took action again? He grinned. Did you see that? If you want to think about it, go home. I suggest you pay the money now. And take your people back. By the way, the payment is limited to today. Before sunset today, whoever doesn't deliver the resources will be killed. Heavenly talents from big families? Just a bunch of iron-headed fish to me. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. Even Ren Tianfei was pressed down a bit and he suddenly shouted, attack. Swish swish swish. Han Fei directly attacked, only having the time to launch a strike with the draw technique. The void lines only had the time to control 6 people, including Chu Qingyan, Yang Nanqi, and Li Xian. At that moment, Luo Xiaobai's father appeared, but he failed to protect them. Luo Xiaobai and the others all vomited blood. Pfft. With broken bones and bleeding eyes, Han Fei killed 3 people with a single slash. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, Han Fei controlled another 3 to explode with the void lines. Ignoring them, Han Fei roared, come on, let's hurt each other. You have to think twice before you kill me. I'll kill them without batting an eye. More than 10 people were taken away at once. Although they were not very important, Han Fei was very unhappy. Apart from Chu Qingyan and company, the other 3 who were controlled by the void lines all self-destructed. Han Fei flashed and slashed out with the blood-drinking knife. How dare you? Pfft. Another person was killed by Han Fei. Someone was about to attack when he heard an ethereal voice in the air, Yang. If you dare to touch me, I'll slaughter your Yang family first. Han Fei suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. Han Fei wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and said ruthlessly, okay. The price is doubled now. If you don't pay, I'll kill them. Half of Ren Tianfei's body was destroyed, but he was still speaking. You're not going to win today. You guys want to play tough? Then don't blame me for killing too many of you. Humph. Someone flew away, and the explorers glared at Han Fei and retreated too. In the distance, as soon as Han Guanshu appeared, a figure appeared, and the two directly broke through the void. Someone from the Chow family who was watching the show said leisurely, this guy has acquired the war body. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect retracted his gaze and frowned. He's quite bold. Will the Thug Academy rise because of him? A strong master from the Sea Cloud Tower loosened the wooden stake in his hand. Make the water muddy? However, this kid has underestimated the big clans. In the void, there were still people hiding. A woman said, Darling, is Yan Yan safe in the Thug Academy? I'm so scared. A man said, Don't worry. Look how confident the boy is. Why did you choose Zhang Xuanyu back then? Isn't Han Fei a better choice? The woman said, Zhang Xuanyu is so handsome. The man. Back mountain of the Thug Academy. Han Fei dragged Ren Tianfei's remnant body and chatted with him. After all, it was just a clone. Able to protect Han Fei for 1 second, it was already a very powerful clone. Han Fei didn't understand why this old guy had so many clones, and they were all so strong. Han Fei set up a seal and said, Old Ren, tell me the truth. How many venerables can you defeat at once? I'm curious. Ren Tianfei leaned against the big tree. Venerables? Do you think a venerable is an iron-headed fish? If I hadn't disguised my clone as my original body to attract 2 people away, do you think I would have dared to come here? Hiss. Han Fei gasped. You mean, there were 5 venerables who were going to hunt you? Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes and said, Yes. Fortunately, your combat speed is fast enough and it only took you 3 seconds. Otherwise, I would have been killed. Han Fei was speechless. Well, aren't you quite capable? You killed your way into the 1,000-star city twice. Why couldn't you do it this time? Ren Tianfei spat. How can it be the same? What was my previous state? What is my current state? Do you really think I can't be killed? Han Fei chuckled. What do you think? How long can the muddy water last? Ren Tianfei said angrily, How long can it last? Evacuate the 1,000-star city within 3 days. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. Wait, only 3 days? Ren Tianfei said, If you don't get out quickly, you won't be able to get out anymore. You made a mistake. Huh? Ren Tianfei said helplessly, You can brag about the Heavenly Palace and leak some secrets. However, you shouldn't have told them about the person from the Heavenly Palace that the Chu sect wants to take. Why? Ren Tianfei cursed, Chu sect prospers because of that single person. Do you know how many people feel scared? Now, their attention is on the matter of becoming a king. However, once their attention is diverted, it will fall on this person. The matter of becoming a king may be put aside, but this person is the priority. Those venerables will not allow this person to be taken by others. Therefore, they will definitely force you to stay in Thousand-Star City, barely maintaining this kind of balance that no one can obtain. Then, find a follow-up solution. In this way, you will be stuck at the peak of the law enforcer realm, unable to advance. Han Fei was shocked. Damn, that's right. I was too careless. Ren Tianfei sneered and said, you're too arrogant. However, this is indispensable for a strong master. It's just that when you muddy the water, you got yourself involved too. However, Ren Tianfei turned his head and said, however, in fact, even if you didn't tell this person, you can't leave. Your strength increases too fast and can even kill an explorer. Anyone knows that if you want to choose a chance to break through to an explorer, you can't do it in the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, sooner or later, you still have to run. Han Fei. Ren Tianfei said leisurely, your strength is growing too fast, which is also a problem. Anyway, think of a way to run quickly. Those 3 brats, just kill them. Or take them as hostages. One of my clones has already gone to Jiang, Daqian and Baikongi. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how can I run? Ren Tianfei was stunned for a moment. Wait for someone to save you. Why, do you think you can run away yourself? Okay, I have to go. Just do what you should do. Saving someone doesn't need an opportunity. Every moment is an opportunity. Han Fei was lost for words. Wait. Where are you going? Ren Tianfei snorted. Although it's just a clone, it has a wisp of my soul. After that, Ren Tianfei lay down dead, and a blue light flew away with a swish. Han Fei. When Han Fei came to the back mountain, Yang Nanqi and the other 2 were like quails, crestfallen at this moment. They were usually arrogant and didn't respect each other. However, who would have expected that they would be crushed by Han Fei so easily? Yang Nanqi's hands were gone, so was Chu Qingyan's legs. Li Xian didn't dare to say a word. He was the only one who had seen Han Fei before entering the ideal palace. However, he would never have thought that Han Fei had become so strong after only 2 months. Not just that, the 3 of them were dumbfounded, so were Luo Xiaobai and the others. When Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and the others, Luo Tianhe had already left. He could attack occasionally, but he couldn't face the big clans of the entire Thousand-Star City. Han Fei glanced at it, but didn't see any tree spirit clones. It must have been killed. Seeing Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, Han Fei, come on, explain to me what happened to you. Lu Renquan quickly said, treat my leg first. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak, but just looked at Han Fei quietly. The Su family's explorer stood on the side with Su Daiji and company. He seemed to want to hear it too. Han Fei glanced at Su Laocheng. From today on, the Su family has nothing to do with the Thug Academy. Su Daiji and Su Sanqian, our Thug Academy, will take care of them ourselves. Su Laocheng's heart trembled. He was about to speak several times, but in the end, he nodded slightly, tore through the void, and left the Thug Academy. Luo Xiaobai frowned. What happened? Han Fei said leisurely, I'm afraid we have to run. Everyone? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After explaining the reason for his escape, Han Fei came directly to the back mountain of the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei squatted beside Jiu Ling, looking solemn. Jiu Ling was quite seriously injured. Her internal organs were seriously injured and showed signs of being disabled. However, it was obvious that someone had helped her. She must have eaten a lot of spiritual fruits. Otherwise, she would have been disabled. However, even if she hadn't been disabled, her foundation had been damaged and she needed time to recover. When she saw Han Fei, Jiu Ling said palely, "I'm fine." "Fine my ass." Han Fei frowned and cast the divine healing technique a few times. Only then did he see that Jiu Ling's complexion was better. Luo Xiaobai said, because of Jiu Ling, the Jiu family was attacked by the big clans. I heard that Senior Jiu Lai was disabled. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, trying to hold back his fury, "I see. I'll take revenge on you later." Next to the hot pot, Han Fei picked up a large piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth, humming, "Just like you can't remember anything after leaving the ideal palace, I can't remember anything either. However, I'm strong anyway." After all, Han Fei had entered the ideal palace with them. As for what he had experienced, Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know. Han Fei was very confident no one would know it. At this moment, the big clans didn't know what Han Fei had experienced in the ideal palace. Why had Han Fei become so strong? Unfortunately, the people who entered the ideal palace didn't remember everything inside. Therefore, the big clans couldn't investigate. What kind of opportunities did Han Fei obtain inside? Everything was a mystery. However, it was obvious that many elites from the big clans had died in the ideal palace. Because of this, the big clans now also had many guesses whether there was someone teaming up with the Thug Academy was also quite contested. At this time, Han Fei perceived his surroundings and suddenly said, "Release your souls. I'll teach you a new language." Luo Xiaobai and the others were puzzled. Then, they looked at the void and nodded slightly. A moment later, Han Fei said in the giant's language, "Regardless of how this language comes about, we have to find a way to run in the next few days. This is because I'm already a peak-level law enforcer. Although this balance seems to still exist, it's actually broken. I have to run. If I don't run, I won't be able to become an explorer." Luo Xiaobai said, "I think so too. You're growing too fast. If it were me, I would have kept an eye on you immediately. Now, someone must be already watching you." Zhang Xuanyu said, "How do we run? Will Senior Ren help us?" Lu Renquang said, "I don't think so. There are so many venerables watching." Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know either. He said we should wait to be rescued." Jiu Ling's eyelids trembled slightly. She didn't speak, but just listened quietly. She saw the scene where Han Fei attacked just now. However, because of her injuries, she didn't go out. She still couldn't believe that Han Fei had become the strongest in the Thug Academy in such a short period of time. She thought that those people all said that she cultivated fast, but in fact, Han Fei was the fastest. It was precisely because Han Fei was extremely talented that the big clans in the Thousand-Star City didn't tolerate him. Could she really help him in a battle of this level? Han Fei said, "So, what should we do? Do we just wait?" Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while and said, "We can't just sit idle. No one knows how many venerables there are in the Thousand-Star City. How many can Uncle Han contain? We don't know either. Senior Ren should be able to hold 3. The president and Uncle Jiang might come. However, it's useless for them to come. There are many explorers in the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, once they come, it means that they also have the strength to temporarily resist venerables. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was stunned. So? Luo Xiaobai said, if they aren't strong enough, they might not be able to rescue us. Besides, one of the reasons that the Thug Academy sent us here should be to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. I don't think we've accomplished that, right? Han Fei hesitated for a moment. Well, actually, I think we have. Swish swish swish. Everyone looked at Han Fei. What? Why did you say that? Han Fei smiled bitterly and said, it's complicated to say, but the so-called path has never been complicated. The problem is that we can't enter the Heavenly Palace easily. Old Han had told me that there are explorer-level puppets everywhere there. The problem is, do you think Old Bai really wants us to come to the Thousand-Star City to find the way? Luo Xiaobai's heart stirred. Why do you say that? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, what else? Han Fei said, I keep feeling that something isn't right. In fact, I feel that he wants us to go to the ideal palace more, right? Tell me, what happened to you when you left the ideal palace? Luo Xiaobai said, after I came out, I became a law enforcer, but I don't know how I made the breakthrough. Han Fei scratched his head. Don't know how? He had a feeling that this matter was still related to him. Han Fei was certain that his reincarnation and the so-called reincarnation Soul Realm were not the same at all. To Luo Xiaobai and the others, the ideal palace might be a training ground. Perhaps the true reincarnation Soul Realm was meant for him to become a law enforcer. However, to him, reality wasn't like this. If there were no big clans chasing him, then when he entered the fifth soul realm, he might meet Shiman Linglan. Shiman Linglan's mountain-grabbing battle didn't succeed. Humans would lose. But what would happen after they lost? Would he be recognized? Would he have to enter reincarnation again in the end? Besides, there should be follow-up stories about the human beings and other races in the reincarnation cycle. After all, there was no statue of the sea god in the City of Justice that he had snatched, so what were his mother and the others doing back then? Also, in the prehistoric soul realm, when he transformed into a giant ape, why did the beast race fight with the fleeing humans? Logically speaking, with his appearance, the Grand Myriad Mountains should be the first to know some information about the future. Since there was a battle, the human ship he saw seemed to have found a way out. Which people and which races had escaped the disaster? Han Fei didn't know. Han Fei also sighed at the fate of Shiman Linglan. However, no matter what, everything she had experienced was something that had already happened in the past. No matter how sorry Han Fei felt for her, he couldn't change anything. Now, the ideal palace left many unresolved mysteries. Han Fei didn't understand. When he had the chance, he would still enter the ideal palace to take a look. If he could still enter the fifth soul realm, would it form a time paradox? Han Fei, Han Fei. Hearing that Luo Xiaobai was calling him, Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. Ah, okay. Let me put it this way. The president probably sees that the Scattered Stars Island is not very useful for our training and just wants us to find a safe place to train, but he didn't expect me to make a breakthrough. so quickly and implicate everyone. Pa. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei. We're brothers. What are you talking about? Anyway, we've come to the Thousand-Star City, become law enforcers, and been in 2 of the 3 holy lands. We didn't suffer any loss. Lu Renquang nodded quickly. I don't like it here. I want to stay at sea. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Yi Xinyan and company who were eating another hot pot. But we're all looking at them. She said via voice transmission, the problem is that it doesn't seem to be a good choice for us to wait here. Since the battle has already come to this, I wonder if there's a way to cause a greater uproar and create opportunities for Senior Ren and the others? Zhang Xuanyu said suspiciously, can we escape under the Venerable's nose if there is chaos? Lu Renquang said, change face. We can change our faces and leave. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Are you an idiot? Do you think Venerables can't recognize you? You can't escape even if you become an iron-headed fish. Han Fei pondered for a long time and suddenly beckoned to Yi Xinyan. Yan Yan. Come here. Swish. Yi Xiyan and company had been paying attention to this side. They were really dumbfounded. They had just entered the school and the school was already fighting the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Senior brother, what's up? Han Fei smiled. Yan Yan. Can you still contact your father and mother? Yi Xiyan shook her head. The 2 of them ran away to have a second son. They definitely won't let me find them. Han Fei said leisurely, really? Han Fei waved his hand and let Yi Xinyan continue eating the hot pot. After pondering for a moment, Han Fei took a deep breath. Xiaobai, if you return to the Luo family, will the big clans give you a hard time? Luo Xiaobai frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei said, make arrangements one by one. In fact, it's not difficult to leave. The difficulty lies in me, not you. Only if you can leave can I think of a way to escape. Zhang Xuanyu said, no, we must leave together. Lu Renquang nodded quickly. If they left, wouldn't there be a full-scale war? If Han Fei wanted to leave? Han Fei said, let's wait and see. After dinner, Han Fei lay on a tree, deep in thought. He was even more suspicious now. What was their purpose in coming to the Thousand-Star City? It couldn't be as simple as finding the entrance to the Heavenly Palace, right? After so many years, the real strong masters in the Thousand-Star City actually knew a few ways to go to the Heavenly Palace. Perhaps it was not that they didn't know how to go, but that they didn't have the ability to go. Just now, from Ren Tianfei's tone and casual manner, he didn't seem to be too worried. Therefore, Han Fei dismissed the gloom in his heart and stopped thinking about it. He decided to see what would happen in the coming 2 days. Since Han Fei came out of the ideal palace, he hadn't fully checked his situation. A vine in the demon purification pot had withered, which made Han Fei's heart sink. It seemed that the price to forcibly deduce the 6th level of void fishing was not small. He wondered how much spiritual energy it would take to make this vine green again. At this moment, information appeared in his mind. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 69, peak level law enforcer. Spiritual energy, greater than 4,325,681, 9,999. Spiritual power, greater than 18,696/18696. Perception range, 942 kilometers. Enforcing law, invincible Vajra. Strength, 52 waves. First spiritual heritage, level 9, high quality. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 59. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei was briefly stunned. When he was reincarnated, he actually recultivated. Since he was recultivating, there were many things that he hadn't cultivated. Therefore, at that time, whether it was spiritual energy, spiritual power, perception range, or strength, there were some differences. Especially when he accidentally took the heritage-stealing fruit, he didn't even realize it until he woke up later. He didn't know if he was lucky or destined to take the spiritual fruit, which made his spiritual heritage reach level 9 unknowingly. He had once wanted to pursue the improvement of his spiritual heritage, but now, his spiritual heritage was already the highest level. However, after Wang Han fused with his true body, his strength didn't increase much. In particular, in terms of strength, although he was more than 10 times stronger than when he entered the ideal palace, he was only slightly stronger than when he was in the reincarnation. In the realm of peak-level law enforcers, the strength of ordinary geniuses could reach more than 40 waves. Han Fei suspected that he hadn't completely adapted yet. Perhaps he still needed some time to settle down before he could completely stabilize his strength. Since he needed to settle down, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had just reached the peak of the law enforcer realm and still had a long way to go. He didn't have time to study the sky-stealing technique now. He'd better leave the 1,000-star city first. After experiencing this reincarnation cycle, Han Fei had seen through the true nature of the big clans. Therefore, these big clans must be destroyed. These big clans, like the cancer of human beings, had almost drained all the fishermen under the rule of the 1,000-star city. If Han Fei wanted to become a king and rule this domain, he must get rid of this cancer. Shimen Linglan's City of Justice had set an example for Han Fei. In a sense, wasn't Shimen Linglan's path the same as his? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In the evening, the people from the big clans came to deliver resources. They really gave as many things as Han Fei asked for without even bargaining. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Why don't you even bargain? Do you think you can take these resources back? In your dreams. Looking at the person who came to pick her up, Yang Nanchi shouted, "Come on. Let's go. Have you picked up my arm?" "Miss, I've picked them up. Your arms will be put back on you as soon as we go." Back. Yang Nanchi didn't want to stay in the Thug Academy for a second. When Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, she had a feeling that Han Fei wouldn't let her eat hot pot. At this moment, when her family came to pick her up, she was so excited that she almost cried. She, a peerless heavenly talent, had been defeated so miserably and completely. Of course, Yang Nanchi felt a little comforted. Chu Qingyan was even worse. She had almost been minced into a human stick. What 10 geniuses! At that moment, they were nothing to Yang Nanchi. She had a new goal now, which was to crush the so-called top 10 geniuses. First, compared to Yang Nanchi, who didn't have much hatred in her heart, Chu Qingyan's eyes were filled with anger. Escorted by an explorer, she said coldly, "Han Fei, one day you will regret it." Han Fei grinned and took 2 steps forward. Seeing this, the explorer frowned. fearing that Han Fei would go crazy again. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry. I won't attack again. Chu Qingyan, right? I originally wanted to kill you, but do you know why I didn't kill you? Regardless of what she wanted to answer, Han Fei said, because you are a pile of resources in my eyes. I can exchange you for a massive amount of resources. Besides, to be honest, you aren't even qualified to be my opponent now. As long as I don't die, there will always be a demon in your heart. Maybe I can make another fortune from you in the future. In your dreams. Han Fei shrugged and waved his hand. Get lost. When Xu Qingyan and the others were taken away, Han Fei's smile sank slightly. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, they gave resources too readily. Something is wrong. Han Fei nodded. For them, they probably just want to keep the resources with us and think they can take them back at any time. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Doesn't that mean that they will attack at any time? It seems that they are really going to fall out with us now. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He found that someone outside the school came, and it was an acquaintance. Huh? Diwu Weiguang? Han Fei frowned. Him again? Han Fei said, someone is here. Everyone was stunned. Someone came to their door at this time? At the gate of the school, when Han Fei saw Diwu Weiguang, Luo Xiaobai said. Diwu Weiguang, Sea Cloud Tower, very strong. Han Fei certainly knew. In the face of the powerhouses on the genius list, this guy could fight 3 alone. How could he not be strong? When Diwu Weiguang saw Han Fei and the others coming out, he immediately cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Diwu Weiguang from the Sea Cloud Tower. I'm here to visit you. Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. What's the matter? Diwu Weiguang glanced at them and said, Hey. Why don't I see your junior brothers and sisters in your school? I'm here to find them. Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Diwu Weiguang grinned and said, Well, in every heavenly fire festival, we see Cloud Tower will have a battle of breakthroughs to boost cultivation with the battle. We sincerely invite the geniuses of the major academies to participate in the battle. I've long heard that the Thug Academy only has geniuses. How can our Sea Cloud Tower miss you? For some reason, Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to like this person. He immediately said, Why should we go? You're not the Heavenly Sword sect and ranks last among the 7 major sections. We're not going. Wait a minute. Before Diwu Weiguang could speak, Han Fei suddenly interjected. Zhang Xuanyu and the others looked at Han Fei curiously. At this moment, they were planning how to escape. How could they escape if they let Yi Xian and company go there to fight? Diwu Weiguang looked calmly at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei grinned. What's in it for them to go there? Diwu Weiguang smiled and said, helping others is also helping themselves. Han Fei pointed at himself and said, Do you think I can help you? The corners of Diwu Weiguang's mouth twitched. Brother Han, you must be kidding. Who doesn't know what happened today? You'd better forget it. I'm afraid that you can't help us, but cause problems. Han Fei said, if our academy's disciples go to help, there should be a teacher leading the team, right? We can't just let the 5 of them go. Right? Diwu Weiguang said lightly, the Sea Cloud Tower is one of the 7 major academies anyway. We'll certainly take good care of the disciples of your school. Luo Xiaobai's eyes slightly changed. It didn't sound right. Did the Sea Cloud Tower want to help? Han Fei thought for a moment. Alright, our Thug Academy has always been friendly and likes to help others. Yen Yen, Daji, Guqi, come out. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Fei Fei, what do you mean? Han Fei responded, didn't you hear him? Going to help with the battle is equivalent to learning from others. A moment later, Yi Shiyan and company came out. Han Fei said, Xingyu, the Sea Cloud Tower has specially invited you to participate in the Heavenly Fire Festival to gain experience. You are all strong masters of your generation, so you can't disgrace the Thug Academy. In addition, when you reach the Sea Cloud Tower, don't cause trouble for me. Take instructions from this senior brother Diwu. Huh? Xingyu frowned. Why would he go to the Sea Cloud Tower at this moment? Yi Shiyan said, Darling, are you going? Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. Shut up. That's just a low-level trial. Just do what you're told. Han Fei said, okay, it's settled. Diwu Weiguang waved his hand and a fishing boat appeared. Let's go. Next time I have a chance, I'd like to fight Brother Han for communication. Han Fei smiled. Okay. Su Daiji was still looking at Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. What are you looking at? There are no toys this time. Go find your own toys to play with. Xingyu seemed to realize something and immediately said, let's go. After Diwu Weiguang left, Han Fei looked up at the sky and said lightly, Xiaobai. Do the Sea Cloud Tower want to snatch the disciples of the Thug Academy? Of course, these words were not for Luo Xiaobai to hear, but for some other people. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Whatever, we can take them back later. Lu Renquang was stunned. There are only the 5 of us left? Li Luoluo hasn't come out yet. Han Fei raised his brows. Leave her alone. She doesn't have a strong sense of presence. Let her do whatever she wants in the ideal palace. Seeing Su Daiji and the others taken to the Sea Cloud Tower, Jiuyin Ling's heart did a flip. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the Sea Cloud Tower had helped them. However, the Sea Cloud Tower didn't want to get too involved, so they only protected the 5 juniors. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also puzzled. Why would this major sect that had always had a low profile help them? The Heavenly Sword sect should be the one taking action, right? As for Han Fei, he seemed to have some guesses. In the ideal palace, Diwu Weiguang had helped him twice. Including this time, it had been 3 times. There was a saying, those who you have helped might not necessarily help you. But those who have helped you will still help you. At this point, Han Fei was sure that something was wrong with the Sea Cloud Tower. There was no helping without reason in this world. Perhaps the Sea Cloud Tower was either related to Old Han or the Thug Academy, but the probability of it being related to Ren Tianfei didn't seem to be high. This time, the Sea Cloud Tower dared to help him, which meant that the Sea Cloud Tower had a venerable level powerhouse, who might be very strong. No matter who the Sea Cloud Tower was related to, Han Fei had solved a problem. Without the 5 of them, their mobility was even stronger. The next day, 1000-star Heavenly Fire Festival. The temperature in the air was even higher than yesterday. The spiritual energy surged. Han Fei was lying in the treehouse, thinking what would happen next. Lu Renquang was cooking under the tree. Zhang Xuanyu shouted under Han Fei's tree, Fei Fei. Why are you cultivating all the time now? The surrounding spiritual energy and energy are floating towards you. Han Fei grinned. Level 9 spiritual heritage. Even if I'm not cultivating, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy and energy to temper my physique. What can I do? Lu Renquang shouted, let's eat. Next to the hot pot, Han Fei saw that Jiuyin Ling had basically recovered, so he threw her another divine healing technique and said, your foundation was damaged, but it's not a big problem. It will recover sooner or later. Jiuyin Ling hummed absent-mindedly. Today, Lu Renquang cooked a pot of sea cucumber in the pot. Han Fei looked at him in shock. Are you trying to kill yourself? Lu Renquang chuckled. Today is special. Let's eat something nutritious. Wait. Suddenly, they all looked up at the sky. In the void, there was a faint trace of music, like celestial music. Jiuyin Ling said, huh? This time, the sound is a little loud. In the past, it was very difficult to hear. It only appeared during the heavenly fire festival. Han Fei scratched his head and didn't feel anything. However, it was quite strange. He didn't know how the heavenly fire festival in the Thousand-Star City came about. Crunch. Suck. Seeing that Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu were already eating, Han Fei immediately joined them. Luo Xiaobai took 2 casual bites, and Jiuyin Ling only picked up some side dishes. The meal lasted for half an hour. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying explosion burst out in the clear sky. Ha ha ha. These are the big clans. I, Ren Tianfei, am back. Swish swish swish. Han Fei and the others all stood up. Has it started already? So easily? Han Fei scanned with his perception. About 800 kilometers away from the Thug Academy, the void vibrated, and a battle was happening. Old Demon Ren, you must die today. Ren Tianfei, you can't do it 3 times. If you can escape this time, I'll write my surname Yang upside down. The voices echoed throughout the Thousand-Star City. However, this time only 3 venerables chased after him. The big clans were not idiots. They had already notified each other to guard their clans with all their strength. Many geniuses had gone to the Thousand-Star Proving Ground in order to avoid being involved in this battle. Buzz. Above the Thug Academy, Han Guanchu suddenly appeared. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. He was still elegant and calm, with his hands behind his back. Han Fei was shocked. Wait. Old Han, why are you here? That's not how you save people. As soon as Han Fei said so, the void was immediately sealed, and 3 venerables appeared. One of them was holding a long sword that was shining with scorching light, one had a dragon behind him, and one's body was deformed, having a bird's claws and black wings. Han Guanchu glanced at Han Fei. Strength is what matters in saving people. Just stay here. Someone sneered. Han Guanchu, since you're already in the Thousand-Star City, just stay here forever. The Birdman grinned ferociously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chi La. Han Guanchu casually tore open a void rift. You've deduced the heavenly void divine movement to this state? Are you a man or a bird now? You're really a waste. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them, including Han Guanchu, disappeared into the void rift. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, something's wrong. Are they here to save us? Han Fei was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he said, it seems that we are just bait. Lu Renquang said seriously, bait? Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. Well, we don't seem to be the bait of the big clans, but Uncle Han's bait. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. No, I don't quite understand. What does it mean? Luo Xiaobai said, Senior Ren, Uncle Han, and the Thug Academy set up a trap together. Then, the president sent us up as bait. Han Fei was stunned. Then what will happen next? Swish. 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 Suddenly, above the Thug Academy, Old Bai and Old Jiang tore through the void and came over. Old Jiang laughed. Brats, we're here to save you. Han Fei smiled. Do you believe what you say? Luo Xiaobai doubted the intelligence of the two old men. President, just the two of you? Swish swish swish. Hundreds of void cracks appeared in the sky above the Thug Academy. The two explorers of the Su family on Pure Sun Island were originally watching the situation. Seeing the shock, they roared, Hurry up, everyone, evacuate Pure Sun Island. In fact, as early as when the Venerable's voice echoed, countless fishing boats had already taken off from Pure Sun Island. In the last battle of the Thug Academy, half of Pure Sun Island had been reduced to ruins. Only many people of the older generation knew of this experience. Su Laoqing and another explorer of the Su family were trembling. Would the tragedy happen again? However, in the sky above the Thug Academy, many of the people who walked out of the void were wearing black robes and white faceless masks. Hiss! Han Fei and the others immediately gasped. Faceless? Han Fei asked in shock, so many faceless explorers? Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. Are the faceless men so strong? Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Junior Uncle Faceless, isn't he only a law enforcer? Why are there so many explorers here? What Han Fei and the others didn't notice was that Jiuyin Ling wasn't surprised at all. She was as calm as before. When the faceless men appeared, the explorers of the big clans were also surprised. What's going on? Why are there so many faceless men? Someone shouted in a low voice, Not good. This is a long-planned conspiracy of the Thug Academy. Old Bai cursed, You just figured it out by now? Too late. Kill. The sky was a mess. Old Jiang shouted and a large circular array was activated. Tens of thousands of sword beams burst out of the array, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Among the 100 explorers, some fought in the void, and some launched an attack directly. In an instant, the sky kept rumbling, and the battle began. Old Jiang shouted, Han Fei, this is not your battlefield. Let's go. Shua. A faceless man appeared in front of Han Fei and the others. He extended his hand, and complicated patterns appeared. With Han Fei's current knowledge of arrays, he could tell at a glance that this was a long-distance teleportation array. The man chuckled. Are you surprised? I don't have time to explain to you now. Go to other battlefields. Everyone was stunned. There are other battlefields? Han Fei suddenly asked, Junior Uncle Faceless? Hee hee. Cut the crap. Go in. The teleportation array had been activated, and several explorers descended. Junior Uncle Faceless pushed with his hand and shouted, Get lost. Although Han Fei and the others didn't understand what was going on, they immediately realized that this was actually not a battle where the enemy was stronger than them, but a battle where both parties were evenly matched. Han Fei said without hesitation, Let's go. Buzz. When the 5 of them appeared, they found that they were on a big island full of rivers. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that 6 places were Fighting. Those fighting places were all places where big mansions gathered, and those who attacked were all faceless people. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that it wasn't the venerables of the Thousand Star City hunting old Han and Ren Tianfei at all, but the two of them, actively restraining the enemy and creating opportunities for the faceless men. Junior Uncle Faceless shouted, "This is revenge and a long-planned revolt." The so-called catastrophe of the Thug Academy was actually started by us. Our goal is to destroy the big clans in the Thousand Star City in one fell swoop. Let's go and sweep through them one by one. Zhang Xuanyu immediately laughed. "You scared me. So, we can rob now?" Faceless chuckled. "Han Fei, you did a good job. If it weren't for the fact that you attracted all the attention and made them mistakenly think that we would only come to save you, they would have noticed the trap we set." "Humph. Let's just play along." Han Fei and the others rushed all the way to the battlefield. Although Han Fei felt that his blood was boiling and his heart was surging, he was still full of doubts. Faceless and the others must have been preparing for a long time, right? But he felt that something was wrong. Was all this built on the basis that he was too strong and dazzling? Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Junior Uncle Faceless, how do you know that? I'll attract everyone's attention? What if I keep a low profile?" Faceless sneered. "You think you can keep a low profile?" Han Fei's face was black. "Even if I don't keep a low profile, what if my strength hasn't improved greatly and I can't beat them at the beginning?" Faceless grinned and said, "You'll have to ask your father." Hundreds of kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. What Han Fei saw was the Qin family's residence. A faceless powerhouse was fighting the people of the Qin family in the sky. Faceless said, "The Qin family is a subordinate family of the Sun family. We only need to kill the explorers." Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Let's be quick. Junior Uncle Faceless, go to the Zhang family next." Shua. Han Fei disappeared and had already rushed out at full speed. He had thought that the Thug Academy was actually not strong enough to resist the big clans. Who would have expected that their academy would be so powerful, directly contending with the big clans of the entire Thousand Star City? Was this what old Jiang meant by low-key? The Qin family was one of the 6 affiliated families of the Sun family. The Qin family's patriarch, Qin Long, was only an intermediate explorer. Therefore, he didn't participate in this hunt for the Thug Academy. But who could have expected that trouble would come from the sky? All of a sudden, a large number of faceless men rushed out. Except for the explorers who tore through the void, the rest had long been lurking in the Thousand Star City. For example, an advanced law enforcer of the Qin family had suddenly become a faceless man. In the blink of an eye, he had killed several Qin family's law enforcers. While transmitting the message, Qin Long shouted, "Who are you exactly? You're making enemies of the big clans of the Thousand Star City. You're digging your own grave." Suddenly, in the void, someone shouted, "Don't you know that the Thug Academy has always been a group of thugs?" Roar. Qin Long felt his soul tremble and his vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 100 beasts rushing at him. While he was stunned, a spear beam instantly pierced his battle suit. Immediately afterward, a bright sword beam illuminated the sky. Under the dual attacks, Qin Long, who was already seriously injured by the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, was killed. Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Fei Fei, what kind of combat skill is that? Where did you learn it? Those voices sound like the creatures in the underground city, but in terms of momentum, it's much more terrifying than those creatures. Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Cut the crap. We're going to hunt law enforcers." Faceless glanced at Han Fei and was a little stunned. This kid is really worthy of being chosen. He has become a peak-level law enforcer so quickly. And he can even kill an explorer? In fact, Han Fei wasn't that strong. It was just that his combat technique was too new. Other people were caught off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for a law enforcer to kill an explorer. At this moment, there was no trace of Han Fei in his field of vision. Han Fei had already escaped into the void and pounced on another battlefield. At the same time, on the countless floating islands in the entire 1,000-star city, a large number of faceless people appeared out of nowhere, already fighting with those big clans. In the Heavenly Fire Festival in the 1,000-star city, countless people hid in their houses and trembled. Why were there still fights in the 1,000-star city? Where were the law enforcement teams? Where were the patrolling teams? Where were the strong 7 major sects? The Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfang said leisurely, "Is this the counterattack of the Thug Academy? How ambitious." A leisure voice came from the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "Faceless, I think there should be many people from the 7 major sects secretly joining, right?" Mu Tianfang smiled bitterly. "Doesn't this mean that the ghost ship has been deliberately infiltrating the 1,000-star city since it was in the level 3 fishery? The Thug Academy must have been preparing for this battle for nearly 40 years, right? Sword Master, do you know this?" It was silent in the back mountain for a moment. "Got it. The Chow family's restricted area." A brawny but white-haired powerhouse suddenly opened his eyes. "Two venerables want to suppress 1,000-star? That's not enough. Will old Demon Chu come out of seclusion?" Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. After only half an hour, the entire 1,000-star city was ablaze with smoke. The strong fought in the sky, and the weak fought on the ground. In just a short moment, more than 30 families had been wiped out. Of course, the destruction here didn't refer to the complete slaughter, but the deaths of the strong. After all, if the explorers of a family died, it was basically over. Then, such a family couldn't be called a real family. However, this was only the situation at the beginning of the battle. Explorers were explorers after all. They weren't easy to kill. At first, it was because they were caught off guard, but later, it was just endless battles. The Zhang family of the 1,000-star city, a family that controlled all the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, and a family that was said to be the richest in the 1,000-star city. At this moment, the 5 of them, plus a faceless junior uncle, were standing in the air, looking at each other in bewilderment. Theoretically speaking, the entire 1,000-star city was fighting at this moment. However, from where the Zhang family was, he could perceive that there were only a few people fighting. Faceless voice was slightly hoarse. The faceless men who came first are all dead. Logically speaking, there should be at least 3 explorers here, but now there is no one. Humph. Since you're here, stay here forever. What kind of a place do you think the Zhang family is? A breach appeared in the void, and 2 old men with white hair and a middle-aged man surrounded Han Fei and the others in a triangle. Han Fei's face changed. Peak-level explorers? This pressure and momentum made Han Fei's face change drastically. Han Fei immediately cursed. Wasn't the entire thousand-star city in chaos? Why? Were there so many strong masters in the Zhang family's territory? Almost without giving Han Fei and the others any time to escape, the three of them attacked almost at the same time, but not to kill, but to catch him. When three big hands appeared in the air, Han Fei roared and was about to activate the Beast King technique. However, a chuckle suddenly sounded beside him. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet three peak-level explorers at the same time. All of a sudden, the three of them shouted, "Not good. Retreat." Ha ha ha, you think you can retreat just because you want to? Do you not respect me? Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to see a hand that was so dry that there was almost no flesh in it. Sky Explosion 8 hands. In the void, two white bone hands extended out and grabbed the air, freezing a space. Han Fei was surprised. The law of space and time? A peak-level explorer roared and summoned a huge turtle that resembled a mountain, his double knives splitting the sky. The man's eyes almost popped out. Not good. It's Patriarch Thug. He's still alive. Second Patriarch, come out of seclusion. As for the other two, one of them was attached to a wind snake, and his arms turned into knives, slashing out a terrifying aura, which made Han Fei and the others close their eyes. Ultimate defense. Lu Renquang panicked. Maybe because he was slow to react, he wasn't shocked by the Patriarch Thug's name. Han Fei and the others were all stunned. What? Wasn't it Junior Uncle Faceless? This was clearly Junior Uncle Faceless' voice. Why did he suddenly change into the Patriarch Thug? Didn't Old Bai say that Patriarch Thug was poisoned to death? Then who the hell was this person beside him? In the blink of an eye, Lu Renquang's ultimate defense wasn't useful at all, because skeleton hands stretched out in the void, which seemed to seal the void, looking extremely terrifying. He looked just like a devil. If he weren't on Han Fei's side, Han Fei would've thought that this person must be an evil madman. When the big bone hand grabbed the giant turtle was aging at a visible speed, and its infinite vitality was swallowed crazily. Li Dianxian, stop. Li Daxian? Han Fei was stunned again. Isn't this F** King the powerhouse on the ideal Palace's stone monument? One is Li Daxian, and the other is Tang Yen. These two are unparalleled. In the sky above a certain part of the Zhang family's mountain, a golden light shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, the mountain exploded. Rocks cracked, shaking the sky and the earth. When Han Fei and the others saw it, their scalps tingled. The person who came wasn't simple either. As soon as he came out, he caused a huge mountain to collapse. Could it be that this person was cultivating in seclusion in the mountain? However, it did make sense. The juniors of the family cried for help in a hurry. This person didn't have the time to come out of the cave before he detonated a mountain. As the earth was shaking, a sword of light suddenly appeared in midair. Junior Uncle Faceless. Oh no, Patriarch Thug's two skeleton hands grabbed the sword shadow. Ka ka ka. Although the skeleton hands were broken inch by inch, the sword light couldn't penetrate them. In contrast, the vitality of the three peak-level explorers of the Zhang family was being drained. The enemy's patriarch hurried over and fought so hard that even the void cracked, but he hadn't even killed a hand. He. What delicious vitality. Han Fei and the others couldn't help tilting their heads, looking at the patriarch of the Thug Academy, who was laughing creepily, and were shocked. Was this patriarch Thug a good person or a bad person? Zhang Xuanyu laid a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Alas, I can't take it anymore. There have been too many ups and downs in the past few days. My brain can't keep up with the situation. Under everyone's horrified gaze, they saw that the big turtle was almost drained by the patriarch Thug. The 3 peak-level explorers seemed to age hundreds of years in an instant. One of them was still a middle-aged man a moment earlier, but now he looked old and his beard was turning white. Explode. Boom. 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 The self-detonation of 3 ultra-quality divine weapons was extremely powerful. In order to survive, they couldn't care about the safety of ordinary people in the surrounding 100 miles. Although those were ultra-quality divine weapons, they had to detonate them to try to win a chance of survival. In fact, there was no one within 100 kilometers. When the faceless men declared war, even a fool knew that the further away from the Zhang family, the better. Some people were hiding in their cellars, trembling. However, the possibility of being shaken to death was definitely not small. After all, when the big mountain collapsed just now, it caused a lot of noise. Within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, there would definitely be a dozen level earthquakes. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying impact shattered 5 or 6 big hands, allowing 2 of them to narrowly escape. However, the peak-level explorer who attacked first didn't have the time to run before he was stabbed to death by a skeleton finger. The other 2 ran as fast as they could. Fortunately, they had a rich family and had many ultra-quality divine weapons to detonate. Otherwise, they would probably die if they stayed 1 more second. Patriarch Thug said with a hoarse voice, Han Fei, those 2 people only have less than 10% of their strength left. Go kill them. Han Fei was stunned. How did you know that I can kill peak-level explorers? However, if what you said is true, it seems I can have a try. The venerables of the 1,000-star city didn't seem to be all out. They had just come to the Zhang family, and another venerable had appeared. At this moment, the venerable roared, Li Daxian, I didn't expect you to switch to an undead creature. You're truly a bunch of thugs. You should be executed. The battle between venerables couldn't be fought in the clear sky. Only after a moment they had cracked the void and then drilled into it one after another. Han Fei and the others were left dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai and the others also took a breath. Are we already strong enough to participate in this kind of battle? Lu Renquang poked Han Fei. Fei, can you still fight those 2 peak-level explorers? Han Fei caught up with them with a swish. Hey, you 2, don't run if you have balls. Zhang Xuanyu shouted from behind, Hey! Fei, are you really going to kill them? However, Han Fei was already gone. Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, what should we do? Luo Xiaobai, known for her intelligence, was also stunned. If it were a law enforcer, we can still fight for a while, but how are we supposed to resist 2 peak-level explorers? Even if the 2 of them only had less than 10% of their strength left, they were still no match for them. If they insisted on going up, they would only cause trouble. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's catch up with them first. With the Zhang family right in front of him, Han Fei shouted, You 2 old b****. Stards, if you keep running home, you'll implicate the ordinary people of your Zhang family. Don't blame me then. Humph. You're asking to be killed. The two of them looked at each other. As peak-level explorers, if they were chased and beaten by a peak-level law enforcer, wouldn't others laugh their heads off? As they looked back, a giant octopus darted at Han Fei. One of them said, Han Fei, to kill you, we don't even need to do anything ourselves. Han Fei grinned. You think you can kill me with a contractual spiritual beast? Then let's have another one. After that, a ball fish appeared. This was the first time Han Fei saw such a strong master using a low-level creature like a ball fish. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. The sting on this ball fish gave him a feeling of palpitation. Han Fei immediately cursed, Patriarch Thug doesn't seem reliable. They're peak-level explorers anyway. Even if they're weak now, they're contractual. Spiritual beasts won't be weak. Roar. Han Fei's figure suddenly changed in midair, and a black thunder panther more than 20 meters long appeared in the air. This scene stunned the two peak-level explorers, as well as Luo Xiaobai and the others who were chasing behind. What trick was this? Roar. Lightning flash. The thunder panther turned into an arc of lightning, and wherever it passed, thunder rumbled. Swish. 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 The sky was full of sharp spikes. Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the air in any area covered by the sharp spikes of the ballfish was blocked, which was equivalent to the power of a domain. However, this was not a problem for Han Fei. Han Fei's body trembled, and he appeared in the distance. The two peak-level explorers asked in surprise, the Yi family star teleportation technique? Han Fei didn't intend to fight the two contractual spiritual beasts. As long as he killed their master, the contractual spiritual beasts would die. Shwa. Shwa. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force fell on Han Fei through the void. It was the sucking disc of the big octopus that ignited the blood in Han Fei's body, trying to forcibly deprive him of his vitality. At the same time, a person slashed out with two sabers, carrying a scorching wave of sabers. It was a locking technique. At this moment, even if the other party's strength was less than 10% left, the power of these two blows was definitely no lower than that of an intermediate explorer. Another person summoned thousands of golden roots from the void. Wherever the grass spread, void cracks appeared. This scene sent a chill down people's spines. Roar. Han Fei turned black and white, and his body suddenly expanded in the lightning, turning into a huge ape. He held a rusty stick in his hand. Beast King technique. Under their surprised gaze, the big ape that Han Fei turned into grew to more than 50 meters high. Roar. The big ape opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, roared, and 100 running beasts suddenly appeared. Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Han Fei didn't intend to hide anything. In the battle at the gate of the Thug Academy yesterday, when he had revealed the 100 beast soul subduing roar and the heavenly void divine movement, he had some concerns. However, at this moment, a full-scale battle had already begun. After this battle, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be in the 1,000-star city. So he naturally had no scruples. Huff. Han Fei opened his giant ape mouth, and the surrounding energy gathered frantically. At this moment, something that Han Fei didn't expect happened. He saw that the rust on the embroidery needle was cracking. Ka ka ka. Han Fei saw a shiny sheen. However, at this moment, Han Fei had no time to bother with it. Bang! 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 Thousands of rod shadows poured down like waves, and the void ripples bloomed like petals. Wherever the rod touched, the saber beams shattered and the grass was destroyed. Behind them, Luo Xiaobai, who was chasing them, quickly grabbed Zhang Xuanyu and the others and retreated. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Hiss! What kind of stick technique is this? Infinite layered waves?" Jiao Yinling's eyes widened. What combat technique is this? What kind of creature is this? Lu Renquang's face was trembling. I just want to know what opportunities he encountered in the ideal palace. Isn't this too strong? Zhang Xuanyu just wanted to hit Lu Renquang with his rod. You don't even have your own memories. Why do you want to know others? At this moment, the big octopus still wanted to stick to Han Fei. However, with a casual wave of Han Fei's hand, the infinity water was extremely powerful at this moment, crazily attacking the octopus. Bang! 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 The two peak-level explorers' faces changed greatly, and they were shocked. Where did this brat learn this strange technique? One of them said, not good. This must be the legendary ancient giant ape. The three of them instantly collided. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was already extremely powerful, causing blood to flow from the two 7 orifices. However, the other party were peak-level explorers after all. Just now, although Patriarch Thug injured their foundations, their soul power was still there, which was much higher than Han Fei's. Both of them activated the soul explosion piercing technique at the same time, forcibly shattering the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. One of them shouted, "All of you, come out and kill this guy." Shwa! Shwa! In the blink of an eye, another 2 intermediate explorers tore through the void. Why were they intermediate explorers? This was because all the advanced explorers had been sent to battle by the Zhang family. Clearly, the Zhang family was scheming to send advanced explorers to participate in this kind of battle. As for the peak level experts, they should stay at home in case anything happened. Roar. Accompanied by Han Fei's low roar, a strange sound descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Jiao Yinling shouted, "Retreat." It's the 9 sounds of the Great Tao. A world phantom suddenly appeared in midair. Shwa! An extremely powerful saber burned in the air, and a sea of fire spread hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Punishing saber and fire seed attacked, shaking the void, giving the two of them no chance to tear open the void. Although the punishing saber and the fire seed were both at the peak of the law enforcer level, they were legendary and their combat power was also top notch. In fact, Han Fei wanted to summon all the 5 law enforcers out. However, the energy required was too terrifying. Han Fei could afford it, and the cost was too great. It wasn't easy for him to accumulate enough resources. Besides, what battles would come later? Han Fei didn't know. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Fei to use all his trump cards in a battle. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey King had already exerted the strength of more than 800 caddies, which was far from the limit, but both peak level explorers vomited blood. They didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. One of them shouted, "Retreat and defend the clan. Open the array." Hearing that the two were going to run, Han Fei immediately held the rod with both hands and became one with the rod. Its might was domineering, comparable to the sacrificing punch. It shook through the void, causing the void to be unstable, preventing them from tearing through the void to escape. The old man pushed away the younger peak-level explorer and roared, "Brat! Even if I die, I must take away you little devil. Explode! Hey! Roar!" Han Fei seemed to have foreseen this scene. Han Fei launched the 100-beast soul-subduing roar again. At that moment, he also used the star teleportation technique and the void lines buckled. Without giving the old man any chance, he smashed his rod at him, making the old man explode. The big octopus died with the old man. Elder Qing. Several voices roared, their eyes almost popping out, and killing intent surged in their hearts. However, Han Fei was unmoved. "You want to return to your clan to activate the mountain protecting array? You have to have the opportunity." Swish! The embroidery needle, like a pillar that held up the sky, shot straight at the Zhang family's residence. The infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and charged at the Zhang family from the other side. In such a case, if no one stopped him, the Zhang family's residence would be ruined. Would the Zhang family dare to take the bet? As he expected, a person flew out of the clan, clenched his fist, and punched the infinity water. The peak-level explorer who was about to run away turned back and shouted, "Open the array. Explode." Sacrificial punch. The area within 50 kilometers had been flattened. This was only the case when Han Fei and the others were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties. The moment the infinity water exploded, a big blue bird floated in the air. Freeze! Punishment. While the intermediate explorer was seriously injured by the infinity water, Water Luster sealed the void and punishing saber intended to kill the explorer. These two were real legendary creatures. Water Luster didn't just freeze the void, but also the soul of the strong master. Punishing saber didn't kill the explorer's body, but his soul. In addition, the sound of the 9 sounds was deafening. The intermediate explorer was beheaded on the spot. Many of the younger generation of the Zhang family were there. They were conceited. It wouldn't be a problem for a venerable to defeat the Thug Academy. Besides, some heavenly talents also knew that the second patriarch was still alive. With such a venerable guarding him, what was there to be afraid of? But who knew that things would develop to this point? Zhang Wen and Zhang Mingquan were both shocked. It had only been 2 months. But how had Han Fei grown to this point? In the family, a cute girl was looking at the sky in fear. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. At this moment, she said, "Grandpa, is brother Han Fei going to beat us?" Sigh. The person who was asked didn't know how to answer. He could only sigh. "Chow chow, go in." Han Fei heard him. However, this didn't shake his determination to plunder the Zhang family. At least, he would kill this peak-level explorer first. As for the ordinary people and innocent people, Han Fei certainly would let them go. After all, although Han Fei was ruthless, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Buzz. He had to admit that a peak-level explorer was still a peak-level explorer. After all, his physique was so strong that even if he only had less than 10% of his strength, he really couldn't kill him with a sacrificing punch. This person broke his own arm and punched the embroidery needle away. He threw another punch at the sacrificing punch, revealing the creepy white bones, but they didn't collapse. Just as Han Fei was about to attack again, the void cracked, and a white bone hand and a sword light appeared at the same time. Shocked, Han Fei immediately activated the star teleportation technique and moved horizontally. Patriarch Thug shouted, "Brat, let's not rob this family." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "I've been fighting so hard, and it's not easy for me to have such an opportunity. Why do you suddenly stop?" Han Fei gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The infinity water and the embroidery needle returned. He rushed crazily in the direction of Luo Xiaobai and the others. At this moment, he saw golden blood dripping from the void. He didn't know who was injured. However, at this moment, there was a sudden noise in the void. "Li Daxian, you won't be able to leave. Violent art." Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. "Are there still venerables here? How many venerables have already appeared in the big clans?" "There are already 7 of them, right?" A huge white bone hand wrapped the air. Han Fei and the others saw a flash before their eyes, and they had already appeared on another battlefield. When he reappeared, Han Fei found that he was standing with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Where was the Zhang family? Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. He had spent so much effort only to kill 2 explorers, not even a peak-level explorer who was seriously injured. He had planned to get the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. Now he hadn't even succeeded this time. He didn't know when he would be able to get it. However, after what happened today, Han Fei was a little shocked. How deep was the heritage of these big clans? Even though the 1,000-star city was in such a dangerous situation, they still had such terrifying combat power. However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to think at all. Because in the sky, battles were going on in all directions. Han Fei asked, "Where is this?" "Shua." Old Bai and an explorer fought out of the void and shouted, "This is outside the 3 holy lands. This is a battlefield. Don't stand in the air." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were a little stunned. What about the planned robbery and escape? All they did was just running back and forth. Except for Han Fei, who could still attack, they couldn't do anything. This made the hearts of Zhang Xuanyu and the others sink. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Now they didn't even have a chance to help. Below, near the ground, a large number of faceless men of the law enforcer realm were fighting. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Let's go down and help." Han Fei shouted, "Go." Han Fei felt that it wasn't so easy to fight explorers. However, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to fight some law enforcers? However, a voice echoed in the void, "Kill Han Fei." All of a sudden, a white-haired young man appeared with exquisite facial features and cold eyes. He pointed a finger at Han Fei. At that moment, pressure suddenly descended. Suddenly, old Han shouted angrily, "Li Daxian." White bones floated in the air, and Patriarch Thug roared, "Get lost." The big bone hand slapped at the terrifying finger mark. The void was punched out of a vortex, and the remaining power sent Han Fei flying. A voice sneered, "Li Daxian, didn't you say that you crushed the 1,000-star city alone? Why, do you only have this little power now that you've switched to an undead creature?" As he spoke, the void trembled as another huge vortex shattered the white bone hand. A huge face illuminated the sky. It felt like everyone in the world could see him. Han Fei felt that this person was too pretentious. Was he afraid that he would be forgotten? Or had he been cultivating alone for too long? That person was the 2nd patriarch of the Zhang family. He had used some unknown method to appear in advance. At that moment, Lu Renkuang roared, "Fei Fei, run." Han Guanshu's voice came into Han Fei's mind. Use the dragon diagram. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was surrounded by enemies. Gazed at by venerables, Han Fei was unusually calm at this moment. Did he have the time to use the dragon diagram? Han Fei stood still, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "Today, watch me slaughter venerables." At that moment, in Forge the Universe, millions of points of spiritual energy suddenly disappeared without a trace. On Han Fei's finger, a finger bone burst out with an overwhelming aura, dazzling and illuminating the heavens. Son of AB *TCH. Li Daxian cursed somewhere. He didn't seem to expect Han Fei to have such a weapon. However, the second patriarch of the Zhang family's expression changed drastically. A king's aura? How is that possible? However, in an instant, the finger bone transformed into a huge finger. Like a jade pillar that held up the sky, it seemed to be about to pierce through the sky. The surrounding void was instantly imprisoned. In the sky, there were dozens of battlefields. People even forgot to fight as they watched this terrifying scene. Is this the king's strike? Gulp. Old Bai swallowed. This finger is way too big. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. Because the speed was too fast and the power was too strong, almost in an instant, within hundreds of kilometers, the void energy was suddenly sucked away by it. At the same time, Chu sect, Chao family, Heavenly Sword sect, Sea Cloud Tower. The hidden powerhouses of the superforces were all shocked. Where did Han Fei get this finger bone? Did he really have the potential to become a king? The second patriarch of the Zhang family roared, "Old Demon Chu, help me." At that moment, in the void, there seemed to be a shadow of a rod extending hundreds of feet. Old Bai screamed, "Not good. Be careful of the aftershock. Block it." Buzz. Blood oozed from the corner of Han Guanshu's mouth, and he tore open the void. With a swish, he stretched out his arms and shouted, "All of you, come here." Han Guanshu took a deep look at the shocking finger. This was beyond his plan. If he had this king's finger bone, his plan might have changed. Boom. Ka ka ka. The earth-shaking finger touched the shadow of the rod, and the roar shook thousands of kilometers, shaking the entire thousand-star city. Countless cultivators were hiding at home or gathered together, looking horrified. Damn it. What's going on today? Who are the big clans fighting? The Battle of the Venerables hasn't happened in many years. It's too terrifying. Master Sea God, please don't implicate us. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Tang Ge and Mu Ling stood on the sword tower. Tang Ji's expression was extremely ugly. Although we can't see the battlefield, the people who can shake the big clans like this can only be related to the Thug Academy and foster father. Mu Ling held Tang Ji's hand and comforted him. Don't worry. It will definitely be fine. Now the two sides are probably evenly matched. Inside the Sea Cloud Tower, Xingyu and the other four weren't here to fight at all. At this moment, they were standing in front of a teleportation array. Diwu Weiguang said, "The Thug Academy probably can't stay in Thousand Star City anymore. Don't think about this battle. You have to work hard to grow up." Outside the three holy lands, a strange light flashed in the sky, and the 100-foot-long stick shadow finally failed to block the finger and exploded. Following that, a figure tore through the void in such a situation. A golden Palm was printed in the sky, and the pressure of the palm made the void within. Hundreds of kilometers sink. Han Guangqiu shouted in a low voice, Chao Tianji, old demon Chu has already taken action. Why are you still not taking action? In the sky, a huge palm blocked the king's finger, and rays of light shot out. Old Chu shouted in a low voice, Chao Tianji, if the thugs rise, how can your Chao family reach the peak? Swish. Nothing happened. The big palm was instantly filled with cracks, and the terrifying impact made the flesh and blood of the second patriarch of the Zhang family melt. This force was too strong and couldn't be resisted before he reached the peak. However, there was no response from the Chao family. They didn't seem to want to participate in this battle. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he couldn't count on others. He couldn't help but ask, Old Han, are you okay? If not, let's run first. Swish. As soon as Han Fei said so, a crack appeared in the sky, and a small red sword suddenly thrust at old Demon Chu. However, because the small sword was too small, under such power, it looked a little funny. However, no one dared to underestimate this sword. This space was held down by the sky-dissecting finger. No one else could enter, but this small sword had entered. Old Chu shouted, Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, are you going to be an enemy of our Chu sect? A voice said leisurely, Chu sect is too domineering. It's time for you to stop. Others can become kings, but you, Old Chu, can't. You want to suppress Thousand Star City? Then don't blame me for drawing my sword and slashing the sky. Han Guangqiu's eyes flickered, and he drew an array with one hand to protect everyone. As for him, he stepped into the sky, holding a book in his hand. Under the watch of Han Fei and everyone else, the book opened, and the golden light dazzled the sky. There was a small red sword on the left, a strange scroll on the right, and the sky-dissecting finger in the middle, all darting at the old man in the sky. Han Guangqiu's voice was still elegant, and he smiled faintly. The sword. Master wants to draw his sword and slash the sky. Then I'll try to kill you. Old Chu's hair fluttered in anger, and a big snake appeared behind him, spewing green flames. Old Chu shouted, just with the half volume of the Great Tao book. Are you qualified? In Han Fei's shocked gaze, he saw the golden light spewing out of the book transform into a sharp claw, which seemed to be a bird's sharp claw, grabbing at the giant snake. Ding! The small red sword was blocked by Old Chu with one hand. In the surrounding 100 kilometers, the void was full of cracks. The sword might didn't decrease as it pressed forward inch by inch. And the bird's claw had already torn apart the blue light all over the sky and grabbed at the giant snake. With a rip, a large piece of flesh was torn off from the snake's body. Golden blood splashed across the sky. Humph! 7 major sects, our Chu sect, will remember this grudge. The void exploded as a void rift appeared behind Old Chu. The latter took a step back. He couldn't save the second patriarch of the Zhang family. The second patriarch of the Zhang family shouted angrily, Old Demon Chu. Bang! The sky-dissecting finger, whose power had been greatly reduced, finally hit the second patriarch of the Zhang family. The latter burned his essence blood and resisted with all his strength, and his arms were melting. Pfft! At this moment, while the second patriarch of the Zhang family was still roaring, a white bone palm had penetrated deep into his body at some point. The flesh and blood of the second patriarch of the Zhang family were rapidly drying up. He. You underestimate the undead creature that I've switched to. When I suck you dry, I can restore 10% of my strength. Boom. Crack. A red skymark appeared in the sky. In an instant, heavy rain poured down. Bright red like blood. At this moment, a venerable died. At this moment, on the ghost ship in the level 3 fishery, a faceless man suddenly looked up at the sky. When he saw the rain of blood, he immediately shouted, "Take action and suppress the dragon boats." Roar. Second brother. Ledaxian, I'm gonna kill you. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky-dissecting finger was melting, and the space around him opened again. A venerable struck out and blasted Patriarch Thug into the void. Han Guanshu frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Son, open the dragon diagram." Han Fei shivered. Did they call me? It seems so. There was only one dragon diagram that Han Guanshu mentioned, which was the one he gave him in the Scattered Stars prison. It was an array map that old. Han seemed to have painted for a long time. Clatter. Han Fei took out the map without hesitation, and the long dragon diagram spread out in midair. Roar. The moment the diagram was unfolded, a dragon roared in the sky, and golden light spots flew around. Almost at the same time, two venerables arrived. Han Fei didn't know who these two people were. Anyway, since old Han asked him to open the dragon diagram, so be it. At this moment, Han Fei saw a huge dragon shadow surrounding him. Shoot! An azure dragon? Han Fei was stunned. He knew this guy. Wasn't this the azure dragon in the Blue Sea Soul realm? Why did old Han draw this dragon? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't old Han drawing an array? But why did it become a dragon at this moment? Han Guanshu stepped on the dragon head, and the book in his hand floated in front of him, enveloped in golden light. King slash. Roar. Dragon roar, suppressed souls. In the Great Tao book, a wing cut through the void. All the spectators, including the explorers, were dazzled by the attack. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Ah. Rumble. In the sky, a second red mark bloomed, and another venerable died. Old Han said slowly, "The Birdman of the Yi family, you can't escape me. The Tao runes have sealed the space, and you still wanted to use the star teleportation technique? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Only at this moment did Han Fei know that the one who died was the venerable from the Yi family. Gulp. Han Fei, including Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, swallowed hard. A venerable. That's AF * King Venerable. Two of them died so easily? Humph. Han Guanshu, show me what you've got. I'd like to see what else you've got. The old demon of the Chu sect ran out again. This time even Han Fei's face changed. Old Chu was extremely insidious. Just now, he couldn't resist the sky dissecting finger and the attacks of the two venerables, so he left the Zhang family's venerable behind and ran away. Now, when the sky dissecting finger was gone and old Han killed another one, he appeared? Was there anyone more insidious than him? Han Guanshu extended his hand and said, "Sword Master, may I borrow your sword?" Swish. A long red sword appeared in old Han's hand. This guy, holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other, charged into the sky. In the end, Han Guanshu glanced at Old Bai. "You can go now." Old Bai asked in surprise, "There is still a venerable left." Patriarch Thug's voice rumbled. "Leave him to me. Go." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At this moment, the situation was weird. It could only be said that everyone here was a tough guy. The only remaining venerable was the patriarch of the Yang family. He was so scared just now that he almost peed his pants. Han Guangqu's terrifying blow wasn't much weaker than that big finger. Fortunately, it was targeted at the Yi family's birdman. Otherwise, he would have died. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yang family rubbed his head and was about to kill his way out of the void when he saw the white bone hand grab at him, forcing him to fight. The asterisk starred, Li Daxian, you think you can fight two alone? We should have crushed your bones back then so that you couldn't even become an undead creature. He. I once crushed the entire 1,000-star city. Do you think you can kill me? However, there were still many explorers. Someone shouted, everyone, hunt the younger generation of disciples of the Thug Academy. Han Fei must die. Han Fei immediately roared, who the F***ck is talking? If you have balls, say it in front of me. I'm going to dig up your ancestors' tomb. There were no venerables on this battlefield anymore, but dozens of explorers appeared. Among them, there were faceless people and people from big clans. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 peak-level explorers fighting. Old Bai shouted, follow me. It seemed that Old Bai had arranged a retreat. No matter what, in today's battle in the 1,000-star city, the Thug Academy had shocked the entire 1,000-star city. From now on, the name of the Thug Academy would be remembered by everyone. After all, if the death of 2 venerables couldn't leave a deep impression, what else could? However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others weren't in a good situation. Just from what Han Fei saw, there were 3 explorers besieging him. Han Fei knew one of them. Wasn't that Chu Nanfeng? This guy had the strength of a peak-level explorer. As for the other 2, one was an advanced explorer and the other was an intermediate explorer. Han Fei didn't panic at all if they were only intermediate explorers. However, he really couldn't defeat advanced explorers in his current state. At most, he could only hold them back. Chu Nanfeng shouted, by Kongi, are you surprised that Jiang Daqian didn't come? I knew that old brat was setting up an array to give you a way out. Therefore, I specially sent someone to stop him. Old Bai's face changed drastically. Chu Nanfeng, do you think the 3 of you can stop me? Chu Nanfeng smiled coldly. If Han Guangqu were here, I wouldn't have come. However, you, Bai Kongi, aren't qualified yet. As he said this, Chu Nanfeng shouted, I'll hold back Bai Kongi. No matter if it's Han Fei, kill all of them. Buzz. The 2 explorers took action. Han Fei's face changed greatly, and he shouted, Xiao Bai, you go first. Someone sneered. Can you leave? Roar. The advanced explorer still wanted to attack, but Han Fei roared and used the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. This time, he didn't wait at all. He simply turned into the big ape, activated the devil change, beast king technique, and absorbed the surrounding energy. With the war body, a dull roar burst out of Han Fei's mouth, punishing saber, water luster, come out. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 sounds of the great Tao appeared, and Han Fei wanted to use the same trick. He stopped the advanced explorer, and punishing saber and water luster cooperated to kill the intermediate explorer. Faced with Han Fei's current state, the advanced explorer was slightly moved. How could a person's strength increase so much in such a short period of time? In fact, Han Fei was no longer relying on devil change to increase his Strength. Since he became a peak-level law enforcer, the improvement of the secret method of devil change had become 4 times, which was not as good as before. And the improvement of the Beast King technique was nearly 5 times, which could almost replace devil change. The war body and the indestructible body, which was close to the 4th level, made Han Fei's physique and strength reach their peak state. Otherwise, it was impossible for Han Fei to have the ability to resist an intermediate explorer. Humph. You are only a peak-level law enforcer after all. No matter how much you improve, you can't stop me. Bang. Han Fei struck back with his rod. The embroidery needle shattered the void and smashed at the advanced explorer, and an array appeared on the rod. Void Saber Array. The man shook his shoulders and took out his armor box, and thousands of knife lights floated in the sky. Fuse! Han Fei roared, and his eyes turned black and white. Ignoring the knife array, he activated the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks and smashed his rod down at such a fast speed that shadows of rods filled the sky. Bang! 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 Ding ding ding. Shield fight. The advanced explorer reacted very quickly. He immediately discovered the power of the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Not daring to let Han Fei continue, he directly summoned dozens of shields and rammed forward. Bang! In the end, he was defeated in strength and was knocked away. However, after fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's mind was very clear. Seeing that the 9 sounds of Great Tao didn't trap the intermediate explorer, Punishing Saber seemed to only cut off one of his arms. The man slashed at Zhang Xuanyu and the others. The draw. The embroidery needle hadn't acknowledged him yet, so he couldn't exert its power, but Snowmorn had already acknowledged him. Therefore, under this blow, the sky changed, and the sword shadows tore the sky and the earth apart. Seeing this, Water Luster immediately tweeted and froze the air within dozens of kilometers. Chi La. The intermediate explorer wanted to tear the void, but he found that his soul reaction was too slow. When he turned his head back, intending to resist, Punishing Saber tore through the air and slashed at him. This person took out a lobster to block it. However, when Snowmorn swept over, he was directly killed. Of course, Han Fei did pay a price. Launching the attack to kill this intermediate explorer, he could hardly defend himself. When he wanted to do that, a mountain-like boulder pressed down on him. Rumble. Han Fei was hit by the mountain. However, in an instant, the infinity water shot out and exploded. Lu Renquang, who was running wildly in the distance, shouted, "Ultimate defense!" Luo Xiaobai shouted, "On the ground." Luo Xiaobai knew that under such circumstances, she couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei. They were too weak, and this battle had already exceeded the scope of their abilities. How could the advanced explorer expect that Han Fei had such a terrifying method as the infinity water? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure was already terrifying enough. Now that the infinity water exploded, he had to defend himself. Even so, he was still blown up and his 3 shields were broken. Unfortunately, the infinity water's power wouldn't increase with the strength of Han Fei's secret technique. After all, it only matched the strength of Han Fei, who was at the peak of the law enforcer realm. It was probably just barely considered a high-quality divine weapon. It was very likely that even if it hadn't reached this level, it wouldn't really be able to shake an advanced explorer. Moo. Han Fei hit the ground, making a huge pit as blood oozed from his 7 orifices. However, Han Fei turned into a unicorn rhinoceros. Both of them were bulls. Han Fei chose the unicorn rhinoceros, which was the best in the Beast King Valley in terms of brutal force. After all, the other party was an armorist. If the other party was a manipulator, Han Fei would turn into a water buffalo and strengthen the law of gravity. I'm gonna kill you. Han Fei transformed into hundreds of one-horned rhinoceros shadows that soared into the sky and crashed brutally at the advanced explorer. So fast. What surprised the advanced explorer was not that Han Fei had changed again, but that he was so big. How did he do it so quickly? The person said angrily, no matter how many means you have, you can't shake an advanced explorer in the end. Shield Mountain, suppress. Rumble. In the void, Han Fei's big horn broke through 2 shields in a row, almost piercing the lungs of the advanced explorer. The man shouted angrily, go catch the remaining people of the Thug Academy and force them to surrender. Roar. The 100-beast soul-quelling roar was activated, directly suppressing his voice. The law of gravity suddenly descended, directly crushing this person into the ground like a meteor. It was impossible to kill this advanced explorer in a short period of time. The void lines were almost useless against such a guy. His soul power was no weaker than yours, and he might have a soul treasure. Han Fei didn't continue to fight. He turned around and ran towards Luo Xiaobai and the others. As he was running, Han Fei's feet were gone, but a pair of wings appeared. Now he turned into a sky-swimming falcon? Since he learned the Beast King technique, Han Fei had never changed like today. The sky-swimming falcon plus the heavenly void divine movement technique was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had traveled hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, a faceless man tore the void and shouted, I'll block the one behind. Go to the east. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately shouted, come on up. Han Fei flew at a low altitude, and Luo Xiaobai jumped on his back at a high speed. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, Fei, how did you become that bird in the underground city? What combat skill is this? Lu Renquang trembled. That's horrible. We should have left from the beginning. Instead of robbing the Zhang family. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Idiot, we've already robbed them. Although we didn't succeed, we killed a venerable and 2 peak-level explorers. Isn't it worth it? Han Fei said, shut up. I'm escaping. Buzz. All of a sudden, the void twisted, and Han Fei appeared 100 meters away and continued to rush forward. In the place he had just passed, a void hand reached out. F***CK. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. I was startled. I couldn't see anything at this speed. Luo Xiaobai said, to the east is the place to go to the sky meditation garden. Han Fei's heart stirred. The sky meditation garden? That's my sister's garden. Instantly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The way out must be in the sky meditation garden. Old Han must be very familiar with this place. Therefore, Patriarch Thug had brought them here. Unfortunately, things didn't last long. After only flying for less than 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly sensed danger and twisted space. However, as soon as he turned around, danger arrived. At that moment, an array appeared in Han Fei's eyes. As he flapped his wings, Luo Xiaobai and the others entered an array and appeared more than 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, Han Fei could only activate such short-distance teleportation. Erase now. Crack. The moment Luo Xiaobai and the others entered the array, Han Fei was slapped. Dozens of kilometers away, his bones broken and blood spurting out. If he couldn't even withstand a single blow, this guy must be a peak level explorer. A figure walked out of the void rift and glanced at Han Fei. You can't leave today. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Seeing this person, Han Fei found that this person seemed to be injured, but not seriously. There was only a knife light emitting knife intent on his chest. When Han Fei saw this person, his eyes almost popped out. What are the faceless men doing? Why did they let out another peak-level explorer? The man seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and couldn't help but laugh. The people who tried to stop me are already dead. Since we've completely fallen out, who can resist our Chu sect? Han Fei, die. Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated, but the Chu family cultivator took out a large bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shakes the world. The man chuckled. I know you have a weird soul attack method. Let's see how my soul-quelling bell works. Clang. 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 The 100-beast phantoms were exploding one after another. With each beast phantom that was shattered, more blood oozed out of Han Fei's mouth. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, Father. The person from Chu sect subconsciously turned his head, but immediately knew that he had been tricked. At this moment, the void in front of him shook, and Han Fei had already twisted the void and escaped 1,000 meters away. Humph. Do you really think you can resist a peak-level explorer? Big Bell Great Dao. Han Fei knew that it was not good. He subconsciously tried to use the star teleportation technique to get rid of the weird bell. But in the next second, he discovered that the star teleportation technique was useless. The Chu sect powerhouse sneered. I'm already half a step into the Dao. How? Can I give you a chance to escape? Han Fei was shocked. Is this person a half-venerable? At that moment, Han Fei's first reaction was to use the Supreme Yin-Yang wheel. However, reason told him that even if he used the Supreme Yin-Yang wheel, it wasn't enough. It was impossible for him to cross such a huge realm to defeat this person. No one responded, and the peak-level explorer attacked very quickly. He had a single horn on his head, his fingers became sharp, and he directly broke the void. There was no telling what spiritual beast he had fused with. Demon King contract. Han Fei roared. When there was an absolute gap in strength, Han Fei couldn't care so much. In this situation, he either died or used all his trump cards. There was no other way than fighting a desperate battle. The sharp claws in the air had just reached half a meter in front of Han Fei, and were about to succeed. Suddenly, a black fog rose from Han Fei's body, and wherever the sharp claws touched, the black fog condensed into a scale. Bedeviled? The Chu family powerhouse shouted, so what? Open up. Chi La. The ear-splitting sound of claws clashing echoed, which sounded extremely creepy. Buzz. Unfortunately, the Chu family's strong master didn't get what he wanted. Because the black gas on Han Fei's body became more and more intense. Behind him, large swaths of black fog rose. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai and the others were horrified. They saw a huge black claw trying to extend from behind Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai suddenly felt refreshed. For some reason, she felt that she had seen this scene somewhere. Jiao Yinling wanted to approach him, but Luo Xiaobai stopped her and shouted. This is a sign of bedevilment. Wait. However, before they stayed long, they saw 5 or 6 law enforcers pouncing at them. Zhang Xuanyu roared, beat them first. Son of AB****, what's going on here? Great sky swallowing technique. Seal. Roar. The corners of Han Fei's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. As for the palm, full of black gas, it suddenly grabbed the hand of the Chu family's strong master. The other party's hand withered at a visible speed. The Chu family powerhouse was horrified as he had suddenly aged dozens of years. Pfft. He severed one of his arms and tried to escape through the void in horror. However, this time he was dumbfounded. Just now, it was Han Fei who couldn't run away, but now he couldn't. He. I've finally returned. Endless black fog began to envelop the void. The Chu family powerhouse shouted in horror. He found that his body couldn't move. This was impossible. Even if the other party was a peak-level venerable, it was impossible for him to instantly freeze the void. Yes, this was not sealing the void, but locking down the void. At this moment, no speck of dust here had any spiritual energy or energy. Everything was imprisoned. Han Fei said with a heavy voice, I knew that you couldn't resist the temptation of power. From now on, you will become a reincarnation of this Emperor. This is your glory. Oh, rich vitality, give it to me. Ah. The Chu family powerhouse felt a chill down his spine. From his body to his soul, he was extremely terrified. His vitality was stripped away inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, his skin began to dry up as if he had aged hundreds of years. However, at this moment, black and white light flashed in Han Fei's eyes. 3 golden pages floated out of Han Fei's body. At that moment, the black gas sizzled. Roar. F***ck off. You think a mere 3-page Dao Rune heavenly book can suppress me twice? Han Fei's body was trembling crazily. He frowned and let out a low growl. The weird voice came from Han Fei's mouth again. Boy, give up struggling. I'll give you eternal life. Roar. F***ck off. Absorb. 2 small vines extended from between Han Fei's eyebrows, and one of them had withered. The vine was yellow and withered when Han Fei deduced the 6th level of void. Fishing. At this moment, in an instant, green light dazzled. The billowing black gas was crazily absorbed by the vine. The withered root gradually restored its color, and cyan mist circulated on the vine. What's that? Get lost. Ah. The black fog began to collapse. The black fog seemed to be trying to shrink into Han Fei's body. However, under the crazy swallowing of the demon purification pot, the black gas entered Han Fei's body and was sucked out again. For a moment, the eyes of all the strong masters in the Thousand-Star City were focused on this space. However, the great Tao here was chaotic, and a terrifying Tao charm was born, blocking everyone's vision. Open! A sky-reaching fist mark smashed out of the void, leaving a big hole in the chest of a venerable. Qi La. Ran Tianfei tore the venerable apart. Having no time to think about it, he grabbed at the void where Han Fei was. Han Guanchu's expression changed slightly. The golden light on the great Tao book dazzled. He shook off old Chu and stepped into the air. Patriarch Thug exploded 5 big skeleton hands and also disappeared in the void. Buzz. A rotten body crawled out of the black fog. Who else could it be but the peak level explorer of the Chu family? At this moment, he was about to pee. He had thought that he could kill Han Fei easily. Who could have expected that Han Fei's body contained great horror? If it weren't for Han Fei's own problem, he would have been drained by the black mist in a couple of seconds. Even so, he was seriously injured and had lost more than half of his lifespan. Even if he found a way to treat himself, he might not be able to recover. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed out of the black fog, he saw Ren Tianfei. At that time, he couldn't have felt worse. He had just left the tiger's den and then entered the wolf's den. How could Ren Tianfei have the time to care about him now? He just glanced at him and casually pressed down. This person directly exploded, his body shattered. Ren Tianfei stepped into the black fog. Huh? Ren Tianfei looked at his arms, which were slightly aging. However, he didn't care at all as he activated the indestructible body and vitality was reproduced. The 2 venerables who were chasing Ren Tianfei also wanted to rush into the black fog, but as soon as they entered, they found that their vitality and flesh were being drained. Immediately, the 2 retreated. Their physique was incomparable to Ren Tianfei's. They were just ordinary venerables. And this black fog clearly exceeded the limits of ordinary venerables. Oh boy, let that little vine go back. We can talk. Damn it, did you hear what I said? Ah. Crack. With a crack, something seemed to be broken. At that moment, the entire sky turned red, a rain of blood poured down, and the sound of breaking echoed 1,000,000 kilometers away. In the next moment, the infinite black gas immediately became thin, and the black shadow disappeared without a trace. When Ren Tianfei arrived, he found that a green light was retracted between Han Fei's eyebrows. At the same time, there seemed to be a shadow in the black fog, but he didn't know where it went. Ren Tianfei's heart stirred. Before everyone arrived, he picked up Han Fei with one hand and threw him to Luo Xiaobai and the others. Keep running. After that, Ren Tianfei extended his hand into the void. Old Bai was making slapping postures and seemed to be fighting someone. He was directly pulled out of the void. Ren Tianfei said, "Protect them." After that, Ren Tianfei grinned ferociously. It seems that if I don't kill one of them today, you will forget my ability. Primordial Chaos Heaven-breaking hand. A black palm slapped out infinite white light, grabbing the venerable who had just been reborn. Rumble. The big hand and the venerable's body exploded at the same time. Crack. Another red mark appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. Haha. Who else? Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing as if he was being dragged. The bumpy ride almost shook his brains out. There seemed to be noise in his ears. When Han Fei opened his eyes in a daze, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Old Bai? Go. The hoarse yell echoed between the heavens and earth. The dark veil before Han Fei's eyes seemed to be suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was in the middle of the sky. Han Fei lowered his head, only to find that he was at least thousands of feet from the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had attached to him. Its huge wings were opened, and blood was dripping from them. Suddenly, a knife light spanning 1,000 meters passed above Han Fei's head. Han Fei was horrified and looked up, only to find that there was a great Battle in the sky. Old Bai was besieged by a group of people, who were all ferocious. In the sky. Several huge spiritual beasts flew across the sky, blocking the sun. F***ck. Han Fei was horrified. He had seen this scene before. He saw this scene when he climbed the altar at the bottom of the steps into the sea. While Han Fei was stunned, he saw that Zhang Xuanyu had appeared beside him. What are you waiting for? Run! Han Fei immediately grabbed Zhang Xuanyu, twisted his body, and appeared dozens of meters away. Shua! A sword chi that swept across suddenly penetrated the place where he was just now. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't know if he was attacked at all. He only felt that he was. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. So fast. Han Fei, on the other hand, was horrified. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Xuanyu had been pierced through just now. Immediately afterward, a hand fell from the sky. Han Fei watched a sword-wielding powerhouse being slapped to death by this. Slap. Old Bai shouted, "Take these children away." Hey, the family guy, don't you want a son-in-law? Take them. Han Fei suddenly realized something and quickly looked up, only to see that Zhang Xuanyu had been taken away by a big hand. He didn't know that person. But he was so handsome and seemed to be on par with Zhang Xuanyu. Old Bai shouted again, "Only one? Take the damn fatty away too." On the other side, Lu Renkuang appeared below, crying, "I'm not leaving." Han Fei frowned and looked into the void. An old man with an unshaven face drew a huge arc in the sky and stood in front of Lu Renkuang. In the next moment, Han Fei twisted his body again and dodged a fist mark. Huh? Some people seemed to be suspicious that they failed to hit Han Fei. Han Fei activated the heavenly void divine movement and thrust a high-quality divine weapon into the sky. Han Fei roared, "President, run!" However, before Han Fei could do anything, Old Bai slapped him away. "What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here!" Old Bai roared and charged at the sky with his divine weapon. Below, Han Fei came back to his senses, and a faceless man rushed over and took off his mask. "Mr. Xiaozhan?" Xiaozhan shouted in a low voice, "Remember to take revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" Boom. Before Xiaozhan answered, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. In the sky, Old Bai detonated himself. "Old Bai, President." "Wait, something is not right." Han Fei frowned. "Why didn't you detonate the divine weapon, but yourself?" Was this old man pretending? Xiaozhan grabbed Han Fei with one hand, trying to throw him away, but Han Fei was unwilling to let him do so. As he recalled, Xiaozhan was about to blow himself up. Han Fei clasped Xiaozhan and appeared on the battlefield below with a swish. The two rushed forward. Soon, Han Fei found Wenrenyu, who was fighting a law enforcer. Roar. The law enforcer was killed by the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Han Fei grabbed Wenrenyu and shouted, "Mr. Xiaozhan, where are you going?" Wenrenyu shouted, "Han Fei, let go." Han Fei said, "Cut the crap and run." Wenrenyu roared, "Wrong direction. Pass diagonally." At this moment, in the sky, a cold voice echoed, "The Thug Academy defies the heavens. You deserve to be punished." A voice echoed, "Today, I'll wipe out all your teachers and students." Someone shouted, "You want to kill me? Don't you know what you are?" One after another, people Han Fei didn't know appeared in the sky, on the ground, and above the city. The sky was overcast, a rain of blood was falling, and explosions were ceaseless. Wenren shouted, Han Fei, let go. We have a way out. Han Fei shouted, liar. Wenren was speechless, took out a jade slip, and showed it to Han Fei. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a teleportation array. Wenren said, did you see that? Let go. Han Fei was lost for words. Why did it feel different from what he remembered? Something was wrong. Was the prediction he saw wrong? Suddenly, Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and Jiao Ling in the distance. Jiao Ling was flying towards him. Xiaozhan said, Han Fei, go by yourself. Our paths are different. Get lost. Han Fei realized that it didn't seem right. He didn't see many pictures back then, but the explosion of old by just now was too strange. Could it be that it was a way for them to escape? Han Fei asked, teachers, are you going to blow yourselves up? Wenren scolded, what are you thinking? I haven't lived half my life yet. Hearing that, Han Fei immediately let go and flashed through the void. He seemed to have made a mistake. Han Fei grabbed Jiao Ling and ran, while he looked at Luo Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Let's go. Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. We'll be separated for now. You go by yourself. I'll go back to my family. Knife light and sword light flashed around him. Han Fei stepped on the array. And the infinity water swept over, directly killing 2 law enforcers. Chi La. 7 sword beams swept over. Han Fei's heart stirred. Sword 7 from the War Soul realm? No, the other party is an explorer. Han Fei pushed Jiao Ling away, snowmorn in hand, and slashed through the void. Luo Xiaobai took the opportunity to throw a spherical seed into the sky. Boom! In a flash of white light, the opponent's explorer's long stick broke through the air. Han Fei thought to himself, how can this attack cause trouble for me? However, before Han Fei flew away, a large swath of spider silk suddenly appeared within a kilometer. Boom! He was about to perform star teleportation, when he realized that Jiao Ling was still behind him. Immediately, he roared, stepped on the great coiled turtle array, and threw out the sacrificing punch, punching a hole in the silk net. And Han Fei was hit by the long stick. Boom! When the opponent's divine weapon exploded, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown away. In his dizziness, Han Fei heard someone shouting, no, this kid's physique is too strong. We have to kill him with soul attack. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his head was a mess, and he seemed to see Jiao Ling drawing a teleportation array with one hand. Then, he seemed to see the shadow of a big turtle, which was full of black gas. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt his vision go dark as if he had been hit by something. Then he fell like a shooting star across the sky. At that moment, he felt that his bones were shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and he vomited mouthfuls of blood. After a long time, Old Bai's voice came to his ears, what's wrong with this kid? Jiao Ling said weakly, he was injured by an explorer. Old Jiang shouted, go. In the end, Han Fei survived 99% of the battle, only to be heavily wounded by the Demon King contract. At this moment, Han Fei's mind was still in a mess. In his dizziness, he was standing in a void. In front of him was an old turtle. This turtle was ugly and black all over. Other turtles' heads looked like snake heads, but this one's head looked like a crocodile's head. Its eyes were staring forward like 2 big F** king car lights. When the big turtle saw Han Fei, it roared, asshole, thief, return my great Dow to me. You brat, you called me over and I borrowed your power, but you tried to swallow me. Hanfei was stunned. Wait, who are you? Suddenly, Hanfei remembered something and his eyes widened. F***CK, are you the old monster behind the Demon King contract? Hanfei remembered. At that time, this old thing seemed to want to swallow his soul. Hanfei bared his teeth and suddenly saw the demon purification pot floating in the air. The two small vines swayed slightly, emitting green fluorescence. Immediately, Hanfei realized that he was probably in a very special state. Was he communicating with this turtle with his spiritual senses? Why did this turtle come into his body and be suppressed by the demon purification pot? Yes, I'm fighting. Jiuyin Ling saved me. And old Jiang. Hanfei immediately confirmed that he was asleep. He immersed his spiritual senses into his mind and talked to this turtle. He wondered how the battle outside was going. It was a mess. They didn't know who was fighting whom. Especially the last melee, it was simply a mess. Zhang Xuanyu had probably been taken away by Yi Xinyan's parents. And Fatty was taken away by someone too. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had gone home. Then, where was he? However, he didn't care anymore. He should be safe now. Hanfei sneered. He glanced at the big black turtle and said in disdain, "This is the first time I've seen such an ugly turtle. Old turtle, are you really worthy of being called an emperor?" The old turtle roared with bloodshot eyes, "Brat, you came to me first. I saved your life, and your life should have been mine." Ouch. Hanfei rubbed his ears and thought of something. The Demon King contract was deduced by the demon purification pot. It seemed that he had to deduce secret techniques more carefully in the future. Hearing what the old turtle said, Hanfei curled his lips. You saved my life? I, Hanfei, am going to be a king. Do I need you to save my life? Even if you saved my life, so what? You don't look like a good person at all. Calabash. Suck it up. Hey. Boy, don't go too far. Let's talk nicely. Let's calm down. Hanfei sneered. Now you know you should calm down? Why did you do that earlier? Hanfei urged the demon purification pot to suck the old B***starred to death. But it didn't move. Huh? I've suppressed it. Can't you suck it to death? The old turtle looked nervous. Boy, what are you thinking? Let me tell you. Don't try playing tricks on me, or I'll die with you. Hanfei glanced at the turtle contemptuously. Hey, you're too confident. Calabash, absorb now. Hey, don't. I was just kidding. Hanfei held his head high. Heh. Such a coward. Why do you call yourself Emperor? Tell me, where are you from? The turtle stared at Hanfei with bloodshot eyes, as if it felt something was wrong. Hanfei frowned. Why are you staring at me? Do you know whose territory you are in? Calabash, suck. Enough, B***starred, stop calling Calabash. You can't control the Calabash, can you? If you could, you would have sucked me to death long ago. Humans are truly shameless. Hanfei pretended to be furious. What did you say? I can't control my Calabash? If I can't control it, why were you sucked like this? You don't believe me, do you? Fine, let me show you what I'm capable of. Abracadabra. Then, Han Fei found that the big turtle was looking at him as if he were an idiot. Humph. Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't bicker with you. You don't seem to be weak. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to have a powerful background, I would have sucked you to death." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. If he had known this would happen, he would have been calmer and done it better. Han Fei stopped pretending and spread his hands. "Okay, enough talking. Tell me, who are you? Where are you from?" The big turtle said leisurely, "I am the ancient Yuan Emperor. Pay attention to what you say. As for where I come from? Even if I tell you, you don't know. If you hadn't practiced the Demon King contract I left behind, do you think I would have come?" Han Fei sneered. "You seem quite willing. Let me think about it. I'm a bit confused." Are you going to give me strength? And you're going to give me eternal life. Come on, give me some first. The big turtle. Han Fei sneered. "Look, you broke your word. Give me strength? If it weren't for the fact I lacked some strength, I wouldn't have used your Demon King contract." Although Han Fei said that, his mind was racing. It seemed that this old turtle had a powerful background. The Demon King contract was a venerable level secret technique. Whoever could create such a secret technique had to be at least a venerable. Besides, this old turtle kept calling itself emperor. Was he really an emperor? But that didn't sound right. He had never heard of the emperor realm. Could there be an emperor above the king realm? But then he realized that something was wrong. The king realm was just a name. The real realm was sea expansion. Above that was the sky opening, right? Emperor? Beast Emperor. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Big turtle, I don't care who you are or how strong you used to be. However, you are in my territory now. If you are of no value to me, then we will still fall out in the future. Therefore, you have to tell me some useful things. For example, what are the realms above the sea? Expansion realm? Which level are the emperors? Where are you from? Do you have any way to obtain power? I don't have many problems. Anyway, we have a long time to come." If looks could kill, Han Fei felt that he would have been killed by the big scarlet eyes of the big turtle. However, at this moment, he didn't panic at all. This turtle should be a strong master. If he used it well, he might have one more helper in the future. The old turtle said in a low voice, "Didn't your parents tell you not to be too curious? You are only a peak-level law enforcer. What's the use of asking about realms above the king level? As for the emperor level, it's a level that's beyond your imagination." Han Fei sneered. "Are you sure you're talking to me like this? Can't you see that I'm going to be a king?" The big turtle gnashed its teeth. It probably wanted to swallow the narcissistic Han Fei in one bite. However, under the eaves, he had to lower his head. He said leisurely, "Boy, even if you have the bearing of a king, you have to transcend the small heavenly tribulation first. As for the realm you mentioned, a king establishes the sea, an emperor opens up the sky, a monarch lives forever, and a god fuses with the Tao. Every realm has infinite contents. Even if you know the realms Well now, so what? You can't understand them at all, it will only increase your burden. Han Fei's heart did a flip. F***ck. There are still so many realms to go. I'm still so far away from becoming a king. When will I reach the explorer and venerable realm? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, are you really an emperor? The big turtle immediately roared, of course. Brat, return my great Tao to me. Roar. Han Fei couldn't help sighing and glanced at the demon purification pot. Wow. This pot can even eat the great Tao of others. Where is the demon purification pot from? Isn't it too powerful? Han Fei knew very little about the demon purification pot. Under normal circumstances, in addition to the need for it during deduction, there was also forge the universe where things could be placed. Except for those, it didn't seem to be useful. Refining? I've acquired the 100-war divine hammer. As long as I have enough materials, refining divine weapons is a piece of cake for me. Han Fei said in disdain, hey. Stop yelling. You want to swallow me, don't you? If you don't swallow me, how can your Tao be gone? It's all your fault. Now tell me where you come from. Han Fei was about to continue to talk with this big turtle, when he suddenly stumbled and a voice sounded in his mind, Han Fei, wake up. Brat. Pa. 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 In the void, Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing as if he was being slapped. With a flash in front of his eyes, a dazzling light shone into his eyes. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw a plain-looking village girl and an old man with a wrinkled face staring at him. And the old man even wanted to slap him. Han Fei hurried to stop him. Wait, who are you? The old man yelled, do you not know who I am? Huh? Old Jiang? Old Jiang snorted. At least you have a conscience. I worked so hard to get you out. Han Fei glanced at the village girl again and took a breath. Jiuyin Ling? Jiuyin Ling nodded with a smile, as if she had been worried sick. Han Fei sat up with a swish. Old Jiang, where are we? What about the 1,000 Star City? What about old Han, Ren Tianfei, and our unreliable patriarch? Old Jiang was about to slap him again. Who do you call an unreliable patriarch? It's Patriarch Thug. Han Fei remembered the patriarch who had become a big skeleton and sighed. I thought he was the demon king. Where is old Han? Old Jiang said, you don't have to worry about that. The situation in the 1,000-star city is very complicated. Your father ran away, so did Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei. Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Hey, old Jiang. What's going on here? Why did you suddenly start the war with the big clans? Why did you ask us to go to the 1,000-star city? Old Jiang clicked his tongue. It's mainly because we want you to be bait. We're going to wait a few years before launching this revenge war. Who knew that you would cause such a great uproar just a few days after you left? Now, you can even kill an explorer? Han Fei automatically ignored the latter half of old Jiang's words and stared at old Jiang. Be bait? Why? Old Jiang said triumphantly, first of all, it's naturally for revenge. After all, we have to avenge the Thug Academy. We have to settle accounts with those big clans and make them remember that the Thug Academy is not to be trifled with. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart, this is The typical style of villains. The Avengers shocked the world and killed 3 venerables in one day. Half of the strong masters in the Thousand-Star City were killed. However, this didn't matter. After all, those big clans didn't care about anything. All they knew was how to make money, and how to go to the heavenly palace. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the second purpose? Old Jiang snorted. Besides taking revenge, we'll also smooth out the obstacles for you and kill some of them first. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to enter the heavenly palace. The main reason is that there are too many strong masters. If we don't take the opportunity to kill some of them, it will be very difficult for you to have any chance in the future. You have attracted all their attention. Do you really think that if you can really become a king, those venerables can leave you alone? Of course they will find a way to kill you. Han Fei was speechless. Are you not afraid that I'll really be killed? Old Jiang waved his hand. On the path of cultivation, who doesn't have no disasters? You've passed them, haven't you? Han Fei. Old Jiang said leisurely, as for the third point. Han Fei's eyes widened. There's a third point? Old Jiang smiled contemptuously. Do you think we did all these just for fun? Old Jiang said proudly, after this battle, the 36 towns and the Level 3 fishery belong to us. With the death of the venerables, no matter how bold they are, they won't dare to leave the Thousand-Star City. If they dare to come out, I guarantee that their home will be gone. Han Fei. Old Jiang smiled and said, the fourth point is to send Patriarch Thug to the Monument of Gods, by the way. This matter has been settled. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Is there still a fifth? Old Jiang said, isn't the fifth trying to save you? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Compared to these old foxes, I'm too simple-minded. However, Han Fei thought of something. Patriarch Thug went to the Monument of Gods? Why? To go to the Heavenly Palace? Han Fei knew that there was a controller of the Heavenly Palace in the central Holy City, who was also a venerable. Even without that controller, the central Holy City still had a killing array. Old Jiang said proudly, to go to the Heavenly Palace, of course. The real body of Patriarch Thug is still in the Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, do you think Patriarch Thug only has this little combat power? If his corpse was here, he would kill at least 2 more venerables. Oh. That's not right. If his corpse was here, Chao Tianji of the Chao family wouldn't sit by and watch, and the master of the heavenly sword wouldn't have taken action. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. As long as Patriarch Thug can fuse with his corpse, his strength will definitely increase again. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So Junior Uncle Faceless has always been Patriarch Thug? Old Jiang curled his lips. Sometimes he is, sometimes not. You don't have to worry about that. After this battle, those big clans should have behaved themselves a little. In the coming years, you can consolidate your strength. Your improvement is indeed too fast. It doesn't make sense. Han Fei was stunned. Where are Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu? Old Jiang said leisurely, when you reach the law enforcer realm, everyone should have their own path. You can't be together forever. You should have discovered from this battle that when your strength makes a breakthrough too quickly, their role becomes dispensable. So they have to improve their strength. Han Fei asked, what about old Han? Old Jiang said angrily, you have too many questions. He is a venerable. How? Do I know where he is? Han Fei said, last question. Where did the Thug Academy get so many faceless strong masters? So many explorers are all from the Thug Academy? Is the Thug Academy that strong? Old Jiang stared at Han Fei for a while. So, you still need to gain experience. Do you think it's possible those people are all from the Thug Academy? The big clans, the 7 sects, and the itinerant cultivators all have a grudge against the big clans. There are more than 1 or 2 people who want to overthrow them. If there is such a chance, do you think they will take action or not? Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. He understood everything. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. This full-scale war didn't mean that it could last long. After all, both parties had sacrificed a lot. This battle was the outbreak of many people who had been suppressed to the extreme. In a society where social classes existed, there must be oppression and resistance. However, the resistance this time was too fierce. This battle was caused by many reasons. It was hard to tell if such battles would happen again. Knowing the whole situation, Han Fei was relieved. Then where are we now? Old Jiang, let me tell you, those venerables are capable of divination. Let's not let them find us. Old Jiang looked at Han Fei strangely. I'm afraid you don't know your own situation yet. In your father's words, even a king can't figure out your current state. What's the use of being a venerable? Huh? Han Fei swallowed and murmured, am I already so awesome now? Tisk. Old Jiang rolled his eyes. Okay, as long as they can't figure out where you are, they won't spend so much effort to find other people. The 3 venerables are dead, and you want them to leave the 1,000-star city? Then they have to be bold. Han Fei took a deep breath. What about the 1,000-star city? What will happen to Xiaobai's family, the Jiuyin family, and the Heavenly Sword sect? Old Jiang paused and smiled. Don't worry about the Luo family. The Luo family's divine technique is not a joke. As for the Heavenly Sword sect, you don't have to worry either. The 7 major sects are one. If the big clans dare to attack the Heavenly Sword sect, the consequences won't be good. Both parties will suffer heavy losses. The Chao family and the Chen family, which don't participate in the battle, are also happy to see the other big clans suffer. As he said this, Old Jiang glanced at Jiuyin Ling and said lightly, as for the Jiuyin family, Jiuyin Lai has pledged allegiance to the Luo family and was rescued. However, his strength must have plummeted, and he will probably fall to the level of an explorer. As for your sister, she has already gone to the Scattered Stars Island. She's fine. Jiuyin Ling was secretly relieved, but she didn't say anything. Jiuyin Ling might be standing on the side of the Thug Academy in a daze, but Jiuyin Lai was not a fool. He had bet all his wealth on the Thug Academy. He was sure that if Jiuyin Ling followed Han Fei, she would definitely make great achievements in the future. Old Jiang said, all right, since you're awake, I'm leaving. Although we won this battle, all the resources accumulated over decades have been used up in one go. This time, too many explorers on both sides have perished. Those who didn't die must have lived in seclusion. They probably won't come out again. Unless it's extremely necessary. I should go into seclusion too. Now I'm in a good mood. Old Bai and I are going to try to reach the venerable realm. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Yes? Old Jiang chuckled. How can it be so easy? Anyway, just stay here. Although no one will know where you are, you have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by their people hiding in the 36 towns. You have to keep your strength a secret and don't expose it. Although they won't deliberately look for other people, they are still very concerned about you. If they discover you, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't leave the Thousand-Star City. With that, old Jiang stomped and a teleportation array appeared. With a swish, he disappeared. Han Fei was still a little stunned. When the teleportation array disappeared, he wanted to ask more questions, but he had already left. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the village girl. Jiao Ling, where is this? Jiao Ling pursed her lips and blushed. Wind Rain Village, cloud soaring. Town. Pfft. Where? Jiao Ling asked in confusion. Why? Is there a problem? Wind Rain Village. Cloud soaring town. Ah. Old Jiang, come out. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He couldn't help but look at Jiao Ling. Are there only the two of us here? Jiao Ling thought for a moment and eventually nodded. Yes. Do you want to ask about a girl? Han Fei looked at Jiao Ling in surprise. How do you know that? Why didn't I myself know that? Jiao Ling thought for a long time and said, well, Junior Uncle Faceless said that you had a knot in your heart because the first time you entered the Level 3 fishery. At that time you were still young and didn't have enough experience, so you had a knot in your heart. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Junior Uncle Faceless, isn't that patriarch thug Li Daxian? Yes, he was a venerable, a super powerhouse who once suppressed the entire Thousand-Star City. How could he not know what happened to him back then? However, he didn't save that girl. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed. She's not dead? Jiao Ling shook her head. No, she's dead. Han Fei frowned even more. Since she's dead, why are we here now? Jiao Ling said again, she can't be considered dead either. Han Fei was lost for words. Is she dead or not? Hiss, undead creature? Han Fei was shocked. Thinking of Li Daxian's own state, Han Fei immediately shouted angrily, Li Daxian, F***CKU. Jiao Ling secretly stuck out her tongue and thought to herself, why did you even scold a venerable? Han Fei said angrily, couldn't he have helped me back then? Now, I'm so frustrated. As he talked, Han Fei suddenly looked at Jiao Ling up and down and said leisurely, Xiao Jiao. When did you know our patriarch? Jiao Ling blushed a little and said nervously, No, I didn't know that. Junior Uncle Faceless was seniorly. He just asked if I wanted to be with you. Then, he said that he brought me to a place and told me that you would have a disaster. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he heard that. They were all old foxes. Those people had set countless traps from top to bottom, from left to right. It could be said that all the people around him who could be used had been used. Why was it that in the end, it was Jiao Ling who saved him from the Thousand-Star City? It was because they had foreseen that he would have an accident. As for Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Li Renquang, they had attracted too much attention. But Jiao Ling was different. Although she was talented, she wasn't that talented, her strength wasn't strong enough, and she didn't have a powerful family. Of course, few people paid attention to her. Therefore, the person who was easiest to save him was Zhou Ling. Han Fei was speechless. He was as pure as a little white fish in front of them. Li Daxian didn't have any divination abilities, so he must have contacted old Han long ago. Therefore, he knew that he would have a great disaster, so he arranged for Zhou Ling to save him in advance. Everything had been arranged, including the sea-quelling painting matter. This matter involved Ren Tianfei. It could be seen that Ren Tianfei was actually on their side. Yes, the three of them were on the same side. He didn't know how long they had hooked up. The three of them had put on a big show. Except for the three of them. Everyone, including him, Old Bai and the others, was a chess piece? And all of this must have started when Old Han paved a path for him. This path was his path to becoming a king. From beginning to end, his growth had been clearly arranged by them. But he had King thought that was just because he was extremely talented and lucky. Han Fei pondered. Where is she? There was a reason for Zhou Ling to disguise as a village girl. In fact, the couple of the family had died in an accident in the ordinary fishery. Therefore, this small courtyard was controlled by the faceless men. To outsiders, Han Fei was a level 8 fisher named Tai Ren. Most people called him Old Tai. Han Fei was speechless when he heard the name. If he went out, everyone would call him Old Tai? Perhaps because of the name, Old Tai was a refiner. Of course, the refiner in the village was actually a blacksmith and had nothing to do with refining. Zhou Ling certainly wasn't as pretty as she used to be. Her skin was a little dark, and she looked very ordinary. She wasn't ugly or beautiful, but the kind of person that no one would remember if she was thrown into a crowd. She was acting as Han Fei's wife, Zhou Nan, a level 6 fisher who would never reach level 7. She was responsible for the fish tax of the family. This was an extremely ordinary family. Old Tai often went fishing with his wife in the sea because he was bad at forging. At this moment, when the two of them went out, Han Fei felt a strong village vibe. In the big tank at the door, there were 7 or 8 clams. The simple drains were where the seafood was cleaned as usual. The stone tables and hammers in the courtyard were suitable for Han Fei's forging tools. However, from the small courtyards next door, Han Fei could tell that the location of this residence was definitely not the best in the village. When the two of them went out, they saw a small girl cooking 5 clams in the yard next door. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old and looked a little thin. At this moment, she was only a level 7 fisher. Huh? Han Fei looked at Zhou Ling in surprise. This girl used to be a fishing master, but she was seriously injured. Zhou Ling nodded and said via voice transmission, her name is Lin Wu, and she is Lin Miaomiao's sister. In the resource competition of the village, she was seriously injured by the neighboring village. Because she is half disabled. And spiritual fruits are too precious, she can only live like this. Han Fei frowned. Lin Wu? Sister? Why doesn't the village arrange a profession for those who are disabled because of the resource competition? Zhou Ling said she refused to accept it and believed that she still had hope of rising. One day, she hoped that she could return to the fishing master realm. Therefore, she gave up the position arranged by the village and insisted on going to sea every day. Seeing Han Fei and Zhou Ling leave, Lin Wu immediately waved her hand. Uncle Tai, Auntie Nan, have you eaten breakfast? If not, eat together. Jiu Ling said to Han Fei, we don't usually eat with her. You're more honest and simple-minded. I'm not a talker. It seems that they are just neighbors. Han Fei thought to himself, am I an idiot again? Why do I have to pretend to be an idiot again? However, I seem to be a professional in this aspect. My acting skills have reached the point of perfection. Considering that he might have to stay in the Wind Rain village for a long time, Han Fei smiled innocently. Xiao Wu, why are you up so early to cook? You can eat by yourself. Your Auntie Nan and I are going to see today. Lin Wu waved his hand. Uncle Tai, Auntie Nan, be careful. Han Fei didn't rush to contact the girl, but frowned slightly. Xiao Jiao, did Lin Miao Miao never come back? Jiu Ling shook her head slightly. Undead creatures might not have a way to come back. Uncle Faceless said that the reason he chose this place was to let you overcome the knot in your heart. After all, Lin Miao Miao is alive in another way, so you shouldn't keep thinking about her. Besides, Uncle Faceless said that in the past few years, you'd better consider all the things you have done in the past. There may be many small details that should be resolved. If you can reach a perfect state of mind, it will be good for a breakthrough. Han Fei curled his lips. That's easy to say. I've almost forgotten what I did in the past. I should follow my heart. Even those villains can make breakthroughs, right? So, following my heart might be a simple solution. Han Fei counted his fingers and realized that he had caused a lot of trouble. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. I'll take my time. I need to consolidate my foundation too. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Lin Wu didn't know why. In the past month, she discovered that the spiritual energy around her seemed to have improved a little, allowing her injuries to recover further. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before she became a level 8 fisher. This was something to be happy about. Therefore, she cultivated even harder. Since her sister went to the town and hadn't come back for so many years, she had a rough guess. However, she couldn't lose hope. She had to find a way to find her. If she wanted to find her sister, she had to be strong. The first step for her was to find a way to return to the fishing master realm. At this moment, because the spiritual energy had become slightly more intense, she ran from home to an empty little slope not far from home to cultivate. At night, the spiritual energy here would be more intense. On this night, as usual, Lin Wu came to this small slope, but was surprised to find that there was someone grilling food there. The sizzling sound was very clear, and the fragrance wafted in the air, which was very tempting. Lin Wu immediately grew vigilant. Why did this kind of person come out to barbecue in the middle of the night? Therefore, Lin Wu turned around and left, afraid that she would meet a bad person. However, for 3 consecutive days, every time Lin Wu wanted to come over to cultivate, she would see someone grilling food. This made her a little speechless. She couldn't give up cultivating just because someone was eating here, right? The spiritual energy in this small hill was clearly more intense. Just as Lin Wu was hesitating, an old voice sounded. Little girl, are you afraid that I will eat you? Lin Wu's heart tightened. From the sound of it, it seemed to be an old grandpa. However, an old grandpa could also be a bad guy. Those who should be bad would always be bad. Lin Wu thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the small hill. She had to cultivate. What if this old grandpa wasn't a bad person? When she got closer, Lin Wu immediately swallowed. This smell was really nice. When she approached a little closer, she found an amiable-looking white bearded old man who was grilling a strange lobster. He was sprinkling some powder on it from time to time. But what surprised her most was that when she approached the old man, she found that the spiritual energy around him was more than twice as rich as where she was. Lin Wu wasn't stupid. Her first reaction was that she felt that she had encountered a powerhouse. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Senior, I don't mean anything bad. I just feel that cultivation is a relatively private matter. Since Senior is eating here, I shouldn't disturb you." Swish. Lin Wu subconsciously caught a wooden skewer. When he took a closer look, he found that it was a skewer of shrimp meat, golden in color, greasy and fragrant. Gulp. Lin Wu looked at the barbecue in her hand and swallowed, not knowing what to do. Han Fei looked indifferent. They were indeed a family. Lin Miao Miao was a meticulous person. He didn't expect her sister to be like this too. Han Fei said leisurely, "Eat it." Lin Wu looked at the shrimp skewer in her hand and then at Han Fei, who was biting hard. From time to time, he would lick his fingers. Is it really that delicious? Lin Wu thought to herself, this senior shouldn't be weak. He should at least be a peak-level fishing master, right? He's so strong. There's no reason for him to harm me. Besides, I don't think I can resist this fragrance. Crunch. Lin Wu took a small bite. Instantly, Lin Wu's body trembled, and his eyes widened. How could there be such a delicious thing in this world? 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. Soon, to her surprise, she found that there was no meat on the skewers. However, before Lin Wu said anything, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her body began to heat up, and sweat came down with a swish. Lin Wu's expression changed drastically. Senior, what exactly is the food you gave me? Han Fei smacked his lips and raised his head. He glanced at Lin Wu and threw a jade slip over. Little girl, you seem to be fated with me, and your strength is so weak. Fine, I have a small technique here. Now I'll give it to you. Lin Wu took the jade slip and scanned it, only to be shocked. This was actually a nameless body refining technique with 108 strange postures. Lin Wu endured the impact of the terrifying energy in her body and suddenly heard a leisure voice, if you don't cultivate now, your body will explode in at most 1 minute. Hiss. How could Lin Wu dare to be negligent? She hurriedly imitated the first movement and began to cultivate. It's so difficult. When Lin Wu made the first movement, she felt terrible. How could there be such a difficult movement in this world? However, it was at the moment when she took the first posture that she breathed a sigh of relief. The energy in her body seemed to have a place to vent and was circulating rapidly. On the surface of her body, impurities were discharged. Bang! When the morning sun appeared in the sky, Lin Wu directly fell to the ground. She was too tired. This was more tiring than fighting on the sea for a whole day. However, the benefits were obvious. In just one night, she was like a different person. Lin Wu felt that her strength had increased by more than 30%, and her physique seemed to have improved. Her dantian seemed to have recovered a lot. What a terrifying technique. However, when Lin Wu looked at the small slope again, there was no sign of the white-bearded grandpa. Lin Wu immediately looked around and hurriedly held the jade slip. She knew that she had met an expert. An expert must have taught her a divine technique. This matter must not be revealed. Jiao Ling sensed that Lin Wu was sneaking home and couldn't help but ask. Curiously, why don't you teach her directly? Han Fei chuckled. Don't you think this is more interesting? Isn't it? Interesting that I become the white-bearded old man in other people's stories? Jiao Ling. The next day, Lin Wu came to the small slope again and saw the white-bearded grandpa who was grilling meat again. She immediately knelt on both knees. Lin Wu pays respects to master. Bam! An invisible force lifted Lin Wu up, and a voice full of vicissitudes said, I travel between the heavens and earth and never accept disciples. However, seeing that you are too weak, I decided to enlighten you. Lin Wu was a little flustered. Traveling between the heavens and earth? How powerful was this person? Some weak people were like drowned people, and grabbing all the opportunities they could grab was their instinctive reaction. Lin Wu immediately said respectfully, Senior, please teach me. I will definitely work hard. Han Fei pondered for a moment. He wasn't as calculating as old Han and Patriarch Thug. Everything had karma. He just needed to teach her a little more. Han Fei said, Fine, since you seem to be fated with me, I'll just teach you. For a few days. Lin Wu was overjoyed and was about to kneel when she was lifted up by a force. Han Fei said leisurely, The strong kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not people. Thousands of people have died along the way of cultivation. None of the strong masters became strong by kneeling. Do you understand? Lin Wu's heart trembled. Yes, Senior. Han Fei stroked his white beard. You're a promising student. I'll be here for a month. During this month, you can ask me a question every day. After a month, you and I will be even, and you'll have to rely on yourself. Lin Wu's heart flipped. This might be a month that would change her life. She had to think clearly about every question. Watching from afar, Jiao Ling couldn't help but snicker. Han Fei was still the same Han Fei who was very naughty. What are you laughing at? Things that are too easy to get will inevitably not be cherished. This is what I call a reliable opportunity. Han Fei thought about the opportunities that Ren Tianfei, that old guy, left for him, which were so hard to get. He was much nicer than that old B** starred. Therefore, the first day, Lin Wu asked, Senior, can you tell me the levels above great fishing masters? Han Fei said, It's not good to know that in advance. Don't think of making a huge goal for yourself. That goal may become your inner demon. Han Fei was also curious back then, but he only got to know it slowly. Now he felt that the matter of becoming a king was almost becoming his inner demon. Therefore, he didn't plan to answer Lin Wu. The next day, Lin Wu asked, Senior, do cultivators really have to kill people? Han Fei said, On the path of cultivation, countless people died. If you don't kill, others will kill you. When you have absolute strength, do it as you please. The third day, Lin Wu asked, Senior, how can I safely obtain the resources in the sea? Robbery. Day 30. At this moment, Lin Wu had returned to the peak of level 9. In just a month, not only had she fully recovered from her injuries, but she was also several times stronger than before. All of this was thanks to this old senior. She knew that this might be the last time she saw this mysterious white-bearded old man. She had thought about this question for a long time, but in the end, she gave it up. On this day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, can I hug you?" Puff. Cough, cough. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? What are you thinking? Is an excellent man really as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night? No matter what, he can attract girls? I've already disguised myself as an old man with a white beard, but I still can't escape this curse? Lin Wu grinned brightly. Senior, you are my second dearest person in this world. Can I? Han Fei was silent for a while. Okay. However, when Han Fei was hugged by Lin Wu, he suddenly discovered that he couldn't sever the karma. Teaching people was originally for the cause of Lin Meow Meow, but new karma was produced. As for what kind of fruit it would bear, he didn't know yet. Immediately, Han Fei felt tired. It's F*** difficult for me. Cough, cough. After that, Han Fei threw out a few random fish skin maps. Forget it. I casually threw out a few small opportunities in the sea area. Whether you can get them depends on your own ability. Before Lin Wu had the time to take a look, she saw Han Fei disappear in front of her eyes. At that moment, Lin Wu stood where she was for a long time. Then, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the little slope. Master, I'll never kneel to another person in this life. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei and Jiuyin Ling had seen everything that Lin Wu had done. Han Fei was lost for words. Look, she's so useless. I taught her for nothing. Pfft. Jiuyin Ling smiled strangely. You're already a powerhouse that travels between the heavens and earth. The little girl is idolizing you. Han Fei looked at Jiuyin Ling weirdly and said, Xiao Jiao, you've changed. You even learned to tease me now. Don't forget, I taught you how to be a human. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. Heh, you talk nonsense every day. How did you have the cheek to call those fish skin maps opportunities? They can't even make her an explorer. Han Fei's face sank. Shut up. Do I have to teach her into the sea expansion realm? Since he chatted with the old turtle last time, Han Fei could chat with the old turtle freely. Of course, the two usually mocked each other, and neither liked the other. Of course, the old turtle's origin was still an enigma. It seemed that the old turtle didn't even know where he was. Only by using a secret method did he escape from certain confinement. But he didn't expect that as soon as his soul escaped, his great Tao was sucked away by Han Fei, and now he had been basically crippled. Therefore, Han Fei knew that the old turtle still had some strength, but he didn't have a body, his soul was seriously injured, and his Tao was severed. Even if he still had hidden strength, under the suppression of the demon purification pot, he was no threat. 4 years. It was neither fast nor slow. Every day, the two went out to fish like ordinary people. Of course, fishing was fake. They digested and grew respectively, while they secretly cultivated. However, Jiuyin Ling was repairing her foundation, while Han Fei was visualizing the god-scaring painting. The two of them were geniuses in the first place, so under such harmonious conditions, they naturally made rapid progress. When they came back at night, the two of them lived separately. Most of the time, Han Fei would talk about the ways of the world to Jiuyin Ling. For example, someone treated them to dinner, and then Han Fei would occasionally Go to have a meal and get some poor quality liquor to drink to prevent him and Jiuyin Ling from breaking away from the normal net of life. Jiuyin Ling, on the other hand, thought that since they were already living together, it didn't matter if they slept together or not. As long as she could see and hear Han Fei talk every day, it was good enough. It was better than when she was in the Thug Academy. After all, back in the Thug Academy, Luo Xiaobai often appeared out of nowhere. In the past 4 years, no acquaintances had appeared. Old Bai, Old Jiang, and everyone related to him had never appeared. As for Lin Wu, as early as 3 years ago, the courtyard next door was empty. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Wu had suddenly risen. After being crippled for 2 years, she finally returned to the fishing master realm. Not long after Lin Wu left home, in the Wind Rain village, at least around Han Fei's home. People often heard rumors about Lin Wu. Lin Wu's strength suddenly soared and she survived the fish tide. Lin Wu had a conflict with someone and then robbed that person for half a month. Lin Wu obtained a heaven-defying spiritual fruit in the level 2 fishery, which could improve her spiritual heritage. The most recent story had been circulating for a year. It was said that Lin Wu entered the arena of the cloud-soaring town and won a 100-game-winning streak, shocking the entire cloud-soaring town. But these so-called legendary stories, in Han Fei's ears, were normal. In every village, there would always be some people who would be remembered. After that, the news about her in the level 3 fishery couldn't be spread to the village, and Han Fei was too lazy to care about it. On this day, as usual, Han Fei and Jiuyin Ling met some people on their way to the port. Old Tai, when are you going to make me a stick? You've been going to see a lot recently. Han Fei beckoned, I'll make one for you when I come back. Someone smiled and said, Old Tai, your refining skills seem to have improved a bit recently. Why don't you build a shop and forge weapons? Han Fei smiled innocently. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Someone shouted, Old Tai, buy a portion of meatball. Even if you don't want to eat it, Nan needs to eat. Han Fei reluctantly took out a pile of sea coins, counted 20 of them, and handed them over. Then, give me a portion. Every time this happened, Jiuyin Ling would wait by the side with a smile. Whether the meatball was delicious or not, she liked this feeling very much. When he took the meatball, Han Fei's innocent face suddenly trembled and his body stiffened slightly. A leaf grew from the dead branch. Jiuyin Ling narrowed her eyes, but didn't look around. Han Fei calmly took the meatball and handed it to Jiuyin Ling. He said calmly, No one is around. It's just I should go now. Jiuyin Ling froze slightly. Although she knew that this day would come, she didn't expect it to come so soon. On the surface of the ordinary fishery, Han Fei said, Let's go to the Scattered Stars Island. Once Old Tai dies, someone will definitely cause trouble for you. When the time comes, you'll definitely have to do something. Why don't you change your identity and go to the Scattered Stars Island? Jiuyin Ling nodded slightly. Okay. In the evening, at the port of the Wind Rain village, dozens of fishing boats were sailing close. Someone shouted, Not good. There is a fish tide in the fishery. Behind the port, an inspector shouted, Where is it? How big is the area? Someone was still in a panic. It's not big. It seems to be only about 100 kilometers. However, I saw a ship being hit. The next morning, the fish tide became everyone's topic of discussion. After investigation, it was found that the fish tide was almost harmless this time. It seemed that only a couple had died. Those who were familiar with the couple would sigh. Old Tai is a good person. Good people don't live long. Someone sighed. Xiaonan is also a good wife. I've never seen Xiaonan fight. With old Tai. What a pity. 3 days passed. In the sea, beyond the Scattered Stars Island. On an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and Jiuyin Ling stood at the bow. Han Fei said, Xiaojiu, your foundation has been repaired. In the past few years, you've experienced a lot about life. It's time for a breakthrough. Right? Jiuyin Ling grunted. I'm going to the Empyrean waterfall to make a breakthrough. Han Fei thought for a moment, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, and handed it to Jiuyin Ling. If your strength improves too quickly, and you want to become an explorer in the next few years, you have to be very careful when transcending the tribulation. This road of yours is not simple. There are a few arrays in it, as well as 3 high-quality divine weapons, just in case. Jiuyin Ling smiled sweetly and accepted the sea-swallowing seashell naturally. Okay, I'll try to make the breakthrough after you come back. Han Fei was speechless. If you can make a breakthrough, why did you wait for me to come back? Jiuyin Ling smiled naughtily. The tribulation is very powerful. I don't trust others. Han Fei curled his lips. If you want to transcend the tribulation, go to Shui Shinchi. Although I'm not sure if this guy is on our side, he will definitely be happy to see an explorer on the Scattered Stars Island. Jiuyin Ling nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Han Fei was lost for words. Did you hear me? You should make a breakthrough. A war will break out on the Scattered Stars Island in 3 years. The 10,000 Demon Valley will definitely take action in a year or 2. Besides, it will definitely not be a war on the level of the 8 Wings of Blue Feather. If you don't have enough strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself in a battle of the strong. Jiuyin Ling nodded quickly. Got it. Cut the crap. Just go. I'm going my own way. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a nag? Han Fei smiled bitterly and said lightly, I'm leaving. Buzz. Han Fei disappeared. In the past 4 years, he had cultivated hard. With the special level 9 spiritual heritage, even if he didn't do anything, his body would automatically absorb spiritual energy and slowly transform his body. 4 years ago, he was still a peak-level law enforcer and hadn't fully fused with his original body. But now, Han Fei's strength had reached a new level. In terms of realm alone, he had really reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. He had also practiced the indestructible body into a bottleneck. He just needed to make a breakthrough with the help of the tribulation. Once he made a breakthrough in the indestructible body, his strength would definitely exceed ordinary explorers. Not in the mood for any romance, Han Fei flew away. He still had a long, long way to go. The responsibilities on his shoulders were still great. More importantly, whether or not old Han was doing this for his own good, he had to find a way to escape from their chess game. Jiuyin Ling waved her hand at the sky, put her hands to her mouth, and shouted, I'll wait for you to come back. Cough, cough. Han Fei rushed forward. Compared to Thousand Star City, he was much more familiar with the unknown place. Half a day passed. Han Fei was running crazily and didn't even need the wind god boat. His body could devour energy indefinitely. His level 9 spiritual heritage could not only absorb energy, but also absorb spiritual energy automatically. Therefore, no matter how he flew now, he would never worry about spiritual energy or energy shortage again. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived a person, an extremely familiar person, standing in the void. Shueishenqi? In a few seconds, Han Fei was not far away from Shueishen. The two looked at each other, and Han Fei grinned. Senior, are you deliberately waiting for me? Shueishenqi's expression was serious, and he said indifferently, no one can enter the unknown place without being detected. It's the same for venerables. Not to mention you. Han Fei cupped his hands. Marshal, what can I do for you? Shueishenqi was still so cold and serious, like an iron-blood god of war. He said flatly, I know where you're going. If possible, check the attitude of the demon plants there to see if they're friendly to human beings. Huh? Shueishenqi pointed in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. If I've guessed right, the mysterious royal city is already stirring. Recently, fighting in the sea outside the Scattered Stars Island has become more frequent. For the venerables of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City, the appearance of a king-level corpse might be something they like to see. After all, it's a king-level corpse. Even the materials on it are extremely precious. Han Fei wondered, why didn't they snatch it before? Shueishenqi said indifferently, if they did, they would offend almost everyone in the Thousand-Star City. Even they couldn't afford it. Once they did this, no one from the big clans could take a step out of the Thousand-Star City. But if the sea demons attack the island, they have enough reasons to fight over it in the name of protecting human beings. You can imagine the consequences, right? The sea demons are going to attack the island, but human beings are not united at all. This is why I chose to stand on your father's side and bet on him. Han Fei said solemnly, I know, but I don't know the situation over there, nor do I know the demon plant's attitude towards humans. Han Guanshu nodded. It doesn't matter. You can't count on others. Also, there should be people there except for the demonic plants, but I can't be sure. You can try to find helpers. If you want to become a king, you have to do these. Therefore, you should be the one who cares about it the most. Han Fei nodded. Got it. Bye. Han Fei felt great pressure. The Thousand-Star City was not united internally. And a group of venerables were greedy for the chance to become a king. They didn't care about the life and death of ordinary people. Or rather, ordinary people were just tools for the big clans to gather wealth and resources. In this aspect, they were no different from the people in the Justice City of the Age of Doom. In his mind, a low voice said, Boy, your domain is not big, but the battle is fierce. It seems that you have to transcend the tribulation elsewhere. Han Fei chuckled. It's none of your business. Don't always think that you're knowledgeable. Everybody comes from the weak. When I pass the tribulation, I'll be a strong master. The old turtle scoffed. What kind of powerhouse is an explorer? It's just a minor tribulation. I took a nap back then and passed it. What does a minor tribulation look like? I didn't even see it. Han Fei scoffed. Keep bragging. The longer you live, the more shameless you are. In the past few years, all this old turtle could do was nagging. The great devil was very likely to be an emperor-like existence, but in the end, he hid in his body like a turtle, only knowing how to brag. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the dry branch tremble. Immediately, he stopped and took out the dry branch. The moment Han Fei took out the dead branch, the fresh leaf fell directly. When the leaf fell on the sea, a vortex gradually appeared within a kilometer. And some withered roots emerged from the border of the vortex. Han Fei smiled and plunged in. After a while, the scenery suddenly changed. A large area of broadleaf algae appeared in Han Fei's field of vision. Han Fei saw schools of fish quickly leaving, and a large octopus drilled into the gaps between the plant roots. However, there were not many of these creatures, nor were they very strong. He didn't see any peak-level hanging fishers. Han Fei knew that the leafless tree had paid a heavy price in that battle, and most of the primitive creatures here had died. Huh? Interesting. There is a king-level seal here. Your strength has been directly suppressed to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. Han Fei was puzzled. A king seal? Can you feel it? Of course, I am an emperor. Even if I only have my soul left, I am still an emperor. Han Fei curled his lips. Cut the crap. You are now a prisoner. Tell me, is the seal of a king so powerful? Can it seal a realm? The old turtle said disdainfully, you won't understand even if I tell you. One cannot talk to summer insects about the ice, to a frog in a well about the sea. The power of a king is beyond your imagination. Don't try to measure a king with the power of a venerable. Well, so far, you aren't even a venerable. Han Fei. Han Fei's face darkened. Shut up. Don't interrupt us next time. Buzz. At this moment, on the undersea tree next to Han Fei, the old face of the leafless tree appeared in front of Han Fei. You're here? Han Fei smiled. Senior Leafless, you're quite fast. It's only been 5 years since I left, right? The leafless tree's face was twisted. It's been a long time. Have some strong masters died recently? There seems to be a lot more spiritual energy and energy coming in from outside. Otherwise, I would have to wait a year. Instead of chit-chatting with the leafless tree, Han Fei was excited that the third vine was about to mature. He was going to reap the harvest now. Han Fei said, Senior Leafless, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. 1 day passed. Han Fei finally flew slowly to the leafless tree. Although it only took him half an hour at most, because of the limitation of his realm, it took him a full day to arrive. When the leafless tree saw Han Fei, it said, You're fast. Han Fei rubbed his hands and said, Ha! Senior, where is the vine? The leafless tree said slowly, I can pull it out from the ground veins. However, be careful of the 10,000-year tree demon. The power that the vine emits is too terrifying. It no longer swallows energy and spiritual energy, so it looks tempting. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. The 10,000-year tree demon? Han Fei remembered that he didn't kill the 10,000-year tree demon, but only snatched its fruit. However, Han Fei didn't care. Don't panic. If the 10,000-year tree demon dares to cause trouble, I'll kill him. Han Fei was very confident now. With his current strength, if he couldn't even handle a 10,000-year tree demon, how could he be called an unparalleled heavenly talent? What qualifications did he have to become a king? The leafless tree grunted, and the branches began to shake. The ground was shaking, and there seemed to be roots moving underground. It seemed that the leafless tree also wanted to take the vine away. Over the years, almost half of the energy and spiritual energy in the entire demonic forest channel had been eaten by the little vine. If another few Decades passed, the leafless tree would wonder if the little vine would suck up the entire demonic forest channel. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle said leisurely, "What are you talking about? Why do I feel that I feel nothing except for a little tree demon?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Tree demon, where is it?" The old turtle said, "About 150 kilometers to the left. See? It's coming this way." Han Fei spread out his perception, only to find that a small ball of thorns was wriggling forward with algae. It had moved hundreds of meters forward in an instant. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. How dare he come here? Is he here to compete with me for the demon purification vine? Is he out of his mind? Han Fei said calmly, "Whatever." Buzz. Boom. The ground trembled more and more violently, and the ground where Han Fei was began to rise slowly. Before an emerald vine emerged from the ground, the old turtle was still wondering, "Why can't I perceive it although it is so close?" However, when the small vine emerged from the ground, Han Fei heard a roar in his head. How is it possible? Isn't it already a complete soul treasure? Why? Is there still a vine outside? The old turtle began to roar in panic. 2 vines had almost killed it. Now it has got 3? Han Fei said angrily, "Shut up. I don't have the time to kill you. This is my chance. If you roar in my head again, believe it or not, I will kill you in a minute." The big turtle trembled. At this moment, Han Fei's pupils constricted, and he suddenly reached for the air. Ding! It was a red sharp thorn. Han Fei felt that he was stabbed painfully, and even his palm was bleeding. "A little tree demon dares to snatch things with me? 5 years ago, you were no match for me. 5 years later, you still won't have any chance." Han Fei grabbed the small thorn, issued an order in his heart, and cast the void lines to the thorn. Instantly, Han Fei seemed to catch a huge soul body. "Good Lord, I underestimated you. However, that's useless. Come out. Let me go." Under the effect of the void lines, the 10,000-year tree demon could still resist a little. It seemed that the 10,000-year tree demon wasn't weak either if it weren't for the restriction of this space. However, Han Fei simply ignored it. He simply threw all the void lines on it. And then ignored it. At this moment, nothing was more important than collecting this vine. Han Fei's heart pounded. Han Fei stretched out his palm, and a green calabash appeared. 2 vine leaves swayed slightly, and a 3rd vine flew over with a swish. When the 3rd vine was about to be combined with the demon purification pot, Han Fei felt that his arm was shaking as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. The old face of the leafless tree was looking at the scene solemnly. Its eyes were widened, and it seemed to be waiting for the scene curiously. At this moment, the most panicked one was the old turtle, whose head was shivering in the black fog turtle shell. Hiss! The moment the vine disappeared into the calabash, Han Fei was refreshed as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on him in summer. At that moment, Han Fei somehow felt that the little calabash was alive. Han Fei took a closer look and scanned it in his head, only to find that it didn't have any special features. Han Fei swallowed. If the function of the demon purification pot hadn't increased, it must have been strengthened. For example, when Han Fei looked at the combat skill again, the words, "The demon purification pot has reached its current deduction limit. If the deduction is continued, it will involve the profound mysteries of the world, which will damage the demon purification pot," disappeared. This meant that at this moment, the demon purification pot could deduce Venerable level combat skills and techniques. Hanfei was excited. This vine is finally back. The leafless tree, which was still energetic a moment earlier, immediately dropped its head and let out a long breath. Finally gone. Hanfei took back the demon purification pot. He was in dire need of something. He should be able to fuse with his fourth contractual spiritual beast now. The creatures to be fused had been lying in the demon purification pot for a long time. However, Hanfei still glanced at the space in his mind and said, "Calabash. Suck the turtle to death." Hanfei didn't care if this thing was an emperor or not. In his body, there lived a terrifying and evil creature. What was that? The old turtle roared, "Shoal, you just said you wouldn't kill me." Hanfei said in surprise, "You can hear my thoughts?" The old turtle roared again, "Of course. How can I not hear you?" Hanfei shrugged. "What are you yelling for?" "I'm just trying. Don't you see that nothing happens?" Hanfei thought to himself, "It seems that the demon purification pot is still not fully obedient to him yet. What a pity, this big turtle looks extraordinary." However, Hanfei ignored the roaring turtle and glanced at the 10,000-year tree demon controlled by him. "Heh. I let you off back then, but you still dare to mess with me? Fine, I need a weapon soul, so I'll just use you." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hanfei could feel the 10,000-year tree demons begging. If the demonic plant channel hadn't suppressed its strength, Hanfei could almost be sure that this guy would definitely be a difficult opponent, whose strength was at least at the explorer level. However, if they were in the same realm, the 10,000-year tree demons' strength would pale in comparison. It was defeated by Hanfei in a single clash. Hanfei looked at the leafless tree with a smile. "Mr. Tree, wait a moment. Let me collect this thing first." The leafless tree said with a weary voice, "Aren't you going over now?" "I can open the passage." Hanfei said, "There's no rush. I have a few things to do now." Hanfei was not in a hurry. He sat down not far away and took out the embroidery needle first. This sea-quelling bizarre treasure had never acknowledged him as its master since he got it. Before, Hanfei felt that he wasn't strong enough to make it recognize him as its master. But at this moment, his strength had reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, and his physique and blood were comparable to that of an intermediate explorer. There was no reason that it still refused to recognize him as its master. At this moment, Hanfei had already seen that the rust on the surface of the embroidery needle had been mostly removed. He believed that he should be qualified to become its master. Of course, Hanfei didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was almost killed when he refined Snowhorn. When he took out the embroidery needle, Hanfei also took out more than 2,000 spiritual fruits to prevent any accidents. Chi La. Hanfei cut his palm with Snowhorn, and blood flowed. Hanfei was a little surprised. His blood had a faint golden sheen. However, he didn't care so much. He held the embroidery needle and shouted in a low voice, "We're old friends. You've seen how my strength has grown. It's not outrageous for me to become your master, right? If I'm not mistaken, it'll be a matter of minutes for me to break through to the explorer level. By then, even if I have a lot of resources, I can still reach the peak of the explorer level. Do you believe me?" In his heart, the old turtle roared, "In your dreams. You, a mere peak level law enforcer, want to subdue a sea-quelling bizarre treasure so easily?" How? Can it be so simple? Hardly had the old turtle said that when Han Fei was refreshed and his essence. Blood poured into the embroidery needle crazily. Swish. However, in a few seconds, 20% of his essence blood was consumed. F*CK, I'm already a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei's face changed greatly. His first reaction was that the embroidery needle was of a higher level than Snowmorn. Otherwise, how could it have caused such a scene? Buzz. He continued to activate the indestructible body, and 1,000 or so spiritual fruits around Han Fei were shattered. As long as he nurtured vitality and blood, he could subdue this rod in the end. Ka ka ka. On the embroidery needle, rust cracked. The actual consumption was not as much as the old turtle said. Han Fei certainly wouldn't be sucked to death. There were so many spiritual fruits here. After only more than 10 minutes, the rust on the embroidery needle had all cracked, revealing its true body. It was a black and shiny exquisite long stick, which was covered with array patterns. Unfortunately, it was very fine. But it didn't affect the feel of it at all. The texture was dark golden and didn't look very bright. This color couldn't cover the black and shiny color of the stick. When the embroidery needle revealed its true body, Han Fei was refreshed. It looked extraordinary. He wondered if it could compare to Monkey King's golden cudgel. The leafless tree said, "What a powerful weapon. It's much stronger than the branch of the 10,000-year tree demon." The old turtle in Han Fei's body also widened its eyes. What it said just now was just a bluff. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures were strong, but weapons were weapons. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't absorb so much of Han Fei's essence blood in the blink of an eye. After all, it was just acknowledging a person as its master and wasn't being used for fighting. After half an hour, Han Fei's face turned pale. 1,000 spiritual fruits were not enough, and the indestructible body's vitality was almost suppressed. Bang! 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 When the other 1,000 spiritual fruits were shattered again, Han Fei was refreshed again as if he had been injected with vitality. An hour later, Han Fei shattered another 1,000 spiritual fruits before he felt the suction force suddenly drop, which stunned the old turtle. The big turtle cursed in Han Fei's body. "You damn lucky fish. Where did you get this rod?" "It's a regular combat rod of a king." "Huh?" Han Fei was shocked. The embroidery needle was used by a king? Han Fei was overjoyed. "Old man, if you had shown your usefulness earlier, I wouldn't have sucked you to death. Tell me about this rod." Now that his essence blood was consumed less, Han Fei had enough time to chat. The old turtle snorted heavily. "However, don't be cocky. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure is just a common weapon used by kings. It's very common in the sea establishment realm." Han Fei didn't think so. "I'm only a peak-level law enforcer, still far away from becoming a king. Now, I have 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures." "What do you call this?" "This is called ability," the old turtle said disdainfully. "Even if it has acknowledged you as its master, you won't be able to exert its real strength. The quality of that sword is much worse. When you become an explorer, you'll probably be able to use 5% of its strength. As for this stick, forget it. You won't even be able to use 5% of its strength before you become a venerable." Han Fei was stunned. Were they so difficult to use? No wonder, Snowmorn Didn't work well every time he used it. It didn't seem to be much stronger than a divine weapon. So it turned out that he couldn't give a full play to its strength. Han Fei's heart did a flip. I still have a secret method. When I push my strength to the peak, I think I can use at least 10% of its strength. The old turtle sneered in disdain. When you meet a real powerhouse, even if you exert 10% of its strength, so what? Those you can defeat can be defeated by you without using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. If you can't beat them, even if you use its strength, you may not be able to beat them. Han Fei said angrily, shut up. It's none of your business. After consuming more than 3,500 spiritual fruits in total, Han Fei finally made the embroidery needle recognize him as its master. It didn't matter how many spiritual fruits he used, because Han Fei still had about 30,000 left. This was because the resources he looted the year after the Scattered Stars Island were given to Luo Xiaobai and the others, and he had eaten countless spiritual fruits in the secret realm of reincarnation. Otherwise, Han Fei's resources would reach a terrifying number. Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle again. Immediately, he felt as light as a feather. Han Fei thought that even if he couldn't exert its full strength, he could use it to smash people. However, when Han Fei wanted to see if there was any information about the embroidery needle, no information appeared in his eyes. Snowmorn was the same. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his blood-drinking knife. Name: blood-drinking knife. Introduction: it's made of black yellow and green iron, blue serpent. Venomous teeth, ultra-green essence, essence of wind, and star clam shells. It can break divine metal and become an ultra-quality divine weapon assisted by a weapon soul. Quality: high-quality divine weapon. Enchantment: none. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: only by attaching a soul to it can the perfect form be revealed. Han Fei's heart did a flip. His current need for the golden seal was not very high. The law of gravity, plus his explosion power and with the help of arrays, could smash people easily. As for the blood-drinking knife, it was the most handy weapon he had at the moment. He could give it a try. Enchantment. Han Fei didn't care if the little 10,000-year tree demon was willing or not. The demon purification pot appeared and absorbed the 10,000-year tree demon and the blood-drinking knife. Seeing this scene, the old turtle trembled. What was the use of this calabash? Immediately, the old turtle's eyes kept rolling. It was horrible. He knew that the best thing Han Fei had was this calabash, which was far beyond the level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Judging from its current strength, it might have reached the level of a godly weapon. The old turtle thought for a moment and decided to give Han Fei some advice. From time to time. After all, it was not that Han Fei couldn't control the demon purification pot at all, but that he couldn't completely control it. If he could control it someday, wouldn't it be over for him? If he, an emperor, became the soul of a weapon, that would be too sad. A moment later, a new blood-drinking knife flew out. It looked the same, but the information had changed. Name: blood-drinking knife. Introduction: it's made of black yellow and green iron, blue serpent. Venomous teeth, ultra-green essence, essence of wind, star clam shells. Refined from the 10,000-year tree demon, it can break divine metal. Quality: ultra-quality divine weapon. Enchantment: 10,000-year tree demon. Effect: armor break, void demon stings. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: perfect state. When it slashes, it will carry the damage of the void demon thorn. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Yes, not bad. At the same time, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was probably much higher than that of a divine weapon, and the demon purification pot was obviously not in the state to read the information of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This meant that there must be other small vines of the demon purification pot scattered in other places. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that this was the limit of the demon purification pot. The old turtle had said that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was a king-level weapon. With the appearance of the third vine, the pot could probably deduce things below the king level. Anything higher might really exceed the level he could understand. After all, Han Fei had no idea how powerful a king was. The Beast King and the Divine Sun were strong enough, right? They were only known as half-kings. They could only challenge 2 or 3 peak-level venerables at the same time. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Turtle, how many peak-level venerables can a new king-level powerhouse defeat? The old turtle's voice was deep and his tone was obviously disdainful. How many? There's no comparison. No matter how useless a king is, it's no big deal to kill 7 or 8 peak-level venerables. Even the extremely strong venerables are no match for a king. Hiss. Han Fei was shocked. Sure enough, below the king level, there were only ants. No wonder he couldn't see the information of the embroidery needle. The difference was too great. The leafless tree was dumbfounded. The old face seemed to be shocked and looked at Han Fei weirdly. Where is the 10,000-year tree demon? Where is it? Seeing the reaction of the 10,000-year tree demon, Han Fei smiled and said, Mr. Tree, don't think too much. Wait for me a while longer. Then, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Turtle, seal your mind. I have something secret to do. The big turtle said leisurely, now that you and I are one, I know what you do. It can't be closed. Han Fei. Han Fei gnashed his teeth in anger. This is tricky. I can't kill him. If this goes on, won't he discover the secret of the demon purification pot? Even if I want to enter Forge the Universe, will I have to take him in? With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he was still weak and had to quickly improve his strength. At that time, even if he couldn't kill this old turtle, he would have to keep it in his body or subdue it for his own use. Han Fei said, Mr. Tree, I'm going to set up an array. Don't watch it. With that, Han Fei stomped, and circles of complicated lines began to light up within 100 meters. With Wang Han's foundation, he could be said to have reached the level of instantaneous activation of small arrays. The more complicated large arrays would only take a little bit more time. The array rose and the mist filled the air. The old face of the leafless tree didn't look curious. After all, he was just a guardian. At this moment, Han Fei looked a little nervous. He had a lot to do on this trip to the Waterwood world. Breaking through was one thing. If there was a chance, he should let the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others grow faster. When he was in the Wind Rain village, releasing the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others might expose them. But if he didn't release them, they had all reached the bottleneck and could make a breakthrough at any time. At that time, his combat power would be greatly improved. Also, it had been a long time since he entered the Soul Sea. Contractual spiritual beasts were one thing, but spiritual beasts were the key. Next time he made a breakthrough, he had to find a way to enter the Soul Sea again. Now, 5 legendary creatures were lying in the demon purification pot. They were respectively: Ghost Eel, a legendary creature; Tree Lobster, a legendary creature; Sky Swimming Falcon, a legendary creature; Nether Water Poisonous Frog, a legendary creature; Wolf of Playfulness, a legendary creature. This was the strongest batch of creatures that Han Fei had gathered so far. Their level of fusion was above the 9 death soul-splitting octopus. With excitement in his heart, Han Fei issued an order in his heart: fuse. The 5 legendary creatures shattered in the blink of an eye and were sucked into a black vortex. Different from before, this time, what gradually appeared was a mixture of yellow, black, and red colors. A strong ancient breath blew at his face. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. It was very powerful. This time it was definitely a ferocious beast. If it was comparable to the creatures in the Beast King Valley, he would be very satisfied. Not only Han Fei, but even the old turtle was a little surprised. Is this an ancient breath? While the two of them were curious and looking forward to it, the light gradually dissipated. Meow, meow. Huh? Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. Did I hear it wrong? Why do I hear cat meowing? When the mist of light dissipated, Han Fei's eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? A dog? Are you kidding me? What species is this? Han Fei rubbed his eyes and opened them again, only to see a big blue-black dog. Its tail was like a massive cloud, and on its back was a pair of blue wings that gradually turned purple. Its head looked solemn and ferocious, and its eyes were golden yellow. On its 4 legs and its abdomen, there was a yellow flame-shaped pattern. But no matter what it looked like, it was still a dog. At this moment, 1 person and 1 dog were staring at each other. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Contractual spiritual pet. Name: Heavenly Dog. Introduction: ancient exotic species that likes to inhabit turbid waters and mountains. They look like white dogs and have black heads. Their sounds are varied and often reduce their sense of threat by pretending to be cats. Heavenly dogs have wings and blue feathers like sharp blades. They can twist the void and escape extremely fast. They are good at stealth and like to bully the weak. Heavenly dogs have the ability to devour the sky and the sun, but they need to be activated passively. Level greater than 41. Quality: ancient mutant. Contains spiritual energy. It can swallow spiritual energy infinitely. Food: omnivorous, prefers meat. Battle technique: sky escape technique. Remarks: a cub. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Heavenly dog? The one of Erlang God? Swallowing spiritual energy indefinitely? This guy was only level 41, but he could already swallow spiritual energy infinitely? He was indeed an ancient exotic species. Han Fei couldn't help but touch his chin. It looked so serious on the surface. But it could still activate the sky-swallowing sun-eating ability? It must be very powerful. However, why didn't it have any combat skills? By logic, wouldn't it be a pity if it didn't fight? Immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Could it be that this guy didn't need combat skills? Like the tiger and the bear, he could tear the void with his claws? Han Fei nodded secretly. It was possible. However, he was still a little confused. Why did he synthesize a heavenly dog? How awesome was this existence? Just based on the words ancient mutant, he was probably not ordinary. Han Fei slightly jumped. Can you talk? Meow, meow. Yes, master. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can you not meow? Cats cry like that. Meow. Han Fei. For some reason, Han Fei felt that the dog was looking at him weirdly. Why was there a gleam in its eyes? Swish. In the next moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He watched the magnificent heavenly dog rush to him and rub its head against his hand frantically. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. Gosh, you're such a serious-looking dog. Can't you give yourself some respect? Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his hand was sticky, and he saw that this guy was licking his hand frantically. F***ck. Are you a pervert? Can we be a decent heavenly dog? Even if you can't, don't be a lapdog. Han Fei quickly raised his hand and pushed the dog's head away. Don't move. The heavenly dog squatted on the ground and looked at Han Fei with glittering eyes. Those eyes were golden in the first place, which was a perfect fit for the word titanium dog eyes. It turned out that this thing did exist. Han Fei kept a straight face and thought to himself, I don't need to do anything but to feed it, and the effect must be extraordinary. Han Fei asked, Are you hungry? The heavenly dog nodded quickly. I'm hungry. Han Fei grunted and took out a horizontal fish. This fish was meaty, and dogs usually liked meat. The horizontal fish was more than 20 meters long. Han Fei thought that he should observe how the heavenly dog ate. Han Fei waved his hand and threw the fish to the ground. However, at the next moment, a huge dog had appeared. Damn, with a single gulp of this dog, the fish was gone. F***ck. Han Fei's hand trembled. That's it? However, Han Fei didn't panic. Among his contractual spiritual beasts, not only heavenly dog had a big mouth. Little Black and Little White also had big mouths, and Lu Renquang's sky-swallowing technique had even bigger mouths. This was a heavenly dog after all. It was normal that its mouth was big. Han Fei thought for a moment. Do you want more? Meow, meow. Yes. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You are not a cat. Where did you learn the sound of a cat? Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, it was an omnivorous creature. Immediately, he kept throwing out crabs, sea conches, and lobsters. Anyway, these creatures were no longer useful to him now. As someone with a level 9 spiritual heritage, he didn't need such a mess of creatures to occupy the space and forge the universe anymore. Of course, he would keep the delicious ones for himself, and the bad ones for the heavenly dog. Crunch. Crunch. At this moment, Han Fei saw it clearly. When the heavenly dog ate, it was eating like Lu Renquang, who had activated his sky-swallowing technique. When it opened its mouth, a black hole formed. And then the creatures were sucked into its mouth. Han Fei muttered, he's so fierce even at meals. He must be good at fighting. Han Fei had been curious. How could a synthesized creature speak? Where did it get its memories? Immediately, Han Fei asked, Heavenly dog, why can you talk? The heavenly dog swished and rubbed against Han Fei's hand. I don't know. Han Fei pushed the dog's head away and thought to himself, maybe the demon purification pot is too magical, similar to genetic engineering? It extracted the characteristics of different creatures and then created a new species. Han Fei immediately waved his hand and cancelled the array. However, the heavenly dog bit the corner of Han Fei's clothes. I want more. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. More? You've eaten 8 creatures. Aren't you afraid that you'll die of indigestion? Han Fei was speechless. By logic, these creatures contained a lot of energy. And spiritual energy. Even if the heavenly dog was an ancient exotic species, it should have a limit. Otherwise, if this thing kept eating, wouldn't he be unable to afford it? And he would have to catch fish for it to eat every day? With this in mind, Han Fei immediately said, "That's all. Get lost." The leafless tree said in an old voice, "Huh. What kind of creature is this?" Immediately, a bolt of lightning flashed and dashed to the leafless tree. It licked the tree and rubbed its head against it. The leafless tree's old face distorted. "What's this? Go away, itchy." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "Gosh, this is just a lackey. Do you know him? Why did you just lick him?" Han Fei shouted, "Lapdog, stop." Hearing that, the heavenly dog thought that Han Fei was calling him. With a swish, it turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at Han Fei. "Collect!" Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and with a flash between his eyebrows, the heavenly dog failed to lick him but turned into a blue light, rushing into Han Fei's body. Huff! What the hell is this? Can't there be a normal creature? In Han Fei's body, the old turtle was unusually silent. If Han Fei were in his sea of consciousness at this moment, he would have seen the old turtle's expression. The old turtle thought to himself, "Why am I still seeing this damn creature?" Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. What was the Waterwood world like? Han Fei knew nothing about it. However, since old Han had set this trap many years ago, either he was confident in himself or he was confident in the Waterwood world. They were both heavenly palaces. If he guessed right, there should be a king level powerhouse in the heavenly palace of the Waterwood world. After walking through the Age of Doom, although he hadn't seen a king, the Beast King was the one most likely to become a king. In the end, he didn't know if he had become a king or not. However, as far as Han Fei knew, in the Age of Doom, the king was actually not in the City of Justice. And his strength could only be limited to the City of Justice and the Grand Myriad Mountains. It was impossible for him to explore the further worlds. Then, in this world, the Inyang world was special, which attracted the heavenly Tao Dharma eye, so there was no king here. What about the Waterwood world? The heavenly Tao Dharma eye couldn't be looking there either, right? At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to ask, if the Inyang world was so close to the Waterwood world, wouldn't a venerable level powerhouse be able to go to the Waterwood world by crossing the 8 million kilometers of sea? Even an explorer would be able to go to the Waterwood world in this case. Wouldn't he? He hadn't considered this question before, but now he had no one to ask about it. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree and asked, "Senior Tree, are you with me?" The old face of the leafless tree shook a few times. "I'm going out too, but I need to guard this place for the time being. After you go out, give my branch to Queen Life. The Queen will arrange for a new guardian to come in. Then I can go out." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Queen Life?" The leafless tree trembled and said, "You will find out when you meet her. I'm going to open the passage now. Remember, with my strength, I can only open the passage for 10 seconds. Once you miss it, you'll have to wait another year." Han Fei turned serious. "Open it." He only needed 1 second to pass the passage, not to mention 10 seconds. He had enough time to pass it. On an extremely thick tree trunk, in front of a big tree stump full of yellow wrinkles, a group of unusually handsome boys and girls were standing in a circle. On a closer look, one would find that there were not only boys and girls, but also birds listening on the branches. On the leaves, there were strange insects lying on them. Around them, lush leaves were swaying as if listening too. The reason was that in front of the big yellow tree stump, there was a thick book. At this moment, it was open. An old and withered branch was shaking slightly and flipping the book. If one took a closer look, he would find that it was not a tree stump at all. He had the shape of a human torso, except that his legs were thicker and bigger. His feet were in the shape of a round wooden stake, and some of his roots were stuck to the trunk. The upper half of the stump had arms that looked like human hands. However, there were always a few small branches extending out of the trunk, and occasionally 2 leaves hanging on the branches. His head looked more like a human's, except that he had no eyebrows, ears, or nose. He had everything else. His eyes were particularly big, with thick double eyelids. Oh! No hair. Above the tree man's head, there was a yellow-green branch, which looked a bit like a weed. At this moment, the tree man's old voice was slowly reciting, in ancient times, there was a place called land in this world. There were people, flowers, trees, insects, birds, ferocious beasts, and rivers there. However, in the Age of Doom, the ferocious sea clan swept across the land. The strong masters of our demon plant race, allied with the beast clan, the sky clan, the insect clan, the mountain giants, the giant court, and the human race. There were as many as 300 races, resisting the enemy together. In that battle, the creatures were plunged into misery and suffering, and one race after another was wiped out. However, there were also a few races who survived with difficulty. Alright, let's start asking questions. Which race is the strongest? Instantly, a young tree face appeared among the lush leaves. I know. The demon plant clan is the strongest. Queen Life has protected all lives. A big round bug with 2 tentacles on its head said indignantly, no, we are ranked first together. Legend has it that the Queen of Bugs protected the Million-Mile Sea area, and no sea demons dared to set foot in it. A little fiery red sparrow said, the Sky Clan ranks first. Our ancestor, the big Leviathan, swallowed billions of sea demons. The handsome youths and girls in front of the old tree said, Grandpa Tree, what about our human race? Do we have any ultimate powerhouses? Some youths looked disappointed. Other people had Queen Insect, the giant Leviathan, and Queen Life, but what about the human race? The old tree laughed. Don't be hasty. Human race. Of course, you have strong masters too. There are a lot of strong masters in the human race. In the history of the human race, there has been a human king. In Yin Yang world, across from our Waterwood world, it's said that the strongest human powerhouse there is called Sea God. A girl said in surprise, Sea God sounds terrible. He sounds like a sea monster. Little Red said, the human king ran away. The human king drove away in a big ship. Otherwise, he would definitely have an honorific. A youth said angrily, the human king didn't run. He just went to find a new place of survival. A fat worm said, they just ran away. If the human king doesn't run, we can definitely beat the Sea Clan. For a moment, there was a flurry of chattering. A little tree man asked, Grandpa Tree, what about the sea god across from the Waterwood world? Has he run away too? Everybody fell quiet, full of curiosity. The old tree man laughed. I don't think so. Look. The passage I'm guarding is said to lead to the sea god's domain. However, it has been sealed for too long. I heard that the sea god over there is very powerful. He conquered a large territory and protected billions of humans. Wow. A youth said excitedly, did you hear that? Did you hear that? We humans have strong masters too. They are right next to us. The fat worm snorted. Then why have we never seen them? The red sparrow said, I heard from Grandpa that a person has been here before. Grandpa Tree, has any human been here? The old tree man laughed. Yes, but he left soon. That's all in the past. Nobody knows why he came. A youth said, Grandpa Tree, why don't we open the passage and let them come over? The old tree's weary voice sounded leisurely, that's because there's also a battle over there. It said that the battle was very fierce. When the passage was sealed, it was said that even the kings had joined the war, and the impact was too great. Therefore, we blocked the passage. A little tree man said regretfully, but we also often have wars. But we never heard that Queen Life joined any war. The old tree man laughed so hard that the branches on his body trembled. Because we have the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Besides, what kind of strong master is Queen Life? How can you brats know that? Ah. Suddenly, the red sparrow screamed. The fat worm snorted. What are you shouting for? Oh, oh. A human girl pointed at a tree not far behind the old treeman in surprise. There, a misty light shone. Grandpa Tree, the door is open. The old tree man let out a cry of surprise, and the face facing the youths disappeared and appeared on his back. At this moment, he was also staring at the teleportation array that hadn't been opened for countless years in surprise. Huh. As soon as Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he saw a group of strange creatures looking at him. Some red birds were shrieking, and a fat big worm was howling. A group of little tree men was shaking their branches with widened eyes, and an old tree man seemed to be as old as the leafless tree. At that time, Han Fei immediately focused his eyes on the group of youths. F*CK, so good-looking? Han Fei was shocked. In the past, he felt that Zhang Xuanyu was already very handsome. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone more handsome than Zhang Xuanyu. Even Diwu Weiguang felt a little inferior. However, now he saw a group of children who were as handsome as Zhang Xuanyu. Although they were still children. Besides, he had seen a lot of beautiful women. He Xiaoyu was the girl next door type, Xiao Xiaochan was the barbarian girlfriend type, Jiuyin Ling was the gentle and cute type, and Shiman Linglan was the big sister type. Good lord, the girls in front of him all looked like they came from a painting. They were all good-looking, but he couldn't tell their type. Innocent girl type? While Han Fei was still in a daze, he heard cries from the opposite side. Grandpa Tree, is this guy from the next door? He's so ugly. Ah. Grandpa Tree, are the humans on the other side also ugly? Then I don't want to go to the other side. This person looks so rough. Grandpa Tree, is he a strong master? The fat worm shouted, Grandpa Tree, is this a human? Can a human look like this? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. What do you mean? What do you mean? Although I'm not super handsome, I'm still normal looking and masculine, okay? Even if you don't give me 100 points, you should at least give me 80 points. Right? How can you call me ugly? The old tree man scolded slowly, don't be rude. Don't judge others' defects. It will be a heavy blow to their hearts. Hanfei was lost for words. Mr. Tree, are you helping me or insulting me? The old tree man asked amiably, Sir, are you from the Inyang world? Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Cough, cough, cough. Hanfei certainly couldn't argue with a group of children. He immediately nodded at the old treeman. I'm Hanfei from the Inyang world. Although Hanfei was surprised by what he saw, he didn't panic at all. After all, the scene before his eyes seemed quite harmonious and wasn't as terrifying as he imagined. Before coming here, Hanfei had thought that this place would be as vast as the sea grassland. He thought that the people here also lived on floating islands. But now, Hanfei subconsciously spread out his perception and was shocked to find that everywhere his perception passed, there were branches. Hiss! What a big tree! Where is the trunk? Yes, Hanfei's perception range could reach thousands of miles, but he failed to perceive where the trunk of this tree was. However, when Hanfei released his perception, many perceptions swept back. Someone shouted, Huh? Where's this human kid from? A big spider that was full of eyes suddenly opened his eyes and aimed at where Hanfei was. 100-meter-long serpent, entangled on a tree, stuck out its tongue, and looked at Hanfei with its eyes that seemed to be able to see through space. In the giant bird nests in the bushes, a big red bird chirped and somewhat impatiently shattered Hanfei's perception. At that moment, Hanfei was stunned. Where was he? The old tree man said leisurely, Sir, it's rude to perceive other people's living areas at will. Hanfei smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm new here. Please forgive me, senior. Seeing Hanfei retract his perception, the old tree man wasn't too bothered. Instead, he said leisurely, Is Leafless dead? Leafless? Leafless tree? Hanfei replied, Senior Leafless tree is still fine, but he only has 3 branches left. With that said, Hanfei took out the branch that the leafless leaf gave him and said, May I ask to see Queen Life? Although Hanfei didn't know what kind of existence Queen Life was. However, since she could be called a queen, she was definitely the strong of the strong, and was very likely the current lord of Waterwood World, a true king. The old treeman extended a vine and took the branch from Hanfei. On a small branch next door, the fiery red bird said softly, Human from that side, have you won the fight over there? Why can you come over? Why can't we go over? A girl said, Big brother, will the humans over there come over? Hearing that, Hanfei smiled. The other side is still fighting, so they won't come over. At present, in the Inyang world, a war between humans and sea demons is about to break out. The red sparrow seemed a little disappointed. So you're fighting too? Hanfei's heart did a flip. What does she mean? Are they fighting a war here too? The old tree man nodded solemnly. Yes, it's Leafless Branch. However, human, if you come to ask for reinforcements, don't speak. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. He simply refused it. Shueishenqi stopped him on the way and probably asked him to ask for reinforcements. Although he didn't say it, if Hanfei thought he was the lord of the Inyang world, he would probably ask for reinforcements. However, at this moment, Hanfei shook his head and said indifferently, I'm not here to ask for reinforcements. I'm here in the waterwood world to seek tribulation. Oh? The old tree man was briefly stunned. A tribulation? Wow. The fat worm hummed and said, Tribulation? Are you going to become an explorer? A youth said in surprise, Are you already a peak-level law enforcer? A little tree man was stunned. You don't look very old. The creature's over. They don't have the grace of queen life, nor are they good-looking. How can they be so powerful? The old tree man shouted softly, Be quiet. After the children calmed down, the old tree man took out a wooden sign that emitted a faint green light and said, Red Falcon, please come here. The old tree man said, Sir, please wait a moment. If you don't mind, can you tell the children about the Inyang world? Han Fei thought to himself, I can't reveal too much information now that I don't know who the enemy is. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he grinned. Sure. Immediately, the boys and girls, the red sparrow, the little treeman, and the worm all quieted down and looked at Han Fei with their beady eyes. Han Fei smiled and said, The Inyang world doesn't have as many races as the waterwood world. In the Inyang world, there are only human beings for now. Wow. All humans? A girl exclaimed, as if she found it amazing. A youth's eyes widened. Are the cloud sea divine trees in the Inyang world all human? Han Fei frowned. The cloud sea divine tree? Therefore, the place where he was now was a big tree called the cloud sea divine tree? The old tree man said with trembling leaves, Be quiet and listen to the guest's lecture seriously. Han Fei's lips twitched. What lecture? Did I become a lecturer the moment I came? Han Fei smiled helplessly and said casually, There is no cloud sea divine tree in the Inyang world. Humans live in the air, and there are large floating islands flying in the sky. Humans have to take fishing boats to fly into the sky and enter the sea. The little red bird shouted, I know, it's the floating stone island in the story. It turns out that it does exist. Han Fei was puzzled again. It seemed that there was no floating island here. But why did these people know about floating? And what kind of existence was this cloud sea divine tree? Han Fei said tentatively, The Inyang world governs the floating city, the Thousand-Star City. The Thousand-Star City has 36 towns, each with a radius of thousands of miles. Each town and 8 villages are also composed of floating islands. The scale is magnificent. Who? Han Fei felt that he should brag about the area of the Inyang world. Such a large city, so many towns, and so many villages meant that the human beings in that world were powerful. However, before Han Fei started bragging, he heard the fat insect sigh. Young world is so small. The group of boys and girls also nodded. Yes. Big brother, why is Young world so small? Was it beaten so small by the Sea Clan? Small? Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? You call this small? The old tree man said leisurely, Don't be noisy. Listen to the guests. Lecture. Han Fei asked in confusion, Senior, is the waterwood world very big? A little tree man said, It used to be big, but it's smaller now. The coverage of the cloud sea divine tree is not even 500,000 miles now. Pfft. Han Fei almost fell over. F***ck, what do you mean? What do you mean by the coverage hasn't reached 500,000 miles? Han Fei couldn't help raising his head and looking around, his heart pounding. Is this tree so big? A girl said, 490,000 miles is about 500,000 miles. Han Fei almost blacked out. F***ck, what kind of tree is this? A coverage of 490,000 miles? Do you want to grow into outer space? No. Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Although a tree could cover a large area, it also meant that the tree was very high. He had just scanned 1,000 miles, but he didn't reach the end. What did this mean? It meant that the sky was very high. Besides, the cloud-sea divine tree couldn't be only thousands of miles high. According to this theory, it should be at least tens of thousands of miles high. Then how big was this world? In the past, Luo Xiaobai said that she saw a huge tree tens of thousands of feet high. Hee. If Luo Xiaobai came to the Waterwood world and heard about the cloud sea divine tree, what would her reaction be? Cough, cough. Han Fei coughed and said, "It's just a human settlement. Why do we need to be so big? Let's talk about battles. We humans have many strong masters. For example, a few years ago, I just participated in the war between humans and sea demons and deployed more than 5,000 hidden fishers, hundreds of law enforcers, dozens of explorers, and even venerables. It can be seen that we humans have been fighting fiercely without stopping." A little tree man shouted in surprise, "Then this battle is quite fierce. It's just like our fierce battlefield. We have to fight once a year with countless casualties." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Fight once a year? F***ck, kid, are you kidding me? Fight once a year? Won't people all die? However, Han Fei couldn't admit defeat. Immediately, Han Fei sighed and said with pity in his eyes, "Exactly. Not long ago, another battle took place. More than 10 venerables were deployed, and even peak-level venerables joined the battle." Han Fei certainly didn't dare to say that this was a human civil war. However, it could at least show that there were still many strong masters in the yin-yang world. Hiss. This time, the old tree man was a little moved. Even a peak-level venerable has been deployed? It seems that the battle in the yin-yang world is very fierce. Our Waterwood world hasn't fought such a battle for many years. Little Red said, "Yes, we only have 72 venerables. They're very precious." Cough. Han Fei felt his vision go dark. How many venerables were there? 72? Han Fei felt terrible. From this moment on, he was sure about one thing: he couldn't let the people here know the situation of the yin-yang world. F***ck, the big clans from the 1,000-star city were already very difficult to deal with. If the people here knew that there was no king in the yin-yang world, they might have other thoughts. They had 72 venerables. If 72 venerables were deployed at the same time, they could wipe out the 1,000-star city in a minute. At this moment, an array flashed not far away, and a giant red falcon appeared. With a swish, Han Fei was immediately relieved. "That's great. I can't brag anymore. It's too scary." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Unlike the creatures that were obviously still kids, as soon as this red falcon appeared, Han Fei could tell it was an intermediate explorer. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, Han Fei had seen many Sky Clan members. This red falcon, also known as the Red Life Heavenly Falcon, was one of the few fire-type creatures among birds. Its strength was very balanced, its physique was not weak, its sharp claws were sharp, and its beak was comparable to a high-quality divine weapon. When the red falcon saw Han Fei, it tilted its head Senior Chanmu, is he from that side? The old tree man shook his head and said with a weary voice, it was Leafless. Who let him in? He came alone, not to ask for reinforcements. The Red Falcon looked at Han Fei up and down. A peak-level law enforcer. Shouldn't be slow. In that case, follow me. The journey is relatively far, but I'm not sure if you can see Queen Life. Han Fei nodded with a smile, thinking, I can even meet a king now? He didn't know if old Han had left any trump cards here, but in any case, the creatures of the Waterwood world didn't seem to treat him badly. At least, they were not hostile to him. Han Fei then cupped his hands at the old treeman. Senior, I'll take my leave. First. A boy shouted, Big brother, are you coming back? Han Fei smiled. Maybe. Swish. The Red Falcon flew straight up without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the obstacles. Huh? Does he do this on purpose? Han Fei had seen that the Red Falcon came on a teleportation array. Besides, the Red Life Heavenly Falcon was obviously not the fastest in the Sky Clan. However, every falcon was quite fast. Han Fei smiled. Then let's compete. Shwa. The phantom glass wings spread, and before the youths were surprised, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. The Red Falcon just wanted to test Han Fei. After all, coming with the Leafless Wood, Han Fei could be counted as a guest. However, not all guests could see the real Lord of Waterwood World. This person was at the peak of the law enforcer realm and was weak. If he couldn't even pass his test, how could he meet Queen Life? However, when Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings, the Red Falcon was slightly surprised. Can humans also have wings? Below, the youths and the Red Sparrow were surprised. Grandpa Tree, he has wings. That person has wings. The Red Sparrow screamed, Grandpa Tree, that Han Fei is so fast. The old tree man's eyebrows twitched and he laughed. How could he have come from the Yin-Yang world to the Waterwood world without any strength? Okay. Let's continue the class. Where were we? The Red Falcon was stunned. This human was so fast. He only had the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. Although he only used 30% of his speed, it wasn't something a human could compare to. At this moment, Han Fei was following the Red Falcon with a smile. He was about 2 or 3 meters behind the falcon and seemed to be handling it with ease. Humph. Let's see how fast you are. The Red Falcon continued to accelerate, raising its speed to 50%. Like a red light rushing into the sky. Besides, there were tree trunks and barriers along the way. Under such rapid flight, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to catch up. However, at the next moment, the Red Falcon was surprised to find that Han Fei was still 2 or 3 meters behind it. At this moment, the Red Falcon withdrew its contempt. That was true. After all, over the endless years, there were only a handful of people who could come to the Waterwood world from the Yin-Yang world. It was almost impossible for him to do that if he wasn't an unparalleled heavenly talent. Since this human was here, he must be something. The Red Falcon accelerated crazily. 60%. 70%. 80%. When the Red Falcon ran at full speed, it found that Han Fei could still follow it. It gasped in shock. Is he only a peak-level law enforcer? Besides, the Red Falcon found that Han Fei's eyes were wandering. He had the time to observe the environment at such a high speed? Han Fei was as surprised as the Red Falcon. What surprised him was that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was too tall. There were really many creatures living on it. He saw legendary spiders hanging in the air, giant moths lying on the branches, and thick branches with many treehouses on them. Of course, when the Red Falcon and Han Fei were racing, many creatures sent their perceptions over. A giant serpent was surprised. Human? How can there be such an ugly human being? A big centipede supported its body and muttered, "Are you sick? You're already an explorer. Why are you still flying? It's better to tear the void or use a teleportation array." Han Fei even exchanged a glance with a human cultivator. It was an adult woman, with her long hair tied up and wearing a green battle suit, was also looking at him with a longbow in her hand. At this moment, the Red Falcon asked telepathically, "Boy, can you be faster?" Han Fei smiled. "I think so." The Red Falcon asked, "Then can you also tear the void?" Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He could tear the void, but that was different from the heavenly void divine movement after all. The moment he tore the void, his speed would be slower than a real explorer. If he was in combat, it was not suitable to be used. Furthermore, the two had different ways to enter the void. The explorer tore it open directly, and Han Fei used speed to find a weak point in space and enter it. These were two completely different concepts. The Red Falcon roared, "Rip the void with me." Chi la. The Red Falcon disappeared, but Han Fei didn't panic. The heavenly void divine movement was different from the simple tearing of the void. He could capture some changes in the void, but the latter was different. Chi la. In the darkness, Han Fei was only a little slower than the Red Falcon, but this little distance could actually be nearly 500 miles away. Therefore, Han Fei activated the agility of wind. Shua. Seeing that Han Fei had caught up with it, the Red Falcon immediately confirmed Han Fei's strength. Not a single human in the waterwood world could be so fast and even tear through the void at the Law Enforcer realm. The Red Falcon thought to itself, "Sure enough, those who can come from the Inyang world are not ordinary people. In that case, I'd better take him to see the Queen." In fact, the explorer's tearing of the void was not omnipotent. When they walked in the dark void, they were actually just setting an anchor point for themselves. Before reaching this anchor point, they couldn't see the real situation outside. But if it was a chase, they could position the target as an anchor point and appear with the target. At the moment they appeared, they could choose to leave or not. If the outside world was dangerous, they could continue to walk in the void. Of course, Han Fei felt that when he reached the peak of the explorer realm, this rule might no longer apply. People in that realm were much stronger than ordinary advanced explorers. They could see the outside world in the dark void. About half an hour later, the Red Falcon said, "Prepare to go out." Shwa. Shwa. The Red Falcon stopped in the air. At that moment, the Red Falcon's sharp claws tore the sky, and a white light appeared. Han Fei's eyes flickered slightly. He rarely entered the void, so he had some experience when he saw how the Red Falcon operated. He condensed all his power into one point and then shook it, cutting open the void. Han Fei looked as casual as if he had known it all along. The Red Falcon glanced at him. "Let's go out." Swish. Swish. The moment Han Fei appeared in the air, a few perceptions swept over. Han Fei was shocked. Venerables? He was too familiar with this feeling. When a venerable's perception swept over, it inevitably produced a sense of threat and oppression. On the contrary, even a peak-level explorer didn't give Han Fei such a feeling. When Han Fei looked around, he found that he seemed to be in a square. If it weren't for the wooden branch under his feet, he would have suspected that he was on land. And in front of Han Fei, what had the greatest visual impact was a sky-reaching wall that he couldn't see the end of at all. Looking up, he found that there seemed to be a ceiling at an extremely high height. Hiss. Main trunk? Han Fei's eyes moved slightly. This could only be the main trunk, which was like AF** King City Wall. And the thing above his head was probably the other branches. On the main trunk, there were complicated patterns. Han Fei certainly knew that it was a teleportation array. Little Red said softly, "Master Venerable, an envoy of the Yin-Yang world, came, holding a leafless wood, requesting to see Her Majesty." Buzz. In front of the teleportation array, a big golden bird appeared. Wait. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. That's not a bird, but a bat? The bat didn't reveal much of its body. It folded its wings and turned into a human, a cold man in a golden battle suit. However, the cold man's eyes were covered in a golden mask, making him look extremely cold. Wait. Chi La. The Venerable didn't even move as he stepped into the teleportation array. Han Fei was a little surprised. A Venerable could tear through the void. Wasn't it faster than using a teleportation array? The Red Falcon said, although the Heavenly Palace is indeed at the top of the Cloudsea Divine Tree, since you are from the Yin-Yang world, you should know where the Heavenly Palace is. It's in a space crack, which is invisible in the real world. Han Fei didn't know that the Heavenly Palace was built in the void crack. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. Immediately, he had an idea. I do. I'm just surprised that this senior can take human form. Seeing that Han Fei was surprised, Little Red immediately said, "It seems that there are indeed no other races in your Yin-Yang world. To become a venerable, it's actually up to your own will whether transforming into a human or not. It's not difficult to find a way to transform into a human." Han Fei was shocked. No wonder he saw the water immortal and Tianqing in human form in the grand myriad mountains. As he expected, the stronger one was, the more tricks he would have. In the venerable realm, one could even be reborn with a drop of blood. This method was as magic as Little Fatty's resurrection method. The two waited here for a full half an hour. The teleportation array slightly flashed, and the Bat Venerable observed Han Fei carefully before he said leisurely, "The Queen said that she can meet you." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei couldn't help being a little excited. The Heavenly Palace. This was a place that countless strong masters in the Thousand-Star City dreamed of entering. And just because he passed the demonic plant channel and came to the Waterwood world, he had a chance to enter it. The Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei. "What's your name?" Han Fei cupped his hands. Han Fei. The Red Falcon tilted his head and looked at Han Fei angrily. "How can I not respect the Venerable?" Han Fei smiled. "I walk the path of invincibility. I can be polite, but I really can't call him master." There was no telling if the Bat Venerable cared or not. "Go in." "It doesn't matter to me, but you need to respect the Queen. Kings cannot be underestimated." Han Fei smiled and nodded. Han Fei passed the Venerable, took a breath, and stepped in without Hesitation. After Han Fei went in, the Red Falcon said, "My lord, this person." The Bat Venerable said casually, "He's extraordinary. A real powerhouse is always proud. Don't take it to heart." In Han Fei's view, the 36 heavenly palaces were built at the same time, but they were divided and ruled by the strong. Therefore, as long as he had seen the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, he should be able to know what the Yinyang Heavenly Palace looked like. Shua. Han Fei leaned forward slightly, as if he had been pushed back by a gentle force. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that no one was there. It must be the power of the teleportation array itself. Huh. The moment Han Fei came in, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The spiritual energy was abnormal. As a spirit gatherer, he could easily feel abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in the heavenly palace was too abnormal. To be honest, the spiritual energy in the Waterwood world was more intense than in the Yinyang world. It might be because of the Cloudsea Divine Tree, but it was not many times higher. But in the heavenly palace, the moment Han Fei came in, his level 9 spiritual heritage automatically began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and multiple vortexes of spiritual energy appeared on his body. Hiss. At least 10 times more than the outside world. Han Fei was shocked. This was F*King unbelievable. What did it mean that the spiritual energy was more than 10 times denser? Even if a person didn't cultivate here, his strength would grow by leaps and bounds, just by breathing. Feeling the difference in spiritual energy, Han Fei looked around and found that there were all kinds of spiritual grasses and fruit gardens here. Looking around casually, he saw a spiritual fruit. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Agility Fruit. Introduction: It grows in places with extremely rich spiritual energy. It has a magical effect of improving physique and speed. Level: Heaven. Quality: Low quality. Contains spiritual energy greater than 556,000 points. Effect: Directly eating it can increase a large amount of spiritual energy and contain a small amount of chaos energy. It cannot be taken below the law. Enforcer realm and is ineffective against creatures above the venerable realm. It can be eaten repeatedly. Han Fei's eyes widened. A heaven-level spiritual fruit could be eaten repeatedly? The Water Immortal had once told him about the agility fruit, saying that this kind of fruit was extremely difficult to grow. Its main effect was the trace of chaotic energy, which was a power that was effective even on venerables. Han Fei glanced around and saw 7 or 8 such spiritual fruits. In addition to this spiritual fruit, there were various other fruits. For example, Han Fei saw an old ginseng that was originally outside the ground. It seemed to have sensed Han Fei's arrival and drilled into the ground. With a swish, Han Fei looked around and found himself in a super large orchard. And at the center of this big orchard, there was a lush tree, extremely thick. In front of the tree, various branches and vines twisted into pillars or fell from the sky. While Han Fei was stunned, he saw a young girl in colorful clothes step in front of him in a few steps. The girl blinked and looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei couldn't see any suppressing power from this girl, who was like an ordinary person. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Queen Life?" Pfft. The girl couldn't help but smile. Then she hurriedly pursed her lips and said meticulously, "Sir, I'm just the Queen's maidservant. Sir, please come with me." He came fast, but he didn't go fast. The tree seemed to be not far away, but When Han Fei started to walk, he realized that there was something wrong with this journey. There seemed to be a space law attached to him, and a special technique had stretched the journey into thousands of miles. The girl glanced at Han Fei. Did you come from the Yin-Yang world? Han Fei nodded with a smile. Yes. The girl asked again, has Yin-Yang world's heavenly Tao Dharma I disappeared? Han Fei's expression suddenly changed slightly as he looked at the girl. Did she know that the Yin-Yang world was now being monitored by the heavenly Tao Dharma I? The girl smiled and said, others might not know, but this is the Waterwood Heavenly Palace. The Queen knows everything. Jinger, shut up. Adjust that array. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a particularly gentle voice. The voice was very soft. From the sound alone, Han Fei felt that Queen life should be a very gentle, king-level powerhouse. The girl named Jinger smiled and waved her hand. Han Fei keenly noticed that the space seemed to have changed. As he expected, after that, he walked a long way with one step. Han Fei even keenly noticed that some mud on the ground beside the road was trembling slightly. Hiss. Universal array? Huh. Jinger was slightly surprised. You look young, but you're quite good at arrays. Han Fei blushed. My ass. To be able to draw an universal array, her control must be simply inhuman. It's not something I can draw at all. Even old Jiang didn't have this ability. This kind of array required extremely high control of the soul. When Han Fei was 1,000 meters away from the tree, he found that some tree men were either standing still or gently turning the soil as if they were tending to flowers and grasses. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Corpse puppets? Jinger looked at Han Fei curiously. Do you even know that? Han Fei smiled. I had seen some before. Needless to say, these corpse puppets should be dead tree men and insects, who were refined into corpse puppets. However, in terms of strength, these corpse puppets were at least at the explorer level. This was not what Han Fei felt, but what he saw from their bodies. Jinger said, ordinary people are not allowed to enter the heavenly palace. You are the first person to enter the heavenly palace who is not a venerable. You're lucky. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Only venerables could enter the heavenly palace? Did it mean that venerables had the ability to enter the heavenly palace? Han Fei didn't respond. Passing through the vines and the artificially twisted vines and trees, he moved to the main trunk of the tree. But when Han Fei reached the main trunk, his pupils constricted. Is this still the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Yes, it could be seen that it was the root of a tree. However, the trunk in front of him seemed to be half buried in the soil. In other words, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had passed through the spatial rift and grown into the heavenly palace. Han Fei was a little shocked. Gosh, what kind of tree was this? It was too awesome. Jinger said, what's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea Divine Tree itself is a king-level creature. Okay, don't be surprised. Be good when you meet the Queen. You look a bit Han Fei. Before Han Fei digested the news, he was hurt by what Jinger said. What's wrong with my appearance? I don't look ugly, okay? However, when Han Fei thought of the humans he saw just now, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Were the genes here all good? Why was everyone so beautiful here? In any case, Han Fei had learned that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was also a king-level creature, which was terrifying. In other words, there were two king-level creatures in the Waterwood world. After taking a few more steps and passing through the tree barrier, Han Fei suddenly raised his head and saw that there was a misty glow surrounding the 100-meter high altitude. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be a tree palace. It was like a particularly elegant and beautiful palace was built on the branches of a tree. Jing'er bowed and said, "My queen, the guest has arrived." Above, the extremely gentle voice said gently, "Okay. Come up." Gulp. Han Fei swallowed, and Jing'er waved her hand in front of his eyes and said, "Don't be in a daze. The queen wants you to go up, but you dare not disrespect the queen." Huff. Han Fei took a deep breath. He was going to meet a king. He was a little nervous. While Jing'er was chuckling, Han Fei stepped in the air, trying to balance himself and calm down. With a faint smile on his face, he slowly disappeared into the misty glow. But when Han Fei passed the sunset, he was surprised to find that there was no palace here. This was clearly a quaint open courtyard with an elegant garden. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small spring with green liquid flowing out. At that moment, Han Fei sensed infinite vitality, and a word popped up in his head: spring of life. In a corner of the courtyard, a slender, almost perfect-looking woman in an emerald-colored cloud silk dress with her hair casually thrown to one shoulder had her back to him. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and immediately cupped his hands. Yin-yang world. Han Fei greets the queen. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei stood there and waited for a while, only to see that Queen Life was fiddling with the mud and watering it. Wait. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. What was she watering with? It was a Dao rune? The Dao runes and the spirit awakening fluid were two completely different things. If it had to be related, it was that if the mysterious Dao runes were diluted, a large amount of spirit awakening fluid might be produced. The Queen of Life didn't ignore Han Fei. Although she didn't look back, she said in a stammer, "Still no one can enter Yin-yang world?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. However, the other party was a king. He could brag in front of a group of children, but in front of a king, he had to have the courage to be slapped to death. Han Fei said calmly, "Yes, for the time being, no one can enter." The Life King said again, "The Waterwood world is quite close to the Yin-yang world. The venerable level war you mentioned a few years ago should be true. 3 venerables died? Did humans start a war with the Sea clan?" Han Fei was shocked. How did she know that? Han Fei bit the bullet and said, "It's not that human beings and the sea demons are at war, but that some greedy venerables are stirring up trouble, so a few of them were killed." Killed? Queen Life slowly turned around, and Han Fei was a little dazzled by her beautiful face. If one had to describe it, it would be that her skin was fair and smooth, her breath was enchanting, her hands were soft, her body was charming, and her eyes were tranquil and soul-stirring. When their eyes met, Han Fei's brain slowed down and he was a little stunned. Right then, Han Fei felt that someone knocked on his heart, which finally woke him up. The old turtle's voice reminded him, "Your strength is too low. Unless the king is willing, you can't look straight at the king." Huh. Queen Life was slightly surprised. Han Fei seemed to be shaken by some force and came back to his senses. However, Queen Life wasn't too bothered. She just said casually, "Young man, you spoke as if they were killed by you. As I expected, the human race has always been like this. Although you are the most suitable creatures for Cultivation, you have the most complicated minds. I think this matter has something to do with you, right? Han Fei lowered his head, not because he wanted to keep his head low, but because he couldn't look straight at the queen. Han Fei smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't hide anything from a king. Level powerhouse. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, Queen Life continued, your father came once and asked for two things and a promise from me. However, the price fell on you. Listen. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What? I'll return what old Han asked for? Han Fei's expression remained unchanged as he listened attentively. Queen Life said, the promise he asked me to make is that if anyone comes from the Yin-Yang world in the future, as long as it doesn't harm Waterwood world, we must help him unconditionally. And the price is that this person needs to help Waterwood world completely resolve the threat of the Sea Clan. Han Fei's heart flipped. Old Han had probably thought it through before setting up the trap. He had long known that if Han Fei was to become a king, he would definitely stand against the big clans. Therefore, he had planned a retreat in the Waterwood world in advance. However, this price was to help Waterwood world completely resolve the threat of the Sea Clan. This was a little difficult for him now. He hadn't even settled the 10,000 Demon Valley in the Yin-Yang world yet. Perhaps he still had to solve the royal city in the future. What about the Waterwood world? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Queen, are there any sea demons on the water Wood world side? Queen Life chuckled. There is at least one deep-sea giant demon guarding the two royal cities. Hiss. Han Fei was stunned and subconsciously raised his head. He even forgot why he could look at the king directly this time. Anyway, he was shocked. Deep-sea giant demon? Queen Life nodded, clasped her hands, and looked at Han Fei. Once the two royal cities are destroyed, the other troubles will no longer be troubles. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Apart from the deep sea giant demon, are there other troubles? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Is old Han setting me up? A deep-sea giant demon. That's equivalent to a king-level powerhouse. If I had this ability, why would I come to the Waterwood world to make a breakthrough? As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Queen Life smiled. Don't worry. I don't need you to take action now. You just need to agree to this matter now. Your father bet that you will become a king, so as long as you dare to agree, you must keep your word. Otherwise, you will never be a king. Gulp. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked in confusion, do you believe that I can become a king? Queen Life said indifferently, I only heard your father's plan earlier, but now that I've met you in person, I think I can take the risk. Anyway, what your father wants is not difficult for me. Han Fei understood. It meant that old Han knew very well that if he could really become a king, the return he would give would be far greater than what the Waterwood world offered. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Now that things have come to this point, I agree. It was not up to him anyway. Old Han had taken the things he wanted, and he had come to the Waterwood world. The other party had basically done all three things. There was no room for him to go back on his word. Queen Life continued to fiddle with a red flower in front of her. The flower swayed its body, and she said casually, how long can you stay in the Waterwood world? Han Fei thought for a moment. 3 years at most. Queen Life nodded slightly. I'll give you 3 years. During this period, you can become an explorer freely and blend into any domain in the Waterwood world. However, Waterwood World won't participate in the battle in the Yang World in 3 years. That's your own business and also a test for you. Hanfei nodded. Okay. Jinger. The maidservant who had just led the way appeared beside him silently. My queen. While tending to the flowers and plants, Queen Life said indifferently, take him to the human race's territory and give him a venerable token. He can go anywhere he wants in the future, but you don't have to help him. After that, Queen Life thought for a moment and said to Jinger, protect Han Fei when he transcends the tribulation. Jinger was shocked and looked at Han Fei in shock. Who is this person? A peak-level law enforcer with a venerable token? Why does he need my protection? To transcend the tribulation? However, Jinger immediately replied respectfully, yes, my queen. Okay, go. Jinger looked at Han Fei. Let's go. After leaving the courtyard, Han Fei glanced at this place. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to see the entire Waterwood World. However, Han Fei could confirm that there were definitely many strong masters here. Besides, Waterwood World used corpse puppets, as did Yang World. Why? Jinger asked, what are you looking at? Han Fei smiled. Nothing. I'm just curious about how to refine corpse puppets. Jinger chuckled. Refine corpse puppets? Think about it after you become a king. Han Fei was not in a rush to know the answer. What he really wanted to ask was why so many corpses were arranged in the heavenly palace. What was the purpose? However, since it involved the heavenly palace, he had to wait until he got the Enyang heavenly palace. Before this, everything was bulls *it. Shua. Shua. When Han Fei and Jinger came out together, the Bat Venerable was slightly surprised. The Red Falcon's eyes widened. What's going on? The Red Falcon quickly folded its wings and said respectfully, Messenger. Jing. The Bat Venerable also bowed slightly. This shocked Han Fei. *CK, wasn't she just a maidservant? Why did a venerable bow to her? Jinger looked at Han Fei gloatingly and then said with high airs, okay. I'll take over the matter of Han Fei. From now on, just treat him as a member of the Waterwood World. He can do whatever he wants here. The Bat Venerable looked at Han Fei curiously and asked casually, can he enter the heavenly palace freely? Jinger said, no, not unless I take him in. The Red Falcon glanced at Han Fei a few more times, a little jealous. This kid can enter the heavenly palace as soon as he comes. I wonder where he got his luck. After asking the Bat Venerable and the Red Falcon to leave, Jinger handed Han Fei a square token with a bright red fruit engraved in the shape of a drop of water. He wondered what the token was made of. As soon as Han Fei took it, he felt refreshed. If he guessed right, this thing seemed to be able to promote soul cultivation. Jinger said, there are only 73 venerable tokens in the entire Waterwood Heavenly Palace. They're as good as sea-quelling bizarre treasures and can only be destroyed by kings. Well, do you know what a sea-quelling bizarre treasure is? Han Fei thought to himself, not only do I know it, but I also have some. Han Fei nodded. I do. Jinger smiled and said, that's good. This thing can acknowledge you as its master, but you'll have to give it back 3 years later. It's good for you to wear it now. However, don't use it rashly, and don't use the venerable token to order the creatures of the Waterwood World at will. Got it. Only then did Jinger urge, let's go. Follow me to the human race. After leaving the heavenly palace, Jinger seemed to be in a good mood and took Han Fei to another teleportation array on a tree. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that there were many teleportation arrays. Here. At a glance, there were more than 100 teleportation arrays. Seeing Han Fei's expression, Jinger said, "What's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea Divine Tree is very large. Of course, it's more convenient to use a teleportation array. Forget it, let me tell you about." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. On the way to the human race, Jinger told Han Fei about the layout of the Waterwood world. It turned out that there were also 4 battlefields in the Waterwood world, which were the Ice Domain, the Fiery Sea, the Dark Warp Port, and the Cave Sea. Among them, ordinary people usually went to the Ice Domain and the Cave Sea to gain experience and hunt. The Fiery Sea and the Dark Warp Port were the most dangerous places in the Waterwood world. It was said that people fought sea demons there all year round. In the Fiery Sea, there was a flame wall, which was a barrier to divide the battlefield. In the Dark Warp Port, there was a place called the Fearless Barrier, which was said to have many strong masters guarding it. Han Fei was not very curious about this. He was here to seek a breakthrough. There was no need to cause trouble on the battlefield. It was better to find a place to make a breakthrough quietly. Shwa. When the teleportation array flashed, Han Fei fell directly on a thick tree trunk. In the distance, the trees were dense, and the sun couldn't shine in completely, so it seemed a little dim. As far as Han Fei could see, in addition to the relatively open area, there seemed to be various strange treehouses in the distance. Some houses were hung on the trunks by vines, and some were built on leaves. Few people could be seen. As soon as Han Fei and Jinger appeared, they immediately sensed something. Huh? Messenger Jing? Shwa. Someone appeared in the square. The man asked in surprise, "Messenger Jing, why are you here?" As he spoke, the man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared at Han Fei blankly. His first attention was Han Fei's face, and then he was stunned by the venerable token hanging on Han Fei's waist. Hiss. A human? Jinger held her head high and said, "Lu Lihan? Where are Wushang Shua and Yu Chen?" The handsome Lu Lihan quickly came back to his senses. Oh. Venerable Shua and Master Chen went to inspect the human beings. Shall I call them back? Jinger nodded. Call them back. By the way, inform all peak-level explorers to come. Shocked, Lu Lihan looked at Han Fei again, wondering what had happened. Lu Lihan said solemnly, "Messenger Jing, please wait a moment." Shwa. After Lu Lihan left, Han Fei asked in surprise, "Are the people here also good-looking?" Jinger tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Good-looking? But it's the first time I've seen someone as ugly as you. Han Fei almost wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to bring that up? He was just looking for a beating. Jinger chuckled. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Water and earth support. Different people. People in the Waterwood world live on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree all year round, so it's normal for the human race here to be a little different from the human race on your side. When you become an explorer, it'll be very easy for you to become more handsome. You should be able to do that now, right? Han Fei muttered, I think I'm fine now. Pfft. Where do you get your confidence from? Han Fei rolled his eyes. He felt no pressure chatting with Jinger. However, chatting with Queen Life would be too much pressure. Jing'er said, by the way, you can familiarize yourself with the Cloud Sea Divine Tree first. When you need to transcend the tribulation, you just need to call me through the venerable token. This is because it's my venerable token. Cough. Cough, cough. Han Fei staggered. F***ck, is Jing'er a venerable? Han Fei felt terrible again. She looks like a little girl, but she's actually a venerable? Are you kidding me? Han Fei tried to keep calm. Okay. Am I supposed to leave the Cloud Sea Divine Tree when the tribulation comes? Jing'er said, of course. Who dares to transcend the tribulation on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Do you want to die? You don't know the outer sea area of the Waterwood world well, and other people won't protect you from the tribulation. After you understand this place, you can choose where to transcend the tribulation. Swish, swish, swish. As the two talked, they saw a cold, beautiful woman suddenly appear in front of them. Then, with swishes, handsome men and beautiful women appeared one after another. Some people walked through teleportation arrays, and some tore through the void. Looking at those faces, Han Fei felt inferior. Jing'er smiled. Shui, I brought you a person. The beautiful woman who appeared first looked like an elf in a movie. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, short shoulder-length hair, watery blue eyes, and normal ears. Cold, beautiful women usually looked valiant. She looked a bit like Shiman Linglan, or to be exact, even more beautiful than Shiman Linglan. Han Fei thought to himself, this must be Wushang Shui that Jing'er mentioned. The venerable Shui of the human race. As for the others, they didn't conceal their auras, which was definitely the standard for peak-level explorers. However, there were only 10 people here. 1 venerable and 9 peak-level explorers. There didn't seem to be many of them. After all, there were 72 in the Waterwood world. Logically speaking, there should be more than 1 human venerable. Sure enough, Wushang Shui said, Jing'er, what do you mean? Why do you always come to me? Are the others all dead? She sounded a little impatient. It seemed that Jing'er had brought him here specifically. Jing'er jumped to Wushang Shui's side and held her arm, saying, oh, I have the best relationship with you. Well, his name is Han Fei. He's from the Yinyang world. He'll stay in the Waterwood world for 3 years. I brought him straight to you. Before Jing'er said anything, Wushang Shui and the others were already looking at Han Fei up and down. Wushang Shui was surprised. Yinyang world? Is that road open? Jing'er said cutely, no, he's special. That's why he's here. Wushang Shui looked at Han Fei in confusion. A peak-level law enforcer? Why? Did you give him your venerable token? Jing'er said, the queen wants me to give it to her. Wushang Shui's pupils were constricted. Are you saying that this person has been to the heavenly palace? Yes. Han Fei cupped his hands. Nice to meet you, Master Snow. Someone asked in confusion, Messenger Jing, did this person come all the way here just to stay here for 3 years? Jing'er said casually, Han Fei is here to transcend the tribulation and familiarize himself with the Waterwood world in advance. He will come to help us in the future. Him? What? A peak-level law enforcer? Everybody frowned, as they didn't think Han Fei was strong enough. Wushang Shui said, what do you need me to do? Take him with me? Jing'er shook her head. No, Han Fei can go anywhere in the Waterwood world. Just arrange someone to tell him about the Waterwood world. Han Fei was a little embarrassed. These people don't seem to take me seriously. How can they look down on me? I'm just not as pretty as you. Do you have to despise me like this? Wu Shui narrowed her eyes and said, Oh? He can go anywhere? Is he very strong? Jing'er looked at Han Fei. He should be very strong. Wu Shui glanced at a handsome young man beside her. Yu Chen, suppress your strength to the peak of the law enforcer realm and fight him. When Jing'er heard that, she immediately exclaimed and said, That's not good. Right? Yu Chen is about to become a venerable. Wu Shui said lightly, It doesn't matter. There must be something special about him, since the queen treated him so specially. If he can't even compare to Yu Chen, how can he help the Waterwood world? The handsome man smiled and said, How do we fight? Do we fight on the spot or go to the Grand Void illusionary realm? Wu Shui glanced at Han Fei. Grand Void illusionary land. Seeing that Han Fei was stunned, Jing'er immediately said, The Grand Void illusionary realm is also called the Dream Trial Ground, which is a special ability of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. As long as you press a leaf of the Cloud Sea and sink your mind into it, you can appear in the Grand Void illusionary realm. Han Fei grinned. Well, can I say something? Everyone looked at Han Fei, thinking, What else do you need to say? Are you scared? Han Fei smiled and said indifferently, A peak-level law enforcer might not be able to beat me. You'd better suppress your strength to the explorer realm. An intermediate one. Han Fei was just telling the truth. These people had no idea how strong he was. Now, after 4 years of precipitation, his perception had reached more than 1,200 kilometers, and his strength had increased from 54 waves to 76 waves, which increased by more than 20 waves. Sure enough, everyone reacted differently and was very astonished. Hiss. What? A woman said with an ugly expression, Han Fei, right? You have to know that the one you are facing is a powerhouse who is about to enter the venerable realm. It's okay for young people to be arrogant. We know you have some talent, but don't be too arrogant. Wu Shui glanced at the woman, who shut up hatefully. Only then did Wu Shui look at Han Fei and say seriously, In the Grand Void illusionary realm, everything is true. Even your body feels real. If you are really seriously injured, your soul will also be shaken and injured. You'd better be clear of it. Han Fei sneered in his heart. In a sense, he represented the future king of the Yin-Yang world. It wouldn't be outrageous to call him the strongest in his realm in the Yin-Yang world. How could he disgrace the Yin-Yang world at such a moment? Han Fei smiled. No, I'm used to fighting like this. Yu Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said in a warm voice, Okay, then. Let's fight this way. Jing'er blinked curiously and thought to herself, the guy who can win the Queen's favor must be capable. There are many people in the Grand Void illusionary realm. If Han Fei can fight Yu Chen without being defeated, it will be enough to awe the big clans of the Waterwood world. Wu Shui looked at the leaves of the Cloud Sea and said, Pick a random one to sit on. I'll wait for you in the Grand Void illusionary realm. Swish swish swish. Almost with a swish, the people in front of him disappeared and each of them sat on a leaf. Han Fei grinned. I'm never afraid of a fight. Then, Han Fei appeared on a leaf, focused his mind, and put his perception on the leaf. Instantly, an extremely strange feeling appeared. When he reappeared, he found himself standing in an enormous square. But when he looked around, he could still see the huge branches, and he was still on the tree. It's rather magical. Is this in the soul of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Not far away, in addition to people like Wushang Shui and Jinger, there were other creatures. A few big blue birds, some spider monsters, and a few big horned beetles were looking at them curiously. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. As he had already been to the ideal palace, Han Fei wasn't surprised by this illusion realm, but he was very suspicious of the so-called absolute safety here. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Jinger. If the soul is destroyed here, will there be any danger in reality? Wushang Shui asked in surprise, are you talking about soul skills? Han Fei nodded slightly. Be it the void lines or the 100-beast soul subduing roar, they were not weak. They were both great killing weapons that could kill the soul. What if he really used them in the intense battle? Jinger said, don't worry. I'll tell the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Don't worry. Jinger closed her eyes and seemed to be communicating with something. After more than 10 seconds, she opened her eyes. Okay, when necessary, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree will take action. So, don't worry about any accidents. Han Fei thought to himself, from the looks of it, it's not that safe in this Grand Void illusionary realm. Once one's soul is destroyed, even if he's not directly killed, he will definitely be seriously injured. Yu-Chen was still smiling, but he no longer underestimated Han Fei. Since the other party said so, it meant that Han Fei had a soul attack method. The soul attack technique that even the Grand Void illusionary realm couldn't resist certainly couldn't be underestimated. Not far away, the big beetles that had been colliding with each other couldn't help but exclaim, huh? Messenger Jing? Ah. Why is Venerable Shui here? Chirp. Come on, there's a big battle here. Suddenly, Jinger shouted from a distance, none of you are to approach within 10 kilometers of here. The yell of Jinger attracted some creatures from various races who were in the Grand Void illusionary realm. Yu-Chen flipped his hand and a long bow appeared in his hand. Different from the common big bows, the long bows in the Waterwood world seemed to have a special shape. The long bow was as sharp as a blade, and there were blades on its sides. Han Fei keenly noticed that there was a sense of attachment in the middle of the long bow. If he guessed right, the long bow could actually be pried open, forming 2 knives. Interesting. Yu-Chen smiled. Most of the Waterwood world humans are manipulators. The evolution of the war bow technique has almost reached the peak. Therefore, many people are both manipulators and soul warriors. As it happens, my dual elements are very strong. Han Fei thought for a moment and decided to say something. Han Fei took a step forward and condensed an array. The 6 spirit armor and the coiled turtle array were the simplest. Han Fei even set up a tide array. At that moment, a huge wave rose behind Han Fei. He said leisurely, due to the restrictions of the area, I'm both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. But I'm more versatile and know a thing or two about arrays, rods, swords, and seals. Because I walk the path of body refinement, my fist techniques are stronger. Next door, Jinger, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but clap her hands. Wow, Shui, look, this kid is quite capable, isn't he? Wushang Shui frowned slightly. Don't you think he learned too much? Someone shook his head slightly. He looks very young. It's very difficult for him to be proficient in so many techniques at the same time, right? In the distance, a group of birds, insects, and humans gathered around. Some young people exclaimed, "Isn't that Master Yu-chen?" "Huh? Who's the guy fighting with Master Yu-chen? He's so ugly." A big spider was astonished. "Why is that human only a peak-level law enforcer? Why didn't Lord Yu-chen suppress his realm?" A big snake said, "Suppressed, an intermediate explorer." Hiss. He jumped levels to challenge Master Yu-chen. "Is he kidding me?" A girl descended, holding a bow. "The person opposite doesn't seem weak. Look. At the tide, there seemed to be countless blades flying." Voila. Han Fei activated the devil change and the phantom glass wings extended. He didn't intend to fuse with Little Black and Little White. The appearance of the yin-yang divine eyes would be too strange. Besides, he planned to keep some trump cards. After all, he was in their territory. If he revealed all his trump cards, wouldn't he seem too showy? Wu Shangxue shouted in a low voice, "Yu-chen, if you lose, go to the fearless barrier and kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm before coming back." Hearing that, Yu-chen immediately shouted, "Han Fei, go all out." Han Fei frowned. "Of course." Swish. In the field, the two disappeared almost at the same time. In the void, an arrow shadow shot across, like a big fiery bird with red wings spreading out. On Han Fei's side, in the tide, tens of thousands of knives flowed like a stream. In an instant, they broke out of the water and shot out dazzling knife lights. In just an instant, the knives and arrows collided, and the knife stream of million knife art, like a cone, was shot through by the arrows. And the bird like arrow was also minced by the million knife art. Ding ding ding. In the void, their figures appeared in multiple places. Chi La. He launched the draw technique, and the saber beam tore through the void. At the same time, a terrifying spike pierced through like a sharp arrow. On the other side, a large number of vines rose. Yu-chen agilely shuttled through the vines and extended his long bow. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 arrows shot out one after another, shattering the void and bombarding the draw technique. Clang! 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 Crack! The 10,000-year demon thorn was cut apart by Yu-chen with a backhand. Slash. Shwa. Shwa. This battle only lasted for 2 seconds. At this moment, the two of them stepped on the void and stood on one side. Jinger's eyes glowed. "Wow, not bad, right? Han Fei's knife skills are very good, and Yu-chen's arrow flow is faster than before." Wu Shangxue nodded slightly. "Yes, he is very strong. A peak-level law enforcer fighting an intermediate explorer. To be able to fight like this, he must be a top genius." Next to Wu Shangxue, the other peak-level explorers looked serious. "He is indeed strong." Although it was a tentative fight, Han Fei was not at a disadvantage. This made them have to treat him seriously. The creatures who were watching the battle not far away, on the other hand, were exclaiming non-stop. "Wow! It's too fast. I can't see them at all." A beetle's eyes kept rolling. "Who's stronger?" Someone responded, "Neither of them is stronger. They are evenly matched." A human youth was shocked. "Who is this person?" "He, a peak-level law enforcer, can fight a Yu-chen who was in the realm of an intermediate explorer." If There is such a person in Waterwood World, how can I not know him? More and more people gathered around, and Yu-chen smiled. No need to test me. Come on. Hanfei nodded slightly. Just now, he only used 50% of his strength. As for Yu-chen, he had only used a small part of the power of an intermediate explorer. If he used his full strength, he could kill the other party in an instant. 17 Dao querying arrows. Yu-chen disappeared into the spiritual plants. Hanfei activated the eyes of true vision and saw nothing but shadows of vines. Suddenly, a fiery serpent pounced at him like a dragon. A locking technique? Hanfei frowned, stood in the air, and pointed his finger. 10,000 knives in one. The knife light, like snowflakes, condensed into a knife and slashed through the void, causing the void to tremble. Bang! The fiery serpent was instantly torn apart. In the next second, 16 fiery pythons pounced out in a row, each more powerful than the last. Bang! 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 Someone sighed. Although this person is very strong, it's impossible for him to withstand it. Lord Yu-chen's last 3 arrows still have the power of Dao. Wu Xiangshui and the others were expressionless, watching the sparring. Seriously? Hanfei grinned. What a powerful Bao technique. I'm a little surprised. Roar. Hanfei roared and his invincible will appeared. In the golden shadow, Hanfei raised his fists, and the arrays in his hands were overlapping. Sacrificing punch. Crack. The 10,000 knives in one was shattered by the 5th arrow. At this moment, the void trembled, and a terrifying power erupted from Hanfei. Boom! A fist mark rumbled and a blood-red light burst out. A fist mark collided along the way like a savage behemoth, shattering all the arrow shadows. Bang! 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 9 fiery pythons were punched through in a row, unable to resist Hanfei's terrifying blow. This scene stunned everyone. What a powerful fist mark! Someone exclaimed, he's so strong. This ugly man is so strong. A big bug shrank back. This fist can easily penetrate my carapace. Even Wu Xiangshui said in surprise, ordinary physiques can't withstand such an extremely powerful fist mark. This guy's physique is probably terrifyingly strong. Jinger's eyes widened. Although she was a venerable, she had been staying in the heavenly palace. It was not her place to fight. Therefore, she liked watching these scenes the most. However, Wu Xiangshui said, but it's still not enough. On the battlefield, the last 3 arrows raised flames hundreds of meters high and the serpent roared, making many people flinch. Hanfei clearly felt that when the last 3 arrows appeared, the sacrificing punch couldn't hold on anymore. Roar! With a dragon roar, the 9 mansions dragon seal erupted, and Hanfei smashed out. Bang! The arrow shadow containing the Dao runes shattered, but the next arrow shadow burst out. The terrifying blow shattered the sacrificing punch and the 9 dragon seal at the same time. Swish! Hanfei didn't have time to react, and the last arrow had already burst out. At this moment, twisting the void was useless, and the locking technique wouldn't stop shooting at him just because he had run away. Vajra demon suppression. At that moment, another golden man rose from the ground. Amidst the cries of countless people, Hanfei clasped the arrow with both hands and was sent flying more than 300 meters away with the arrow. The deafening explosion echoed in the raging flames. Hiss! That person actually dares to take an arrow barehanded? Is he crazy, or am I crazy? He's doomed to lose. What a fierce person. This is too fierce. However, at the moment when Han Fei caught the arrows with his bare hands, the strong masters such as Jing'er and Wu Shangshui were all shocked. Others didn't know, but at that moment they saw it very clearly. The golden giant blocked the Dao runes with a palm, and Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. He held an arrow barehanded, looking extremely domineering. At that moment, countless sharp vines that looked like chains stabbed Han Fei in the fire. Han Fei's lips curled. Heh. It seems that I underestimated my enemy. However, this is good. Let me realize that there is a limit to the peak of the law. Enforcer realm. Han Fei's voice echoed in the fire. Yu Chen's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted, "Fateful arrow!" A large number of vines gathered, and a big bough floated in the air. There was a big void hand holding an arrow, and endless energy poured into the arrow. Someone shouted, "Retreat! This is the arrow annihilation technique." Roar. While these people were crying in shock, they heard a furious roar. From the flames, a huge figure more than 50 meters tall suddenly appeared. When everyone saw it clearly, they were stunned. What kind of creature is this? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Before the battle, Han Fei never thought that he would use the Beast King technique. This was not a quick battle, so Han Fei didn't have to be extremely domineering at the beginning. He didn't even want to show much strength and still wanted to reserve it. However, when Yu Chen shot out that terrifying arrow, Han Fei knew that he had underestimated his opponent. How could a strong master who had a chance to become a venerable be so simple? Furthermore, the other party's strength was only suppressed to that of an intermediate explorer, and he was actually a peak-level explorer. At this moment, Han Fei activated the Beast King technique, and his strength surged. In the heavenly palace, Queen Life, who was feeding a spiritual fruit, was briefly stunned and asked in confusion, "The Beast King technique?" On the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded by Han Fei's transformation. Jing'er jumped and exclaimed, "Is this an ancient beast? Ape?" Wu Shangshui was also astonished. "Beast race? The one that has already disappeared in the river of history?" Jing'er nodded quickly. Yes. Could it be that there are still beasts in the Yinyang world? However, the moment they talked, Han Fei extended his hand and the embroidery needle appeared. Han Fei held the rod with both hands and held it in the air. Roar. After an extremely domineering roar, Yu Chen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, everyone saw the illusion of 100 beasts, trampling the air, galloping and roaring. Swish. A huge fire bird with 3 gorgeous long tails swept across the sky. Bang! 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 The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks were launched. At that moment, void cracks appeared and then shattered. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying attacks were launched. They were ferocious. Before the 100 rods arrived, the fire phoenix was shattered. Although the remaining half of the arrow was shot at Han Fei because it was too fast, the giant ape clenched its hand and squeezed them all. Such a terrifying attack didn't even break the skin of Han Fei, who had turned into a big ape. The 100 beasts roared, and Yu Chen vomited blood, half of his strength gone. Huff. He opened his mouth that was full of sharp teeth and swallowed all the energy. Around him, including the raging flames. The horror of the war body was revealed. The Monkey King's 3,000 stick was still beating, and the chains and vines blocking it were shattered one after another. At that moment, Wu Shangshui shouted, "Yu Chen, release the power of an advanced explorer." The latter perked up and grabbed the air with his 5 fingers, shooting 5 sharp arrows, without using a long bow. Bang! 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 The 5 arrows instantly shattered. But it bought some time for Yu Chen, so that he could launch a series of arrows again. Swish! 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 Bang! 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 Han Fei grinned in disdain. You want to last longer than the Monkey Kings? 3,000 stings? That's impossible. Is the 3,000 layered waves a joke to you? Sure enough, after more than 200 arrows, Yu Chen found that even with the strength of an advanced explorer, he couldn't resist Han Fei's continuous outburst. In battle, all the energy around would be snatched by Han Fei. Buzz! Yu Chen disappeared, and 7 or 8 vines cracked, revealing him. Han Fei clutched the embroidery needle with one hand. Grow, grow. Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar erupted again. The embroidery needle swept across and all the vines exploded. No one could resist it. Because the battle was too shocking, countless people cast their eyes over. Many people had never seen such an explosive battle. They didn't expect a person's physique to be so strong, nor had they seen a terrifying creature like a prehistoric giant ape, so their blood was boiling. Wu Shangshui shouted, "Okay, that's it. Yu Chen has been defeated." When Han Fei heard that, he immediately swung his big stick and carried it on his shoulder, his eyes cold and terrifying, as if he was despising the world. Yu Chen walked out of a demonic vine with a smile. What kind of monster am I fighting? Han Fei put the thick embroidery needle on the ground, and his body shrank quickly, turning from a big ape into a human. In the end, he even twisted his neck, full of fighting intent. Wu Shangshui was speechless too. She couldn't help but look at Jinger, who was still excited. She tugged at her clothes and said, "Withdraw that stupid grin." "Who is this guy exactly?" Jinger replied casually, He should be a king candidate from the Yinyang world." Pfft. Yu Chen, who had just finished the battle, vomited a mouthful of blood. "Why? Didn't you *king say so earlier? A king candidate? You asked me to suppress my realm to fight him? I was almost killed." Wu Shangshui looked at the carefree Jinger speechlessly and covered her head with a hand. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Under countless shocked gazes, Han Fei put a hand on the embroidery needle. That resembled a huge pillar. The latter shrank with a swish and disappeared into Han Fei's body. Wu Shangshui patted Jinger's head. "He even has a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Why didn't you tell me that too?" Jinger was stunned. I don't know. Wu Shangshui. Han Fei smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for going easy on me." Yu Chen felt terrible. "Forget it, alright. You want me to go to the fearless barrier to kill a great demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, right? I'll go." In the distance, cries rang out. "Wow! This person won. So cool. What kind of creature was that just now?" It was horrible. His mouth was so big and his teeth were so sharp. His muscles are bulging. Ugly but cute. Han Fei staggered. "What the hell is that?" Isn't it hideous? Cute? Wu Shangshui looked around, thought for a moment, and said, His name is Han Fei, from the Yinyang world. He will stay in our Waterwood world for 3 years. Hiss. Yinyang world, can the people over there come over? Ah. He's from the Yinyang world? A large beetle shook its head. Yinyang world, the legendary Yinyang world. A big bird asked, curiously, are there many beasts in your Yinyang world? A human asked, curiously, Han Fei, what's the Yinyang world like? Jing'er finally came back to her senses, and said to the crowd, don't ask too many questions. We'll find out later. Okay, dismiss. Han Fei glanced at Jing'er. How can I get out? Jing'er said, just communicate with the Grand Void illusionary realm with your mind. A moment later. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he looked at the big leaf under him in surprise. And thought to himself, this Cloud Sea Divine Tree is really unbelievable. It actually created a place comparable to the ideal palace. Suddenly, Jing'er shouted, Han Fei, why are you still sitting there? Come down. Han Fei saw that they were already waiting for him, so he flashed and appeared in front of them. However, at this moment, the peak-level explorers looked at Han Fei in a different way. This was the first time they had seen a peak-level law enforcer fight an advanced explorer. However, when they thought that Han Fei was a king candidate, they were finally relieved. If everyone in the Yinyang world was like this, then the Yinyang world was too terrifying. Wu Shangshui looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. Okay, as expected of a king candidate. Come back to the city with me. I'll ask someone to tell you about the current situation in the Waterwood world. Jing'er wanted to follow him, but suddenly heard Wu Shangshui say, aren't you going back to the Heavenly Palace? Jing'er was stunned for a moment. I want to stay for dinner before going back. I want to eat fish pie. Jing'er thought to herself, it's not easy for me to come out. Do you think it's easy for me? Human beings cook so delicious that I'm drooling just thinking about it. Han Fei asked in surprise, huh? Do you eat here too? Wu Shangshui was stunned. People from Yinyang world don't need to eat. Han Fei immediately had an idea. Huh? No, of course we have to eat. In fact, what I want to say is that compared to my strength, I am also the strongest in one thing. I am said to be the strongest in the Yinyang world in that matter. The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. Are people from the Yinyang world also shameless? I know you are very strong, okay? Why do you still want to show off? Jing'er asked, curiously, do you have any special abilities? Han Fei held his head high and said proudly, my culinary skills are unparalleled in the world. I won't cook for ordinary people. However, I have to do it today. Jing'er's eyes widened. Really? Is it more delicious than humans' fish pie? Queen Life, who was in the Heavenly Palace, sighed. Why did she find such a stupid maidservant? She's really stupid. Han Fei hasn't even tasted fish pie. Okay? A short explorer among the peak-level explorers was unconvinced. That's impossible. Our fish pie is unparalleled in the world. All races like to eat it, especially those shameless golden turtles. They always come to freeload. Han Fei grinned. Not necessarily. As he talked, Han Fei took out a box of crisps and bit one of them. To be honest, I've already mastered the Great Tao in culinary skills. Jinger hurriedly reached out and grabbed a piece, saying a little disgustedly, "It's so little. It's not enough for me." Then she bit into it too. Suddenly, Wu Shangshui and the others found that Jinger was stunned in place. Wu Shangshui said with a black face, "Do you have to be like this?" Wu Shangshui glanced at the box in Han Fei's hand, suspiciously pinched a piece, and took a bite. Under the watch of the peak-level explorers, Wu Shangshui glanced at them, stuffed the crisps into her mouth, and grunted. "Let's go back to the city." Yu Chen hadn't left yet. He looked at Jinger and then at Wu Shangshui, thinking, is it delicious? Although at their level, they were no longer tempted by external things, it was normal for them to have a feast. Just as Yu Chen was about to reach out and squeeze a piece, he found the box had disappeared. At some point, Jinger had already held the box in her arms. "Han Fei, look. I've led the way for you. This is mine. By the way, let's go back to the city. Quickly. My time is limited. I have to go back after dinner." "Han Fei. Everyone?